Greetings, everybody. This is National Master Mike Saylor, and we're just getting set up. We're going to be broadcasting the South Carolina State Scholastic Championship over the next several hours. And I want to welcome everybody. We've got some terrific matchups here today. I'm just going to be getting them going here. But please, if there are any questions, yeah.
I just played good moves.
Alrighty.
Hey, I'm gonna have my phone on me. Okay? But let me know what's going on.
All right, greetings, everyone. We're just getting set up here for the South Carolina Scholastic Championship. Alrighty, greetings everyone. Welcome to the 2025 South Carolina National Qualifier Scholastic Tournament. We have an amazing lineup here today. We've got the top 8 players in both the high school, the middle school, and the elementary school, all fighting for a place for the National Qualifying Championship. For today's today's games in the high school section, we got White, we got Lincoln Boucher versus Yaraslau Markevichus, playing on board 1. I've played both these players, and they are incredibly talented. In the middle school section, we have Wang versus. Give me a second here. I gotta change my board here a little bit. We got Adhvik. Pardon my pronunciation, but it's Manoj. And then finally, we got in the elementary school section, we got Tanay Sanghani versus Ashton Kumaran. So we're going to get started here. Let's see here. We're just a little bit of delay here on the boards. There we go. Here we go. We're going to be looking at the first board first, with Lincoln Boucher versus Yaraslau. And we started out with a Rosalimo Sicilian, and White played knight to c3. Very flexible move. It allows you to play a Grand Prix attack or a closed Sicilian, or in many cases you're allowed to actually sort of start back, if you end up playing knight to f3. So f4, g6, knight to c3, excuse me, this turned into a Grand Prix attack. And now, after bishop b5, I know the theory in I know the theory on this line a little bit. I've done a little bit of work on this. Is in many cases, White's actually looking for a waiting move here, and so I believe the current theory recommends a4 first, where you're sort of when you play bishop to b5 right away, it does open you up to a potential, since there isn't an actual pin, it does open you up to a potential knight to d4. So black plays e6. This move is, although it's very thematic. Oh, I got to get rid of the analysis here. Excuse me. Although the move is thematic, you do have to be careful as black in this position. You have created some potential dark square weaknesses, and white is actually in a pretty decent position to start taking it over. And what will oftentimes happen in this variation is the pawn on c5 will become a little bit weak. So the whole dark squares in black's position can become a problem. And I know Lincoln Boucher is, although he's a little bit lower rated than his opponent, I've played him before, and he's more than capable of beating anybody in this field. So it's going to be interesting to see. So Lincoln takes the knight, and that's where we stand right now. Let's take a look at the next. Let's take a look at the next game here. All right, we're going to now jump to the middle school section, and let's see here. We got Wang versus Adhvik, and let's see how this game started out. Aaron is white, and he plays the English. You don't see the English all that often in Scholastic tournaments, so that's very impressive. Now black plays e6, trying to turn it back into a Queen's Gambit declined type situation, and after g3, d5, we're getting into a Catalan type position, although not a pure one yet. It becomes a pure Catalan once white actually plays d4. As of right now, this can actually transpose into a ready type position, or just a straight English. And in many cases, what will happen is black will actually might actually push and turn this into sort of a reverse Benoni. And so after bishop to d6, and now d4, now we have the beginning of the Catalan. And I've done a lot of work with the Catalan, and in this case, often that bishop, what Aaron has sort of done a move order on this. Most of the time in the Catalan, black does not want the bishop on d6. Most of the time, it's going to actually belong on e7. It's a little bit more of a target on d6. And so in this case, Aaron has turned this into a Catalan in which he's just, it's not a huge advantage, but this bishop could become a target. And so then what we did see is black is now going to turn this into a trash type position. However, again, when you look at the move order, white has done very well in this opening, because in the trash, most of the time this bishop is not best placed on d6. Again, it's usually best placed on e7, where it's not a target, and it's so very interesting position. Aaron has just castled, and we're gonna have a still pretty even game so far. And now in this position, black has played c takes d4. Basically, the point of the trash is black wants to maintain their fair share of the center, and in many cases they're willing to accept an isolated d pawn in order to do that. The trash was very popular back in the in the early to mid late 80s when Gary Kasparov was playing it. He had a couple really bad losses in the World Championship against Karpov, and it sort of put the defense out of commission for a number of years. It's sort of had a revival in the last few years. I know Dubov has come out with a new course on it, and so we got that. All right, well, let's take a look at the elementary school. Let's see what we got here. We've got Tanay Sanghani versus Ashton Kumaran, and let's see how this game's developed. I'm very familiar with both these players, and although Tanay is the higher rated player, Ashton is incredibly talented and more than capable of beating anybody in this field. And I would like to say, out of the 24 players today, that's the one thing that I have noticed. I'm very familiar with all the players, and regardless of the rating, every one of these players has a chance today. These are some of the best players in South Carolina Scholastics. So let's see here. White started out with e4, e5, and we got the Vienna. I played the Vienna for many years. I've got some students that play the Vienna. I've always thought it's a very underrated system. And quite frankly, if I go back to playing King Pawn one day, I will probably be a Vienna player. All right, knight to c6, bishop to c4, all very good. Bishop to c5, d3, knight to f6, bishop to g5. All right, very provocative move. Basically, what white is trying to do here in this position is trying to create some weaknesses for black, trying to get them to play h6, which is what Ashton does. And bishop to h4. And now black is sort of at a crossroads here. There is this pin. Most of the time, black does not want to compromise their king side by playing g5. There's cases where they do, and the crossroads with this position is the bishop on c5. Black really wants to keep the bishop on this beautiful diagonal. The problem is that if once you close the bishop off, it's very difficult to get that knight unpinned. And so in this case, Ashton just does bring the bishop back to e7, and Tanay plays bishop to g3. I'm not completely sure why they played that move. I know there are some tactics with knight takes e4. So I believe that's the castle. And now after castles, we've got a very interesting position here. Basically, the battle lines are drawn, where I think the plan for white is going to be an eventual f4, knight to f3, castles. We're going to be looking at those type of positions where white's going to be trying to attack on the f file. Black, on the other hand, is probably going to try to create counterplay in the center. Most likely, we're going to be seeing d6, bishop to e6, and trying to eventually get the d5 pushed in. So those are going to be the battle lines for that. Let's go back to the high school game. Lincoln and Yaraslau, and we're still Black is thinking quite a bit on this move. He's basically got two options: take with the B pawn or take with the D pawn. In this position, there's strengths and weaknesses to both moves. Obviously, if you take with the if you take with the you know the, if you take with the B pawn, you're capturing towards the center, and you have a better opportunity. The problem is that if you do take with the B pawn, you've got this permanent hole here on D6. Most likely, what I would suspect White to play is E5, clamping down on these weak dark squares, and more importantly, the C the pawn on C5 becomes just becomes very weak. So that is what he plays, and what I'm expecting White to I'm expecting Lincoln right now to most likely play E5, clamping down on those squares. And Black has found himself in a little bit of a difficult position here. It's not easy to repair those weak dark squares in this position. And so I'm curious what Lincoln does play. He does play E5 here. So it's right away on move 7. Black has found himself in a little bit of trouble here. It's not real easy to find a continuation here. I almost feel like D5 it has to be played good or bad, because if you play a move like, say, knight to E7, knight to E4 is just a very difficult move to defend. And yeah, it's hard to come up with a better move right now. D5 is almost certainly, if I almost feel like that move has to be played. I've studied this a little bit. I'm not 100% sure on all the theory on this. But I do know enough to know that the theory says that this is a good position for White. So be interesting to see what Yaraslau plays in this position here. I would suspect that he's going to be thinking about this for a while now, and he does play D5. All right. Well, it's sort of the only way to start repairing some of those weak dark squares, and but it does come at a price, and it's going to be Lincoln just plays D3 here. Yeah, I'm not sure about that move. D3. I guess I think that is the theory. Well, it sure seems like playing E takes D6 is probably the move. But all right, so it plays D3. I think this, now that I'm thinking about this, I think this is the theory on it. What's going to happen here in this position is that this pawn on C5 is going to become weak, and so it's be interesting to see. I'll have to talk with Lincoln after this game to find out how much of the theory he actually knows about this. Obviously more than me, right? All right, well, let's take a look at our middle school game between Aaron and Adhvik. And let's see, where we left off in this game is Black had just played had just played c takes d4. Aaron plays knight takes d4, and after knight to c6, knight to c3. Here, here black, I believe, I'm not real crazy about this move. He plays bishop to c5. It sort of transposes a little bit into Dubov's trash, but it's not quite there yet. And in this position, I'm not crazy about moving a developed piece twice that doesn't necessarily need to be developed. I think I would tend to lean towards either castling or looking to at some point get the light squared bishop developed. You do have some. You do have to be a little bit concerned though, as you do have the possibility of one of the knights jumping into b5 in order to capture it. So after bishop to c5, now this was the move that I was afraid of, is knight to b3, and now in this position here, what we have is white's going to have a couple very attractive options here. For example, I'm suspecting the move is probably going to be bishop to e2 or e7, excuse me. And now black's going to have a couple interesting options. One is they can potentially play c5 and then have a 3 versus 2 pawn majority on the queen side, but more importantly, capturing some very good, very nice squares. However, I think what white's most likely going to do is create an isolated pawn for black, and then in this case we have the typical trash where black is willing to take on the isolated queen pawn in order to have their fair share of the center and have very active piece play. Historically, what's happened here is usually white has found a way to gain some advantages in these type of positions. But it's going to be interesting to see what black does here, and Adhvik is definitely thinking about it right now. So let me see here. Let me see if we got anybody in our chat right now. If anybody does have any questions in the chat, by all means, feel free to ask any questions you want. I'll try to periodically check the chat and I'll answer any questions you have. Also, if you are watching, if you are watching this as a parent or a relative of one of the participants, by all means, give a shout out and let me know. I'm going to try to, we'll have some chess analysis, but I'll try to talk with the positions so that non-chess players can also understand what's going on. So far, all the games are pretty even. Let's take a look at our. Let's take a look at the elementary school. We got Tanay versus Ashton, and where we left off in this position is white had just played bishop to g3, black castles, castle early and often is what they like to say, and then white plays a3, and that move is mainly played, it obviously gains control of the b4 square, but it's mainly played in the Vienna because this bishop is so powerful. You don't want to, if you played some other move, you don't want to just allow that bishop to be traded off for the knight. So he plays a3, Ashton plays d6, and now in this position, Tanay plays h3. I'm always telling students to be careful about playing those a3 and h3 type moves, because although they usually have some short-term usefulness, what happens is the game goes on. You start seeing you might not see it now, but eventually you'll start seeing that there might be some weaknesses that are created by that move as well. All right, so now Ashton plays bishop to e6, all very standard. Basically, black's not afraid of taking on the doubled pawns in the center because those doubled pawns control so many squares, and also it does open up the F file. It does create some weaknesses, as we can see. The weaknesses that are created in black's position, are there. But it's just sort of the trade-off. Black is where black is going to play is in the center, and that's where we end up in this position. So far we got three very good matchups going on. We're going to go back we'll go back and look at the high school section. And much like I was thinking, Lincoln Boucher has played knight to a4. Basically, the c5 pawn is going to become a problem for the rest of the game, and it's not easy to trade off, because anytime you'd ever play c4, you're going to potentially get your pawns doubled. And the thing with knight to a4 is it's not easy to get rid of that knight. The move that black's probably going to play is queen to a5, but then white can play potentially c5, c4, b3, and it'd be interesting to see the continuation of this game. We're also seeing, if we're looking at the board, that Yaraslau is starting to not getting in time trouble, but he's now almost 20 minutes behind on the clock. That is something I noticed with him a few weeks ago at the South Carolina Scholastic. Is although he did very well, he was oftentimes in time trouble, and I've seen that in tournaments as well. So that's something that we're going to have to watch with him if he advances in this tournament. Have to watch his time. And I tell you what, me telling anyone about time trouble is it's something that I've always struggled with too. I get too enamored in the position. So, all right, very good. Well, let's see here. We got some additional moves in the middle school section. And let's see here. All right. Well, after bishop to b6, c takes d4, e takes d4, and now white has won a pawn in this position, and that actually frequently happens in the trash. I'm not crazy about that move. In this position, what I would probably recommend is, instead of playing bishop to e6, which was played in the game, I would have preferred to just I think I would have preferred some type of position where right now in the trash, what oftentimes happens is we talked about the isolated pawn. Many times that pawn ends up being sacrificed, which is the case here. Now, the thing about it, though, is what white needs to do is white needs to, or I'm sorry, what black needs to do, black needs to look at this as a pawn sacrifice and try to get some compensation for it. Some moves that I would have probably preferred is perhaps bishop to h3. Taking advantage of the some of the weak light squares that white has. Most likely, white's going to play a move like bishop to g2. And now, I think what I would have preferred is for black to try to get as much compensation out of the position as possible. You don't want to trade queens. And typical play is going to be something like this, where, now don't get me wrong, I don't think black has enough compensation for the sacrifice pawn. But at the same time, he does have some compensation for it. There's some weaknesses in white's position. This bishop on b6 is very strong. And black's going to be able to put some pressure on, say, the e pawn, bring the rooks into play. And although long term I would definitely prefer white's chances, black's going to get an attack here. Black's going to have their chances to to fight. What we saw in the game here is black has played bishop to e6, and I'm just not crazy about that. What that's going to do is that's going to create some liquidation in the position. It's going to get to not quite an end game, but it's going to be a very late middle game, most likely without the queens. And the counterplay that black is going to have, now black is still going to have some counterplay along the f file, in conjunction with the b6 bishop. But I'm not as crazy about the counterplay in this position as some of the lines I was looking at earlier. So Aaron is starting to I wouldn't say taken over the position quite yet, but I'm starting to question if black's going to have enough compensation for the sacrifice pawn. So let's see here. Let's go to our elementary school position again, where Tanay is playing white against Ashton. I've played both players. They are both incredibly talented, and I suspect that they're both could be potential future state champions, if not more, one day. All right, so in this position here, after bishop to e6, Tanay has decided not to play. We talked about bishop takes e6, and Tanay has decided not to allow that. So instead, he plays knight to f3, and now he allows his own pawns to get doubled. And there are strengths and weaknesses to that. The strength, obviously, are he now has a tremendous grip on the d5 square. It's being protected by 1, 2, 3. It's being protected by 4 different pawns and pieces. And so in that case, it's going to be very difficult for black to ever get in a move of d6. Terrific. And if you see me looking at my phone every once in a while, I'm across the street from the tournament in another studio. The Columbia Chess Club is hosting the event. Brandon is the club director, and he's organizing the tournament, doing just a fantastic job. They have, for those unfamiliar with the Columbia Chess Club, I'll put the link into the description or into the chat later. But please check out the website, check out the club. It's one of the United States' best kept secrets in terms of chess clubs. It rivals any of the major chess clubs that you could imagine. And if you're ever in the Columbia, South Carolina area, by all means, check it out. In fact, I was told just on Thursday night, a national master from Pennsylvania was visiting some relatives, and they just happened to be eating at a restaurant nearby, and he saw the chess club, and he came in and played a few games for a while. And we've had a couple national masters actually move into Columbia. Maybe not completely because of the club, but they said that was definitely a factor. So by all means, if you're ever in the area, please check it out. So let's take a look at this position. We talked about the strengths of it. The weaknesses are obviously you now created some double pawns. Your e4 pawn isn't quite as before this your e4 pawn was well defended. It's not quite as defended anymore. It's obviously not in danger of being taken, but it's going to take, most likely it's going to take a piece to defend that. I run into variations of this all the time when I play the London system, where you allow your either your F pawns or your C pawns to be doubled. But what it does do is it allows white to have a lot of gain a lot of squares, and it's not going to be super easy for black to find a plan in this position, because now there is no counterplay in the center. Most likely, black's counterplay is going to be on the king side with an eventual f5, but that you do run into some problems there, because for example, let me just I'll just do a continuation here. Say let's if we play like say a king's Indian. Well, this is the typical counterplay. The danger on that is black is creating some light squared weaknesses, and they do not have a light squared bishop. So those are, every time that those pawns get pushed, the weaknesses become greater and greater. So uh, let's see here. I think the move was queen to d3, and this is where we're at in this position here. All right. Well, let's. There's been no moves in the high school section. Let's take a look. Let's go back and look at our junior high game. And much like I was suspecting, is after the trade of queens, what we got here is black is just sort of down a pawn here, and the counterplay is unfortunately starting to dry up a little bit here. Part of the counterplay is going to be against the f7 pawn, but or the f2 pawn, but yeah, I'm I'm not crazy about black's position. I thought the counter, as we went back here, I thought the counterplay was just would have been better to keep the kings on the board. I'm not saying black doesn't have counterplay here. Perhaps part of the counterplay that black might be looking at is I think castling's probably your best move there, and try to create some type of pressure on the f2 pawn. For example, after castling, I'm guessing white is probably going to play something like rook to d8, and then maybe you can create some counterplay. Getting some additional pieces there. It's not completely convincing, but it's something to consider. So I think we're going to look at the. Let's see here. Which game should we look at here? There hasn't been any moves in the high school section in the high school game. We'll go back and just take a quick look at that. And I know what Yaraslau is considering is, can he sacrifice that c5 pawn? I know if I had black in this position, I would be looking to see, is there a way that I can maybe continue my development, say a move like knight to f5, and do I have enough counterplay with sacrificing the pawn, with the queen? I don't have an evaluation bar, obviously, but I don't think you do. I almost think that queen to a5 is probably the forced move here. And he might also be looking at perhaps playing a move like c4. I'm guessing that these are the moves that he's probably looking at. So. Well, do we have anybody in the chat? Oops. All right. Well, there's been no movement here. I am fearing for Black's position a little bit. Not so much the position, but when we look at the time, we're on move. Black's thinking on his 10th move, and he's already used up a pretty good chunk of his time. So that's something. Obviously, he's not in time trouble yet, but this is something that we're going to have to continue to monitor. All right, well, let's take a look at, there's been just a couple new moves in the junior high section. Adhvik played castled like I suspected, and Aaron played bishop to c3. Just a very powerful move. It's just Aaron's just playing beautiful chess here. And what we're seeing here is basically this is sort of the same way I play, is when you're up a pawn, basically what you want to do is you want to take all the fun out of the position for the side that's behind material. You want to trade pieces. You want to make the position as dry as possible. Try to get rid of tactics. Go to the end game where it's much easier to win with an extra pawn. What Black is looking at right now is to try to put some pressure on this on the f2 pawn. For example, after rook to d1, I suspect what we would see is a move like rook d to f5. Trying to put some triple pressure on the f pawn. Most likely, Aaron's going to play e3, and then this is where it gets tricky. Is what is Black's continuation here? You oftentimes will run into these positions where all your pieces are optimally placed, but then what next? How do you make progress? And it's not easy. First of all, White is threatening to play play a move like rook to d7. So I would suspect that this is going to probably be the continuation, and then it's just not easy to find counterplay for Black here. The counterplay is probably going to be to try to push the pawns forward to maybe create some some exchanges. But in this position, the one piece, I think the one piece that probably could be rerouted is the knight, but it's not easy to find a square there. So if we look at this position here, Black's definitely got definitely has their work cut out for him to try to create some counterplay here. All right, well, let's take a look at the elementary school game. And let's see, where we left off was after queen to d3. Black plays rook f to d8. And now White plays castling queenside. And then queen to e6, knight to d5. Don't get me wrong, White's got a very nice position here. Castling queenside is a very interesting plan. And you'll see this in the Petrov's defense, where when you have the extra, when you have you have these doubled pawns on the c file, what will oftentimes happen is um, is white will castle queenside, and then you have that extra pawn, sort of defending it. In this position here, I'm not. I know you got to choose a side. I'm just not. I'm not sure if the queen side is the right spot for the king. The king side, also looks very attractive. But anyways, castles, queen to e6, knight to d5, and rook a to c8. Now, white's got just a beautiful position here. Basically, I suspect what white's going to do is probably play at some point, try to maybe reroute this knight to either f5, maybe g4. I suspect that white's going to start trying to push the pawns forward. Probably, I would suspect the bishop's either going to go back to h2 or h4 there. And white's got just a really nice position here. If I was black, I'm going to try to create some counterplay. Still, as hard as it is, I'm going to try to create some counterplay on the queen's. That's where you run into trouble here. Is black starting to run a little bit, running into some difficulties. The natural side for black to attack is on the king's side, but you don't actually want to push any pawns on that side of the board right now. And so that leaves you the queen side and the center. It's not, you could consider some type of maneuver such as a6 and b5. I think more likely what you might see is knight to b, you might see a move like, I'll just make a few moves here. Let's say king to b1. You might see this knight being rerouted, and with black perhaps trying to open up some lines of attack against the king. Now, don't get me wrong, white's king is in really no danger of being checkmated or even attacked right now. But that needs to be the counterplay that the type of counterplay that black's going to need to look for in this position. All right. Well, let's see here. We'll take another quick look at the high school game, and I'm starting to get a little worried about black's position. Black got into some trouble in this, and let's just go back to see where things started. They started out as the Grand Prix attack, and I tell you what, if you're a king pawn player, I think the Grand Prix attack at our level is very good. So knight to c3, knight to c6, f4. This was the beginning of the game. g6, knight to c3, bishop g7. And after bishop to b5, the move knight to d4, it was just had to be played. This is where a lot of times what ends up happening is I think the book move is a4. It's sort of a waiting move where you're waiting. If black plays d6, then you pin the knight. And if they play a move like some other move, if they play, let's say they play a6, then I know the move is supposed to be bishop to c5. And what happens there is you've now got this tremendous pressure. You don't have to worry about giving up the bishop, because you've already created a hiding spot. So in this position here, this is just where things just got in trouble, where all of a sudden just the dark squares are just too sensitive there in that position. d5, d3, and here we are in this position, and no, sorry, that wasn't the move. That was my analysis. So Black continues to think about this position, and he's now under 30 minutes. I'm starting to get a little bit concerned for Yaraslau um, in this position here. And Lincoln has just played a tremendous game here. All right, well, let's see where we left off here. In this position, after rook to d5, Aaron plays a very nice move, king to g2. Basically, what he's saying is, if you do double your rooks on the f file, I have I don't know if it's necessarily the move you'd play right away, but I have the potential of playing either f5 or I'm sorry, f4 or f3, or something like that. So in this case, then Adhvik plays rook f to d8. Now we're starting to see some counterplay for Black. Black now controls the d file, and it's not easy for White to do anything about that. I suspect what we're going to probably see Aaron do is ignore the D file and start trying to create some, start trying to create some counterplay on the C file. Get the remaining pieces into the game. With the rooks now on the D file, it also does free up the F1 rook to do something else. I also suspect what we're going to be seeing from Black is at some point this E pawn is going to start moving up the board. For example, let's see, E3, knight to E7, king to F3. This is our current position here, and yeah, I'm not in this position here. I think if I was White, after E3, the move obviously it's looking to clamp down on the D5 square. I think the move, good or bad, I think the move E5 had to be played here. Completely taking over taking over the D4 square. Basically, you got two pieces that really want to be on the D4 square. When you play E5, first of all, you control the D file, but more importantly, you now control the very critical D3 square, and at some point, this knight might be able to be planted in there. Some typical play, might be a move like rook c8, and now in this position, if I'm Black, and I'll flip the board around a little bit. I think what I'm looking at is to get my king into the game so that my e pawn's protected, and then at some point I'm going to be looking to try to take over that d3 square. That's your counterplay as Black. It might not be enough, but it's what you got to do. And so in the game, after e3, knight to e7. I'm not sure where that knight ultimately is going, and I think that just gives up too many squares. For example, all of a sudden now, it opens up this bishop to potentially go to bishop to b5. I'm not sure where this knight's going. Is it looking to go to f5? But when you get there, what's it going to do? I'm not crazy about knight to the knight to e7 movement. I don't have any computer analysis, so there might be somebody in the chat might be looking at the computer analysis, just laughing at me. But this is sort of what I'd be looking at here. And so the game continued: king to f3, knight to g6. Okay, king to e2, and now, much like we talked about, what White's looking to do is just take all the fun out of the position. White's just looking to trade all the rooks, and every time a piece gets traded, White's position gets a little bit better. I'm not seeing that knight e5, and now he goes knight e5. Here's my problem with that maneuver: is Black played 1, 2, 3 moves to play that move when they could have just played it right here. If that was what you wanted to do, you could have saved a couple moves and just played it right there, without the king being on it. So Black's allowed Aaron or White to improve their position, and now what we're seeing is White's just slowly consolidating this position. All right, so let's see here. Let's go back. We got some movement in the high school game, and much like I thought, Black did not want to play queen to a5, and instead has played c4. Now, good or bad, that move took a half hour to play, and that's as we haven't even gotten into the tough part of this game yet. So let's take a look at this from Lincoln's point of view. And Lincoln is a very, very strong player. He's got a couple different options here, doesn't he? First of all, he can simply play d takes c4. I think Black isn't intending to sacrifice that pawn. So I think that this is going to be the move. Trying to open up the position a little bit. At the expense of some pawns. However, Lincoln doesn't have to do that. Lincoln also has a very strong move in d4, and now look. I'll just play knight to f5. Now this knight has just an amazing outpost on c5, and well, let's look at this light squared bishop. Where's this light squared bishop going to ever develop? It's probably going to go to d7, because it's not probably ever going to find good squares there. It's yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to be very interesting to see what Lincoln does here, but both d takes c4 and d4 both look to be very attractive moves. I actually might lean towards d4 here. I mean, they're both just both excellent moves here, and you don't even have to play d4. You can play bishop to e3, because d4 is not a possibility, and so you have the option of potentially occupying that c5 square with the bishop. Actually, the more I look at it, bishop to e3 is the best move in this position, or might be. I think it is, actually. You look at we talked about this from move 3 or 4 about these weak dark squares, and another possibility is b3, playing with bishop to a6 coming in, and gosh, what is the best move in this position? I'll have to look at the computer analysis after this game, but boy, they all look like really good moves here. God, the more I look at it, I think b3 might be the best move, because when you play bishop to e3 or d4, you sort of you're not really pressuring White's play there. Now, bishop to e3 is very useful in that it actually, it attacks this isolated a7 pawn, in the event of, it sort of eliminates that useful rook to b8 move, because you could just snap the pawn off the board. Well, I guess you can't. You have to defend the knight first, but it puts you in a position to take it. However, after b3, I'm starting to think that's the best move. Is you're all of a sudden you're attacking that pawn twice. Most likely, I'm guessing black's going to play d takes c takes d3, and then after queen takes d3, or you could play, or you could actually play c takes d. Actually, c takes d3 is better, because then you're opening up the file for the pawn. Wow, that's fascinating position here. Interesting. Well, what does everybody think about this position? If anybody's in the chat room, this is the current position, and looks like there's 3 or 4 really good moves here. I would tend to think that b3 is the best move here. Very interesting. All right, well, very good. What do we got going on in the other games here? We'll come back to this one. Let's take a look at the middle school game. And where we left off was Aaron continues to simplify the position. And he played his f3. And basically what Aaron's saying is there's 2 open files left on the board. I'm going to put both my rooks on them. I'm going to exchange at least 1 pair of rooks. And I'm basically I'm up a pawn. I've got a healthy 4 versus 3 on the king side. And that's where I'm going to win the game. And so it's not easy in this position, black is starting to run out of counterplay. He goes a5 and a4. And the problem with this is now you've created an additional weakness, in which not only now is your bishop now not defended anymore, but this pawn is fixed on a dark square. And I'm thinking that Aaron's starting to take over this game here. It's black is the counterplay that black did have is sort of becoming non-existent. I think if I'm black in this position, the sort of the last remaining counterplay is sort of over on the king side. I'm going to try to create some weaknesses on the king side. Perhaps play a move like rook to h5, which is what was just played in the game. Terrific move by Adhvik. I'm suspecting. And here's the thing: is if h4, all of a sudden there's a little bit of counterplay with g5. It's not enough, but it's something. So it's definitely a move that needs to take into consideration. All right, let's go back and look at the high school game here. And Lincoln did play bishop to e3, the move that one of the moves that we talked about. I'm going to talk with him after the game about if he actually looked at b3 or if he considered that. But a bishop to e3 is just a beautiful move as well. Might actually be better than b3. And after queen to a5. I suspect here the reason why b3 might have been the better move is I think you got to play b3 now anyways. It tends to be the move. So it's fascinating position here. I'm curious. Definitely our game of the round here. It's just a fascinating position here. Alrighty. Well, excuse me a second here. Instead of taking breaks, you might see me drinking some soda during the analysis. Alrighty. Well, let's see here. What do we got for the next games here? We haven't looked at the elementary game in a while. And what's happened here? All right. Where we left off was I was suspecting that I was suspecting that white was going to start pushing their pawns on the king side, and so bishop to h2 is the natural move, and Ashton, recognizing that his counterplay has to be in the center, plays knight to a5. Very good move. It's a very provocative move because it can be kicked back after b4, but nobody wants to play that. You know, nobody wants to move make those type of moves in front of their castle king. And so Tanay plays g4. Ashton plays c6, and now Tanay takes plays knight takes e7. That is a very interesting position here. In theory, the move I would have definitely considered first is knight to e3. The reason I say that is when you're up, when you have a space advantage, you want to try to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. This could run into some trouble, and it would require, if I'm black in this position, I'm just saying, heck with weak squares anymore, heck with pawns, heck with the material. I'm going to create my counterplay, good or bad. If I lose a pawn, I lose a pawn, which you're going to lose a pawn, but I'm going to open up some lines of attack and go from there. In this position here, he goes knight takes e7. I might have actually leaned towards knight takes knight simply because this bishop. I think this knight long term has more potential than the bishop. He plays knight takes e7, queen takes e7, and now b5. And okay, well, I guess it was a forced variation. So he's gonna win a knight here. Now, if I'm Ashton here, obviously you don't want to lose any material if you don't have to. But if I'm Ashton in this position, here's my thinking. I'm saying, okay, I'm going to lose that knight, but it's going to come at a cost. And as we see in the game, all of a sudden we start seeing some counterplay for black. Is it enough for a piece? No. But at the same time, this king has no more. There's a lot of weaknesses around this king since Tanay has pushed the pawns forward, and those weaknesses are going to be there the rest of the game. And so Tanay, might win this game, but he's going to be attacked. He's going to have to defend an attack against his king, against his king, and when that happens. When that happens, or anything can happen when you get attacked like that. All righty. Well, let's take a look at our high school game again. And boy, I'm getting very concerned. Getting very, very concerned for black in this position. He's under 20 minutes. Now, we're going to go back. I want to go back and look at this position right here. When I was talking about, all the, we had probably 4 good moves here. I think the reason why I was leaning towards B6 or B3 is now, say after Queen to A5, you don't have to. You're not wasting any moves. Your bishop is automatically on that beautiful diagonal. Just sort of the one difference. You see, you still have the same position, but now the bishop isn't on this beautiful diagonal yet. And now, not to say that this isn't a nice diagonal. Ultimately, this bishop is going to be on C5, where it's just a complete monster. And I tell you what, Lincoln has played this game beautifully so far. It's on move. Let's see here. He plays rook d8, and just a beautiful position for white here. I'm curious in this position here. Now d4 still isn't being threatened yet, but I think the move bishop to c5 is just begging to be played. And ultimately, this bishop is probably going to end up on d6. I'll just say after rook to b6. After rook to d6, and now this bishop is just truly the best piece on the board. So curious, we'll see. Let's see what Lincoln is going to play here. How's everybody doing here today? Hope you're enjoying the broadcast for the South Carolina Scholastic qualifiers. The winners, the top 8. We had the state Scholastic a couple weeks ago, and in Columbia, and at that point, the top 8 players are playing today to reach the national qualifiers for the Danker and the Herring and so on. It's always been a tournament dear to my heart. I was actually a 3-time. I played in 3 high school national championships, and I've played in the over 50 national championship, and I have thoroughly enjoyed every one of the tournaments. Some of the best memories I have were playing in the high school championships, where I played against some players that are now grandmasters. For example, I played Jesse Cry in a game. I'll have to show that sometime. All right. Well, let's see here. Nothing's going on in this game so far. Let's take a look at our junior high or our middle school section, and Aaron's doing just a beautiful job taking over this game. He's taking all the fun out of this position for black. Let's see here. Where did we leave off at? We left off at this position here, and after e4. I think in this position, if I'm black, you got to find some counterplay somewhere. And I wouldn't have played e5. I think I would have just kept the pawn on e6. I would have considered 2 different moves. I would have considered, getting the king into the game, or I would have considered. You're just in a tough position here. I would have taken a really hard look at rook to a7, looking to play b5 to get some type of counterplay. It's not enough, but you got to try something here. Maybe in this position here, the best move might be rook to h3. Because what that does then is it ties these two rooks down, but it forces white to eventually bring their king in order to get that rook away. Obviously, that's not bad for white, but it does spend a couple different tempos. What we're seeing now is white's just if you're black, good or bad, you just can't trade those pieces anymore. Every time you trade pieces, your position just gets the position just gets drier and drier. And now Aaron's looking to just try to exchange pieces. H4, and now good or bad. I think you got to play G5 is sort of the last. You're just running out. You're running out of counterplays. What's happening, and that's even not really even a great move because Aaron, if you play G5, Aaron could just ignore it and play Rook to B8, and we're slowly seeing that this game is just going in Aaron's favor, and well, I tell you what, with as much chess as I watched of Aaron's, I think he's going to be doing that to a lot of players over the upcoming years. I might be one of them, unfortunately. So, it's a great player, great talent. All right, well, let's take a look at how our high school, or I'm sorry, our elementary section is going. Where we left off was after C5, and this is where I was warning that although black is down a knight, or I'm sorry, a bishop, they're down a minor piece, black is going to have an attack in this game. And so Tanay goes C3, or knight to C3, knight to E4. All of a sudden, you're starting to see some counterplay, aren't you? Your white is down. White's down material. Don't get me wrong. No, I'm sorry, black's down material, but you have a ton of compensation for it in that you have two center pawns versus 0. And so queen to E3 and F6. That's a tremendous move by Ashton. He's not rushing anything. He's not panicking. And he's saying, this is where my counterplay is. This is where my advantage is in the game. Yes, I'm down a minor piece, but now I control the center for the rest of the game. And yeah, you can take that pawn if you want, but I don't think you're going to want to because it's just going to open up lines of attack against your king. And so after knight to D2, knight to D2. Ashton takes. I'm not crazy about that move. If I'm Ashton, I don't want to trade any more pieces than I have to. I think I'm going to play. I mean, this move is just. That move is just begging to be played. I think that has to be the best move in the position. In which your knight isn't threatening to go to any of these places yet, but it's lurking. So for example, after whatever, I assume what white's going to do is to try to continue the attack against the king side, but then as black, I'm saying I can do the same thing, and all of a sudden, I tell you what. I'm not so sure that Ashton's losing this game anymore. I mean, I'm sure if you put it into a computer, I'm sure the computer is going to love that extra piece. But when you have two humans playing this position, I don't know. I tell you what, if I was black in this position, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't feel I was necessarily losing. Anyways, now he plays knight takes D2. I think that gives away. I would not have played that because you now only have 3 pieces left to attack the king, and you can still generate a pretty nice attack with that. But I would have kept those knights on the board. I think that's something that he's gonna maybe regret later in the game. And he plays d4. That's another move. When I see a center like this, I do everything in my power to just try to keep it there before I start advancing pawns. Because every time you advance some pawns, it's going to create some additional counterplay and opportunities for your opponent. So I think I would have held off on those moves. And actually, I think the move I would have played right here is I would have played a5, just trying to continue to open up some squares. Actually, I think I think what white might do is at some point white might make a dash towards the king side. But again, that takes a lot of moves. So it's a fascinating position here. But I think Ashton playing knight takes d, and I'm not real crazy about d4 because now I'm suspecting after queen to e5 now, or I'm sorry, queen e4 now, all of a sudden white is starting to be able to take control of some of that position again. All right, well, let's see here. Do we have any other moves in the position here? Let's take a look at the icicle again. So where we left off was here after bishop c5. That was the move that we talked about. Bishop to f8. Yaraslau is it doesn't want to let that bishop just dominate the board. And when you think about it, it makes sense. When you look at the two bishops, this bishop controls the entire board. This bishop right here is really doing nothing. It's they call it biting against granite. It isn't doing anything here. If he ever plays bishop to h6, then a move like g3 can be played. And so he's looking to say, he's basically saying, I'm more than happy to trade off dark squared bishops. And so now Lincoln plays g4. He's going for the king side attack. Wow. He's going for the king side attack. And when you're wondering, is it a good time for me to start pushing my pawns in front of my king? If that ever happens, one of the key indicators is where are my opponent's pieces. And so if you look at it, you see four of the black's pieces are over on the king or on the queen side, and the only other two pieces are the knight and the bishop, and most likely one of those is going to get traded away. And so when you have a situation like that, black simply doesn't have any pieces in order to attack this white king. And so now Lincoln's played just a tremendous game here. I think what you're going to start seeing with Lincoln is you're just going to start seeing some very non-brilliant moves, where he's just going to probably start. He's probably going to start pushing the king side pawns forward. He's going to probably put his king on g2, and so that he can swing his major pieces over to the king side. And quite frankly, it isn't easy for black to come up with any type of counterplay here. We see bishop to a6, and I tell you what, I don't know what I mean. That's a good move. Don't get me wrong. Boy, I'd really love to play if I was white here. I would really love to play b4. You just can't play it because the knight's undefended right now. I'm thinking that I'm guessing that maybe rook to f2 is going to be the move, and I talked about the idea of playing king to g2. maybe the king just stays on g1 and the rooks start maneuvering on the second rank. This fascinating position. I'm curious what Lincoln's going to play here. I'm also thinking that maybe it's also possible that g4 was maybe a little bit premature, but it's interesting position here. Interesting position. All right. Well, let's see. What do we got for any of the other games? Let's take a look at the junior high game. And all right, the rooks got traded, and now we just got a classic good knight versus bad bishop endgame. We've got a lot of pawns that are fixed on dark squares. White's just up a very healthy pawn. And I suspect what you're going to see is at some point White's going to play b4. Not, it's here. It's what I suspect you're going to see here is at some point White is going to play b4 in order to create a passed pawn. Obviously, he's got a pair for it, but I think that's White's winning game here. And unfortunately, Black has just absolutely no counterplay in this position. So you heard me talking about during the game that Black needs to create counterplay. The reason why Black needs to create counterplay, because if you don't create counterplay, what ends up happening is the pieces will get exchanged, and then you end up with this position as Black, in which there's absolutely zero chance of holding it. So Aaron played just a pristine game here, and I suspect that he's going to make this game isn't going to last just too much longer. Well, how are we doing over on the elementary school game? Ashton and Tanay. And much, I think Ashton's given away a good chunk of his counterplay here in this position. There really isn't the attack against the White King really isn't, really doesn't exist anymore. And we're just we'll just see here at this point here. I still think the best counterplay in this position is going to be some type of you got to try to get that A file open. Maybe play. I might even play just A6 right here. I guess it's White's move here, but I'm thinking that's going to be the counterplay there. Sorry, just checking some notes here. I'm in contact with the tournament hall just in case there's any issues. All right. Well, in this position here, the Black is starting to run out of opportunities here. He's still got this beautiful center, and I just think that what White's going to do is probably start pushing the kingside pawns forward, and I think Black needs to create some type of counterplay on the queen side, good or bad. It just has to be done, I think. All right. Well, let's take a look at what's happened in the high school game. Where we last left off was White played G4, and after bishop to A6, White plays a beautiful move of knight to D4. When you look at these knights, just look at all the squares that they control. Now, this knight is on the rim, but at the same time, just look at all the squares that that those knights can control. Specifically, this knight on d4 is just a monster. You never know when one of these knight takes e6 sacrifices works, or even knight takes c5. But what it does is now, if black's just sort of running out of moves here. Let's say if there's a move like I know that's not the move there that would probably be played, but what you're going to see, what you could potentially see there is after f5, black can't just ignore this, because after f takes e6, the knight takes there, and so that knight on d4 is just a tremendous piece. Oh, sorry, sounds like I'm having some camera issues here. We'll adjust that a little bit, and if somebody can't hear me, or if there's ever any issues with the stream, please let me know, and I'll do whatever I can to make things better. I've streamed a little bit in the past, maybe 3-4 years ago. I did a little bit of streaming, but I haven't done it in a while. So this is my first time actually broadcasting a tournament, so it's going to be a little bit of a learning curve for me too. But if you have any suggestions or feedback, I'm all for it, and I'm having just a blast. Just watching these young players, sort of the future of South Carolina chess. It's just an amazing event. So in this position here now, Yaraslau played bishop b5, and White's thinking here now. It's this is actually a case where I think that it might just be best to just sacrifice a pawn if needed. What I'm talking about is this might be the time to just play f5, because I'm not worried. Oh, the bishop's hanging though too. Well, you'd have to. I'm sorry, there'd be an in between. Well, actually, you'd have to do an in between move here. But I'm not worried about losing this pawn, because if let's say if white takes that, or let's say I'm just not worried about that pawn, because all the action on the board is going to be on the king side for the rest of the game, and if black wants to win a pawn by over on the queen side, that's fine. So what I'm actually anticipating that there's other moves here too. F5 just looks, it just on the surface, F5 looks like it's just begging to be played here in this position, doesn't it? What other moves are there? There's an interesting finesse move, which might be bishop to d6. It sort of forces it forces white upon sacrifice, but in this position here, this bishop d6 might be the best move. After f5 now, black's just in trouble here, I think. What other moves are there? F5 looks like, F5 looks good. Bishop to d6 actually maybe looks even a little bit better. What other moves are there? You don't want to play. You don't really want to play something like that. Well, I guess you could, but it's good. You're gonna. The problem is you don't want to give up any more squares than you have to along that fourth rank. So I'm very curious what Lincoln's going to play here. I think the best move is bishop to d6. That move looks like it just looks like a monster move. And but f5 might be just as good, and they most likely they might transpose. The reason why I like bishop to d6 is it absolutely forces black to make a decision here. Now, for example, if they play something like rook to ca, then all of a sudden this knight comes into to c5, and I tell you what, black's in trouble in this position. So this is definitely our game of the round right here. Definitely our game of the round. Well, let's take a look. Let's see what's going on in any of the other positions here. We got Aaron is just sort of making that's right now. There's just no stopping. There's just no stopping b4, and this pawn is going to be become the winner. Let's take a look at the elementary school position here. What's gone on? What have we missed here? All right, Ashton's decided to double rooks on the d file. Goes rook to d5. I'm just not sure that this is the right plan. You know that those rooks look good. They're holding the position, but that's all you're doing is you're just holding the position. And I really think, well, I think the game started going downhill a little bit for black after he traded knight takes d2. But at some point, I think black really needed to create some counterplay on the a file. Now this black, all of a sudden the white king has no is really in no danger, and I just don't see what one of the going back to I talked about I didn't like the exchange of knights right here. What we've seen between this position where black controls all these squares to our current position, where now you look at white as now starting to take over a little bit. I just think that black has missed some opportunities. Not that the game's over. Don't get me wrong. The game's not over. Black still has still has some chances here. But I just what we're seeing here is white's just slowly taking over this position here again. Let's go back and look at our at the high school game, and white goes queen to e1, and I'm just not crazy about that move. I'm sure. I mean, going to an end game is absolutely going to be in white's favor. Don't get me wrong, but I would not have traded queens, especially with yeah. I wouldn't have traded queens. I would have played f5 or bishop d5 or something else. I would not trade queens because this queen belongs over on the king side at some point, along with the rooks. And now I just feel like white has given up. White was, if not winning, it was what had a huge advantage, and now I feel that that white is given up some of that advantage here. And now I think he loses a pawn here too. Well, not a pawn. I mean the c pawn. The c pawn, can fall at some point. But that's definitely. I think looking back at this, if Lincoln's not able to win this game, he's gonna think he's gonna look at that queen d1 move and maybe think that there should have been something better there. Alrighty. Another thing with it is when you look at the clock situation, Yaraslau had under 15 minutes left. Well, Black still had a lot of very difficult moves to make, with the queens on the board. The moves now become a little bit easier, and although I still like, don't get me wrong, I still think White's doing all right here. Yeah, Black is White's given up a good chunk of their advantage now in this game. All right. And Aaron has basically done what I suspected. And it's just a matter of time for the king to and the pawn to queen, and this game is going to be over, unfortunately. Or fortunately, whoever you're rooting for. And now we're in the elementary section, and I don't think. I think Black's given up a lot of their opportunities here. So, it'd be interesting to see if they can come up with any more counterplay in this position here. Well, let's watch the high school game here. This is definitely our most even game. And now the material is even. But what we see here now is Black has these two beautiful bishops, and White, although this is a really nice knight here, all of a sudden White's given up just a little bit of is given up their advantage. This game has gone from I believe this game has gone from what just happened there? All right. Well, let's analyze this endgame here. I guess I looked at that position a little bit too close. Black can't keep the two bishops. So let's take a look at this endgame here. We got a bishop versus knight and the two rooks. Now the big thing that White's going to have in their favor is White is going to be able to take over the c file. Now, the advantage in Black's position is they've got a protected passed pawn, and they've got they've got a nice pawn structure. Whereas, but the big thing is that this bishop is on the same color as the pawns. However, what's probably going to happen is this bishop is probably going to eventually find a home on e4 at some point. But yeah, well, actually, not. The more I look at this, actually, White still has a pretty sizable advantage in this game, simply because they're going to be able to take over the c file. Now, where Black's counterplay though is going to become is this bishop and pawn are going to advance to try to create some weaknesses on the queen side. So very good. Let's see, what played knight to c5. I think I would have just taken over the c files. I would have just taken over the c files. After this, I think this move is just asking to be played, and after a move like knight to e5, you could just play knight to b2, and then just double on the file, and White's has to be better there, significantly better. After knight to c5, bishop b5. All of a sudden now, in this position, Black is going to be able to counter on the c file just as quickly. So we're starting to just see some minor inaccuracies here that white has gone from just a near winning game to a better game to now. I still like white's game, but we're starting to see. We're definitely starting to see that black is fighting back, and now this end game is far more even than we maybe think. All right, well, let's see here. How's the junior high game going? Yeah, okay. Looks like Aaron is going to take that over. He's managed to queen a pawn, and I suspect that this game will be over in a few moments here. Let's take a look at Ashton and Tanay. Well, what's going on here? What moves have we missed? F5, king to h7, takes, and now there's 3 pieces against on that e file, and now at this point, black's got nothing better to do than just try to gain some counterplay in this against white's king here, because the e5 pawn is a goner, and quite frankly, you do have to be. I was thinking that maybe this would be the move, but you do have to be a little bit careful about this possibility. With the queen, with the pawn queening, but now that I look at it, that would probably save the game. But an interesting position. I think again, white's taken over this game, and Ashton had some possibilities that he's probably wishes he had back. All right. Well, what do we got? What do we got going on here? Let's take a look at the next game. Okay, so Aaron did end up winning that game. He is definitely the favorite in the middle school section, and played just a. I can't compliment the game enough. He just played just a tremendous game, and he's just a tremendous positional player. Let's take a look at Lincoln's game with Yaraslau, and so bishop c6. What moves have we missed here? Knight c5, bishop b5, a4, bishop c6. Well, I think in that position there, I don't necessarily want to put the bishop on c6. But I don't want to put it on. I think if I'm black here, I'm just going to play bishop to e8, because I want these rooks to be on the B and C file, whichever one you choose, as quickly as possible. And then I'm going to get the king into the game, and then I'll start maneuvering my bishop back to where I want to. And it might also involve playing a move like I might try to get the bishop into the game over on the king side, potentially. So I'm not real crazy about the bishop to c6 move, just because I hate blocking, because now I think the move that white's going to play, well, white plays b4. Yeah. See, if you had the move on e8, you don't have to worry about the bishop being kicked back anymore. Rook to d8. Well, basically, oh, okay. So I see Yaroslav's plan. His plan is for the bishop to be on A8. Okay. Well, I have to admit I didn't consider that possibility at that point. All that being said and done, that might be the best plan. Um, and then just looking to, because once you play D4, all of a sudden this bishop becomes a monster. So yeah, terrific, yeah, terrific play. Hmm, definitely terrific play. Well, wow. I have to admit, that idea sort of escaped me at first because I wasn't really planning on ever pushing the D pawn, but now, um, his plan is far better than anything I'd come up with. Because now what I see, and it might involve the sacrifice of a pawn, but let's say a move like Rook to D1, all of a sudden after D4, now what White might end up regretting is having these, playing that G4 pawn. Surprisingly, I see this a lot is when you play those like early G4 type attacking moves, it isn't in the middle game when you regret it. It's in the end game when all of a sudden your pawns aren't quite as protected and compact anymore. And now, in this type of position, um, you know, even at the expense of sacrificing this pawn, this bishop is going to become very, very powerful. So rook to D1 or D8, excuse me, and that's this game is. But as we see, um, okay, so he played B5, and now I'm expecting bishop to A8. But what we're going to be seeing in this game is Yaroslau. He's got about 10 minutes left, and he's gonna have a lot of moves to still make. So he does play bishop to A8. All right, well, let's take a look at the elementary school game here. What's going on here? Where we left off is now that wonderful center that black once had is now gone. However, there are some pluses for black. When you look at the king positions, pardon me, obviously white's king is far more open than black's king, and so in this position, how do you carry forward? Obviously, white's looking to probably play rook to e5 or e4 check, and then triple on the e file. And so, um, well, you don't want to trade. You just don't want to trade any more pieces if you don't have to. But pardon me. There's two moves I'm looking at. One is queen to f6, pinning the rook. The other one is queen to d7, creating triple pawns on the d file. And so those are sort of the moves I'm looking at here. And I don't know which one's best. I'm guessing that I almost think that pitting the rook might be the better move. All right, but see, here's the problem: is if you go queen to d7 after queen to e4 check, you can start liquidating pieces. So yeah, that's not the best move. Maybe maybe playing the check right away. Might be the best move. And then just... I don't know. You still run into some of the same problems though. There might not be, in this position. They're just. Oh, is this the position here? Let's see here. Yeah, it's just unfortunately the problem is that white's or black's king isn't very safe either. And so I think this game is short-lived also. I think white's got pretty much a forced. I don't see any way that black can both defend the king and prevent pawns from being prevent pieces from being traded. So we'll keep our eye on this one, but it's the this is the crown jewel for the round here. Just a very hard fought game. And let's see, where did we leave off? We left off after b5, bishop to a8, and then a5 and d4. And the key talking point of this game is black has under 10 minutes to play, and it actually isn't easy to stop the threat of b7. b6, for example, b6. It is not easy to stop this threat. Because there might be there also there could also possibly be some exchange sacrifices that it doesn't quite work here. But these are just things you gotta watch for. They might work in some other positions. So after d4, after d4 in this position, I almost think that b6 is the best move here, because you don't want to, if you play something else. For example, let's say you play rook to d8. All of a sudden, rook to c7. This knight has lost. When you played, I always tell students every move has a plus and a minus. When white played b5, it has the plus of you're advancing the pawns, you're attacking the bishop, and you're gaining space on the queen side. You're gaining squares. The minus of it is now this knight isn't protected anymore. And so after a5, d4, even in this position, as much as I want to play d4, this might have been the best move here, because after, say, knight to a6, all of a sudden we start seeing, when I talked about that, some of the possible downfalls of g4. All of a sudden we're starting to see them here now, aren't we? Actually, I'm guessing, I'll have to look at this after the game. I'm guessing d4 was a mistake, as good as it looked, and rook to c7 should have been the move played. But anyways, after d4, b6, he does play. No, he doesn't play. We haven't had a move in the position yet. That was my analysis. All right. Well, let's see here. Let's see what's happening in the elementary school game. And much like I suspected, all the pieces just got traded, and now Tanay is just up a bishop, and unfortunately, there is no defense to there's really no defense to that. And if say king to d8, then the king can just come over to the king side, and the game is just the game is unfortunately just over. Um, yeah, I don't see any way saving that one, unfortunately. All right, well, we will keep an eye on the elementary school game. I suspect it's not going to last just too much longer. But let's see what we got here. Lincoln versus Yaraslau. This is definitely our game of the day. And after d4, we're just waiting for Lincoln to make a move. I suspect the move is going to be b6, but I don't know that for sure. Very good. Well, I was just informed that we got 20 some viewers for this tournament. I want to thank everybody for joining. If you have any questions, you'll put them in the chat. I have been trying to check it, but otherwise, give a shout out if you're parents or a relative of one of the players. We'd love to hear from you. We might even, who knows, we might even talk with some of the players at some point. I'm not at the location. I'm across the street. We just at the Columbia Chess Club. But for those of you that haven't been to the Columbia, South Carolina Chess Club, it's one of the best kept secrets in America. It's been nominated for the Club of the Year, and I suspect that if it doesn't win this year, it's going to win. It's going to win in one of the upcoming years. But they have weekly blitz tournaments. They have weekly slow tournaments. They have monthly tunnel vision tournaments. They have quarterly 2-day tournaments. They host right now. They're hosting the South Carolina Scholastic qualifiers, but they're going to be at some point hosting the they hosted the South Carolina Senior Championship earlier this year. They had the Columbia Open, which had a huge turnout. Had many great players, and I would encourage you, whether you live in Columbia or at some point come and visit us. And we have on Tuesday we have kids night. On Thursdays there's always some type of blitz tournament or some type of rapid tournament, followed by a monthly slow tournament. I know the club championship is coming up in May that everybody's invited to. So I encourage everyone to come, and even if you're not a chess player, come and enjoy the atmosphere. All right, so where we're at, we're just waiting for Lincoln to make a move. He's one of the things is he's sort of using the strategy I like to use. Is I try to get myself a time advantage against opponents, so that when the game reaches a critical stage, I have the ability to think for 15 moves or 10, 15 moves on a certain position in order to get get an advantage. In this position here, I assume what Lincoln's thinking about is, well, first of all, you can't just ignore this pawn because it's going to go up the board, and all of a sudden, this bishop is also threatening to be a very annoying piece. So the moves that I think Lincoln is looking at are b6, making it so that this move can't be played. And also it's threatening to, basically you're just threatening, you got a 2 versus 1, you're threatening to queen a pawn. I also think that he might be looking at king to f2, because all the pieces are in pretty good spots, but at some point these pawns here are going to become potentially a problem. So you're going to want your king to be able to to defend them at some point. He also might be looking at repositioning his rooks. One idea is putting the rook in front of the pawn. I don't think you have to do that yet. More likely, I think, is maybe bringing this rook into play, into the open file. I don't think there is the possibility of playing knight to e4, to plant it, but I would assume that Yaroslavl would immediately just would just chomp that away. So it's not really a threat. So it'd be interesting to those are the some of the moves that I would be considering anyways. Maybe your best move is just to the problem is that if you play king to f2, rook to e4 or rook to c7 is a problem. And so I almost think that b6 is just the move to play here. Now again, though, I guess I didn't think about this here. Is if you play b6, all of a sudden rook to d5 might be an issue. And if you protect the knight, then all of a sudden this pawn becomes an issue. An undermining move like g5 at some point could become an issue. All of a sudden, the more I look at this position, the more I'm starting to think that black is doing just fine, actually. I still think white has the advantage. This pawn is far more dangerous than this pawn. I'm pretty sure b6. I'm pretty sure if you spit this into a computer, b6 is the best move. But I'd be curious to see. Let's see here. Maybe see if how this game is going. And looks like Tanay is. Yeah, it looks like there's no stopping this pawn. Looks like Tanay's got this game under pretty good control here. So we're just gonna be concentrating on our final game here, the Yaraslau versus Lincoln Boucher. So, alrighty. Yeah, we got 20 viewers. I want to thank everybody for joining us. We've been online for about a little over 2 hours now. But please check back. We are going to be broadcasting all day. We are going to be broadcasting all 3 rounds. This is just round 1. Round 2 will start at 1 o'clock, and round 3 is going to be at 4:15. We will be broadcasting all 3 games, or all 3 rounds, I should say. So I don't have the standings in front of me, but you can if we should be having some new players on each board. Well, we're still waiting for Lincoln to make a move here. And let's see here. How are we doing this game? Yeah, Tanay is queen to pawn. I think this game is not going to last too much longer. We talked about Aaron Wang played just an absolute brilliant, beautiful game, and so he's going to definitely be the front, definitely going to be the favorite for the middle school section. And Yaroslavl is a top-rated player, but he's got a lot of competition, and he's more than got his hands full, with this game. Lincoln is played just a tremendous game. So I guess we're just going to wait. I suspect b6 is the move. And if that's the case, if I'm white, I'm looking really hard at rook to d5. Ali, you are giving up control of the back rank. So, yeah, actually, the more I look at b6, that's a tough move. That's a tough move. What is As black doesn't want to play this move because you just open up you open up the a file. You give the possibility of rook to a7, and so when you play b6, God, would you play? Do you play rook to c8? You almost got to consider it. And then after rook to c to d8. I don't know. That's I'm not convinced. And he does play b6. The more I look at b6, the more I'm starting to believe in White's position here. Yeah, it's well, I mean, the natural move is rook to d5. The problem is that you're completely giving up the back rank, and you're very sensitive on that. You're very sensitive there. It's probably still the best move, or you might just have to. Maybe the best move is just to play d3. And if you have to sacrifice that d pawn in order to get counterplay, that's what you have to do. Actually, now the more I look at it, d3 is almost has to be the move. Yeah. Oh, any opinions out there? Any opinions out there? I think d3. I think d3 is almost forced. Not forced, but I mean it's just you got to create some counterplay. If you don't create counterplay, you're just dead lost over on the queen side here. So you're just dead lost over there. So, and he does play d3. All right. Well, boy, we got this is an exciting game we got here. It's very hard fought by both players. Well, what do you play here now? If I'm White, it's. I mean, it almost looks like this has to be your move. You have to threaten b4. But then, after takes, bishop to b7, and don't get me wrong, every one of these lines is probably going to involve sacrificing this d pawn here. But if you can create some type of blockade here, you can maybe create some type of counterplay with the rook going to either d5, maybe d4. At some point, maybe just pushing d2. And what black needs to do is just create enough of a distraction of these three remaining pieces so that at some point maybe black can, and well, if nothing else, blockade that pawn. But yeah, no, that's an interesting move. Interesting move. I suppose there's also, yeah, you don't really want to do that. No, that's a fascinating position actually. So he plays rook e to d1. This is, if there's a time for counterplay, this is it. If there's any counterplay in this position, black has to find it right now, because otherwise you're just plain lost. And what moves are there? We talked about taking. You don't want to. Here's the problem. You do not want to take
when this rook is on the a file. You want this rook to move off the a file before you do that. So, but then what is your counterplay here? Well, right now, white's simply threatening to take that pawn. And so I'm pretty sure I would love to play this move. The problem is we talked about that back rank, and so it's just not possible, because I would love to have some type of something where I could create some counterplay. It doesn't work there. There's rook to d5, but you run into the same issue. It just doesn't work. And so in this position, I think you're forced to play d2. And it's with the thought that you're going to sacrifice this pawn, but you got to do it under your terms. Now, the most likely play is going to be king to f2, and then maybe this is where you create your counterplay. Now, and what I'm talking about when I talk about creating the counterplay is after king to e3, which looks like a beautiful move. After rook to c4, all of a sudden now you're forcing this knight to move away, maybe to e4, and now this is where you can create some type of counterplay. I don't know if any this all works or not. Yeah, and if I had to guess, it doesn't work. I'm guessing black's lost here. But this is what you got to do. You got to create some type of counterplay, and so it looks to me like d2 is just a forced move. It's just something you have to play. But anyways, I hope I want to thank everybody for joining. We have at one time we had 20 people watching. I hope to be over 100 at some point today. That's our goal for today, is to get to over 100 players, and we might have I'll be broadcasting all the games, and we might have I might have somebody else joining at some point to go over it as well. So you're not just hearing me, but I hope everybody's enjoying the tournament. Very hard fought. Let's see. I just want to make sure. Yeah. So Tanay did end up winning that game. This is our final game of the round. I don't have the standings in front of me, but I think they're on the main website. I believe that those are being. We can put that in the chat at some point. SCScholastic.com, I believe is. We'll put it in the chat for anybody that wants to see the actual standings. I don't have them in front of me, but Yaraslau is under 3 minutes now, or almost under 3 minutes, and he's got a very difficult position. All right, so d2, rook to a2, rook to d5. This is the counterplay that I was talking about, and what I'm suspecting is the move that White's going to play now is rook to c2, and at that point, once this rook is off the a file, then you can take it, and then you can look at perhaps creating some type of additional counterplay or of some kind. Ultimately, I think that this king has to get off this back rank at some point. The problem is you just don't have a move to, you're at this position now where you just don't have a move to waste on it anymore. All right, so anyways, this is our position, our current position, and I don't know. I think White's winning. They're awfully close to winning, but Black does have some counterplay. It's not hopeless yet. But Lincoln, here's the thing: is Lincoln has over 12 minutes left. He's got plenty of time to find the winning continuation here, if there is one. I suspect there is one. I just and I think the best move here is probably Rook to C2. But let's see. The thing that Lincoln has in his favor is he doesn't actually have to force anything right now, because all he has to do is just make sure he doesn't drop anything. For example, after Rook to C2, and then he can just leisurely bring his king up into the game and start mopping up the position. There's no scenario where these pawns are gonna can be taken right now. But let's see what Lincoln ends up playing. He's got to be thinking of Rook to C2. I'm almost positive that that's that's by far the best move. But I mean, I suppose there is a scenario where you could look at playing knight to E4. It involves a sacrifice, but you could play knight to F6. Maybe even stronger is playing knight to D6. But I don't think that's necessary. I think Rook to C2 is probably the best move here. All right, so let's boy, this is a tight game here. This is just very hard fought. I can't say enough about how Lincoln has played this game here. So I think I played him once in a tunnel vision, and I think I played him in a tunnel vision once. I think I beat him, but I know it wasn't easy. Yaraslau, I haven't played him yet. We seem to always avoid being paired, but he's. I'm looking forward to playing him at some point. And the website is, and I'll be posting this in the chat at some point here, but the website is scscholastic.com. If you want to see live games, if you want to see live standings, any information, the times of the round, the qualify, what the players are qualifying for. If you go to scscholastic.com, that'll have all that information. The board we're looking at now is just off of chess.com, but if you want to watch the live board without hearing me talk, you can go to chess.com. You can go to Lead Chess, also has it. I know Brandon from the club has done just an amazing job making sure that all the games that are in the tournaments are on Twitch. They're on chess.com. They're on all the various events. So now I'm a little concerned about Lincoln right now, because I think he's spending too much time on this move. I think Rook to C2 is just such a natural move. You don't you don't necessarily have to spend a lot of time on it. It might not be the best move, but oftentimes when you're getting down to these type of positions, like in the end game, with time trouble, it's not necessarily the player that plays the best moves. It's the player that plays the most good moves quickly who ends up winning these games. So, so if I was Lincoln here, I mean, if I was his coach, this would be something I'd say. In this position here, you got that huge time advantage. You don't want to just squander it away, because what's going to happen here, what could potentially happen here is these players are going to become, get into the final moves are going to become blitz, and at that point, I'm not sure how good either of them are at blitz, but usually the higher rated player is the better blitz player, and I've won a lot of chess games over the years where we just I was probably outplayed for most of the game, but then come in the end game where we were blitzing moves out, and I just was able to either swindle or outplay my opponent. And so if I was Lincoln, I would not be spending this much time on what looks to be probably a natural move of rook to c2. But he might be looking something deeper than what I'm seeing. There are other moves, like knight to e4 looks very good. Knight to a6 also looks interesting, to bring the knight to potentially to c7. I would tend to stay away. I hate moving my knight to the rim like that, when all the action appears to be in the center of the board. So I would tend to stay away from that move. Although if you put it into a computer, the computer might like it. Otherwise, I think those are really the only three moves I would consider. I don't see any type of sacrifice with b7. I just don't see it. Like I don't think ace. I always try to look at these type of moves. Is there any scenario where a6 works? And I just don't see it. So I think that's what we're looking at, anyways. So Lincoln continues to think here. I don't know what he's looking at, but anyways, thank you for joining. Like I said, we've had over 20 viewers at one point. I want to get to 100 plus today. And I know Bullet Brawls is about to happen. I usually play in that. I might play in that later. In between rounds, I might play in some Bullet Brawls. So if I usually I like to play in that because I get to play. I've been paired against Magnus and Hikaru and Bortnik and Naroditsky. So I usually like doing that. I usually like playing that at least a little bit. Well, I'm starting to get a little concerned with Mr. Lincoln Boucher here. He's spent far too long on this move. He's down to under 5 minutes himself. So we're going to have a time scramble in this game. And anything can happen when that happens. So did he play? He played rook to c2. All right, very good. He took 9 minutes to play that, which concerns me, because now I think we're going to get into a time scramble here. Yaraslau has 2.5 minutes left. He should have been prepared for that move. He should have a move just instantly ready to be made here. The fact that he's thinking here is also a little bit concerning. But you know what? It's easy to criticize when you're sitting not at the board. I'm sure people criticize my moves all the time. It's different when you're actually sitting there with the clock ticking. So I do recognize that. Yaroslav plays a move I hadn't considered. He plays g5. I suspect that my gut tells me that isn't well. So he takes rook takes d2. I suspect that g5 wasn't the right move, but it's hard to say something otherwise. I think a takes b6 probably would have been the best move there. And then But I'm not gonna, as we're getting into the time scramble, it's gonna be hard for me to do too much analysis. We're just gonna watch the game here, and I'll talk about it and draw arrows. So G takes F4. All right, now Black's created this counterplay. Black has created counterplay here now. There's no getting about it. I suspect what might happen here is Black at some point is probably going to have to sacrifice that bishop in order to stop one of those two queenside pawns, and then it's just a matter of was Black able to liquidate the position enough? Because we all know that a rook and a knight versus a rook, normally doesn't win. So if Yaroslav is looking to draw this game, he basically needs to be able to liquidate as much material as possible. So in this position here, he plays rook takes d5. He's got two different moves here. He can play bishop takes d5, or he can play pawn takes d5. I think pawn takes d5 is the best move, because you got to be able to create some counterplay on the e file. But so he plays bishop takes d5, and now, well, the one thing that Black has going is they're going to be able to create a blockade against that b pawn now. Trading a pair of rooks is absolutely in Black's favor here now. Absolutely in Black's favor. I think that e takes d5 might have been better to create that counterplay against that e pawn, but maybe not. But Yaroslav's down to 44 seconds, and Lincoln's down to just a couple minutes. And so now, in this position here, Black's got the blockade, but now that king has to get into the action as quickly as possible. And that's what he does. Knight d5, rook to b8. And now Black's just going to try to create some counterplay by maybe f6 and just try to basically what Black wants to do is liquidate the entire king side, and so that then this pawn isn't an issue. King to f2, king to g6, e4, h5, and now the king side is being liquidated. I think this is going to become a. I think this is slowly. I think the worst for Black is behind them now. I think Black's going to be able to probably survive this, although there's still going to be some hairy moments. And who's to say that Black might be able to actually drum up some winning chances also. This pawn on f4 isn't exactly useless. So. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, White's still better, but Black's created some very good counterplay. Yaroslav has played this difficult position. He's just played this masterfully. He's played it just tremendous. It's done very well. I suspect that this game at some point is gonna become a repetition. If White can do it at any point here. But Lincoln is down to 2.5 minutes, and I suspect that he's probably going to play G takes 8. Yeah. Actually, the more I look at this, I'm starting to see some scenarios where Black can make this game a little more interesting than. So he takes, and now the H pawn is a goner. There's no good way of really taking that F pawn. I suspect. Oh, we're in a rook and pawn endgame here, and And black is it's probably still a draw, but I originally thought I saw some winning winning tries for black. I don't think they're there now. Well, it's gonna be a rook and pawn versus rook endgame, in which white will be able to set up the drawing technique, but that doesn't necessarily mean, or the Philidor position, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's a lot of interesting moves that can be played by black in order to prevent that too. Okay, so black has gone into a pure pawn up endgame, pawn up rook and pawn endgame. Now, this isn't so simple anymore. There are winning chances here for black. And actually, rook to d3 is a mistake. They're going so fast, they're going so fast. It's hard to go through everything. But what we have here is it's a position where white isn't able to set up a pure Philidor position, and so although it's a draw, if you have two computers playing it, it's a draw. But this is not. This is there's going to be some interesting moments in this game and we're going to find out. I wish I could spend more time on this. It's still a draw, but boy, it just got interesting. I think Lincoln knows the drawing technique here now, but it's a fascinating position, and Yaraslau, with having just so little time left, he probably isn't able to necessarily calculate all the little traps that exist in this. So looks like he has set up the pure Philidors now. It wasn't there before, though. I'll have to maybe later on. I'll go back and show you. There were some technical difficulties there for white at one point. Fascinating position, though. I've spent countless hours studying these rook and pawn endgames, and they never the intricacies and complications of them never ceases to amaze me. All right, so let's see how the players are doing. Yeah, he's got the pure Philidor now, but very, very, very hard fought game. Very hard fought game. Yeah, terrific game. We'll see if I guess we'll just watch it and just see if we can if anything interesting happens here. But I think it was right around move 49 when I'm just going to go back to that. I'm just going to go back to 49. It's in this position here where white isn't actually able to set up the pure Philidor, and there would have been it would have been very interesting if I think if Yaroslavl would have had just a little more time, he probably would have been able to figure it out. It's still a draw, don't get me wrong, but you can create infinitely more complications with it. All righty. All right. Well, how are we doing in the game here? Oh, going to the pawn end game, huh? Well, that should end it there. That was a very hard, very hard fought game. Terrific work, terrific work. And well, I want to thank everybody for joining us for this first round. After this round, we'll have a short break, and then we'll have a short break, and then we will be back at 1 o'clock for round two. Looks like they're just playing. Anyways, I want to thank everybody for joining us, and we will. Looks like they're just playing this out, but we're going to have a short break here, and we'll be back in about 45 minutes, and we'll see everyone. Let me see here. Let me see if I can stop this here.
How's it going?
Real good.
Taylor commentating on the Twitch live stream, which is archived. I would 100% go back and listen to this commentary because he has been doing a fantastic job. And your game was the game of the round, and he did a lot.
C2, did I have rook d2, you take on that, I have rook d1.
It's completed, sir.
I take your bishop, right?
I take the pawn.
You take the pawn, I was gonna play a6 there. But I think rook a5, rook
I don't know.
d2.
I was thinking like taking the second rank and just
Yeah, that was
using
my problem. I couldn't.
rook c7, rook c2, and like
Hold on,
give away the
guys.
pawn and give you perpetual check.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't see a way around that. Did I have anything better than? I mean, I probably had something there
I
instead
don't
of
know
taking.
where I missed something because it was good. Like I didn't think it was so bad. After you exchange queens, and I have the
Oh,
bishop
yeah,
and
yeah,
pass
yeah.
pawn. I don't know.
But I mean, I have the two.
Yeah.
Like, but okay. At the end there, before everything got treated, but instead of taking on h5, did I have anything better?
Oh no, I think that's a draw. Like
That's
if
what
you
Mike was saying. Is that at least he was saying that early on you had the big advantage. You broke through here, and when you liquidated everything, your advantage went down. Specifically, and the computer might not say it, but because his time was so low, you liquidated a bunch of stuff, and he said that helped him kind of get back into it. And then you got a slight advantage with the pawns here, and then once he got up here, all he wanted to do was liquidate everything on the king side, and then solidify this pawn.
Yeah.
And coming over here, he was like, you might have a slight advantage. He's like, I can't really find it, but once this got liquidated and the bishop and the knight got liquidated, he was like, oh, it's just draw. And like at that point,
didn't
he
I
was-
have something here?
do what?
Didn't I have like when I found?
He didn't think so. And the computer might say something differently because Mike was just doing it real time, but he didn't think that there was black's best response here was to liquidate and then draw the game was what he was thinking. So
Yeah,
there might have been something, but
because
that's just
I
what
had
he
these
thought.
pawns, I thought maybe
Yeah,
you have something.
and as soon as you had those two pawns, Mike was like, oh, it's just a rook and pawn in game. It's just draw. He's like, this is. He's like, at this point, it was just a draw. You had the slight advantage, and then once you liquidated, you had the draw on, and then once you pushed forward, then you guys liquidated the pawns, and then it was just a rook and pawn. So, but it was a great game. It was fantastic, and I highly recommend checking out the
I
archive
will.
because
100%.
he was on fire with the commentary.
I
So.
feel like I had I don't know. I
You-
feel like there's got to be some point where I was much better.
Before everything liquidated, like when everything was over here, and you had, I forget exactly what it was, with like a knight and a bishop, and everything was like stuck in here.
Yeah.
And then you move the king over or the queen over. He said with your pawn so far pushed, keep this locked down, and
Really?
the queen
I
you
figured I'm
should
just
push.
losing my
You,
pawn. My
you
pawn
push
is
push
Oh,
F4.
Do F5.
Yeah,
I
sorry,
was
F5,
losing
and then take opens up the king, and then the queen comes over to the king's side
Yeah.
with the two
But
rooks.
I wouldn't be taking. I would
I mean, yeah,
wait.
there's no way you take. I mean,
But the queen
That's
comes
nice.
the queen comes over with the two rooks and gets an attack over here.
I
And
was-
he says I do remember him saying the b4 pawn. He was like, I would just let it drop for the attack over here. He was
I
like, if you
definitely
want,
considered that, but
Yeah.
I didn't. I had nothing concrete there.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
Do I go for that?
it's very difficult to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mike said that he was like, I don't care about that a pawn, just let it.
Okay.
The a4 pawn. He was like,
I want to talk to Mike about that.
yeah, yeah. No, he was
I
doing some
didn't
commentary.
expect that like this knight that fall.
Yeah.
I
it
thought
was-
I would have a pawn up and I would be like better, but no.
I don't know. I felt better out of the opening, but.
Oh yeah, the opening. Let's not talk about that.
I mean, what happened there?
I don't know. I like which pawn should I take?
Yeah, that's a good. Taking with the B pawn is correct, but generally you don't want to let the knight fall in the first place. You play knight d4. And like as soon as bishop b5, you play knight d4. Yeah,
No.
both moves are like both take pawn. It's like
Okay, I completely forgot.
yeah.
I was like half an hour thinking, okay, if I take with the d pawn, he's gonna push,
I
but then
put- yeah.
his bishop is gonna suck because there is a6, and what do I do?
Yeah.
I can play b6, and but if I
Taking
take
with
with
the-
these,
Yeah,
I will have like double pawns for the rest of the game.
yeah. Taking with the b pawn is better, but in the first place you shouldn't. You should not allow. You should just play knight d4. It's fine. Yeah, I
You
mean.
reset the clock, and then you guys be good. 1 o'clock's next game.
Eesh. About 45 minutes.
Yep.
Alright. Oh, that actually, okay.
I mean, honestly, a draw for you guys is not bad because if you guys win the next round, you guys have the potential of facing Will in the last round.
Oh, no, you're right, sorry. I'm so, what am I
Will, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Tyler's dad.
Oh.
I didn't start playing until I was 29, and I got up to 1800.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, as somebody who's been playing, what advice do you have for him? Because I'm sure it's different. A 15-year-old that's rated 1700 versus a 40-something guy rated that age.
Yeah.
He's so I haven't gotten him attention yet. He's interested in this.
Well, so I'll speak on that. Actually, Tyler and I have it's funny now that I'm in engineering. I started playing chess. And so for the longest time, there were like 4 days of the people units and all that. And then, well, then like there were like 9, 8, and I started playing on COVID. Wow.
Yeah, I was 5 years ago.
I started playing with all and so I did play pretty good.
That's pretty common. I think it's just
Yeah, especially for kids. And I know that last summer, and so last summer, former retired area. It's actually like I can walk through the house, right? And a lot of my Bishop really just how and I think he doesn't even know player. Then when I was playing him, my classical way increased a lot. My rapid thing I was saying, I started getting a lot better classical. But when I yeah, he went well. I think it's or I can understand most of his moves. The moves are more I can understand. It looked like rough position, and so you just kind of had to kind of feel like it was like I just have to push that. Or obviously ice or like crazy. I don't know. I think I think whether or not you need coaching, you can give something up to it. I do think like slow, like his understanding. Some old like Carpon fishing games. What I watched and a lot of them were like and I think some of that stuff like going back to era when they were a lot more traditional and just like watching it and learning with them, like I think that can help a lot of the issues is just partying, right? It's more fun than just like that was why this summer I've kind of not but I think that
he's only been playing like a year and a half.
yeah, no, I agree. I think it's wow, really quickly. For 2 years, he started playing again. And so,
tell me, he said, I feel like I'm a much stronger player now. I feel that. Like I said, I get to downplay. Yeah. I'm definitely a better player. Back then, I guess I was a lot of sure. Which, that it, you have to get this. Yeah. And I feel like, so I actually, I don't yeah, no, yeah, I think huge amount of and there's a sense of like having an interest like becoming better. And then you finish it being having on first one, you start to rush. And I know that was my mistake. If I didn't have to win the game, I didn't rush. Or I like set up the attack and then take my point counter and I have nothing. The ability to not rush and like, okay, I'm winning. I could go into super long five like one, or I can improve your position. I think it's something that's more than being a better player. I don't think this game. I think I don't know. I think you want to take a picture. Okay. Well, I think it was like if you would. That's honestly my recommendation. Yeah, at this point we're just looking at like how to maximize like the time and effort that he has. Sure. You know what I mean? So anyway, well man, good luck to you. Thanks for chatting with me. Good luck. Yes.
I don't want to do another round right now.
Yeah, that sucks.
Why don't you just do what I did in like an hour and a half? Yeah, I saw that. I was watching it. He started 30 minutes from I don't know. No, for him. Your time management was very good, I think.
Yeah, I spent too long calculating. Okay, because when I played Rook C2,
Yeah.
I was calculating taking, sacking my knight in exchange for a jack and
The bishop? I didn't like that.
I was thinking that I was going to take and then and then he would take, and then take, and then same thing back and then ace. That's what I was looking at, but I think after rook a5.
I saw that too, because when he played
Okay, I have it rook a5, rook b3, b5 here, rook d7, and if I go after he's able to control the second leg and the mate.
visually, I was just like, yeah, this does, I don't see how you win this. So I abandoned that idea, and then I saw, what was it, knight, d5, the knight was here. When I saw, or the knight was here, when I saw that, I was like, oh, that's easy.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, lucky it's
Yeah, no, if I win this game, I'm doing really well, because my tie breaks,
your tie breaks
are first day, I have the best tie breaks.
The problem is
We have the same tie breaks as everyone but me and Sweetie. Tie breaks are how well you did in the...
yeah, I plus 7.
No, it's points. It's not place now. It's just...
Oh, really?
Yeah. Or maybe.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
But like the problem is even if I win and like you draw, you still win. Even if I win,
I have to lose.
You in the last round, I would still probably lose to the guy I just played because he wins his next two.
Yeah, it's hard. You're gonna have to win this round. The first round two is that's a good sign. Like this round two is strong again.
I would have
Questions, let us know. Pause the clock, raise your hands.
All right. Well, greetings, everyone. We're in round 2 of the South Carolina National Qualifying Tournament. For those that are unfamiliar with it, we have the top 8 players for the high school, the middle school, and the elementary school that are all playing each other for a chance to be the national qualifier at the national tournament, such as the Danker. As you can see, in our high school division, we have Will Snyder versus, or actually, we have Samuel Paukovitz versus Will Snyder. Will was the high school representative last year for South Carolina. Very, very talented player. Both of them are very talented players. In the middle school, we have Aaryav Saha versus Wang. Both incredibly talented players. We saw Aaron in round 1 play just a terrific game, and Aaryav is more than capable of beating anybody at any given time. And then in the elementary school board, we have Tamaghna Roy versus Tanay Sanghani, and we saw Tanay. Well, both these players are very, very good. They've both beaten lots of great players, and so we've got just a terrific matchup tonight, this afternoon. So we're going to be starting with reviewing the high school game with Samuel versus Will Snyder. And it started out as a Queen's Gambit, declined. Knight f3, all pretty standard. A6 has been the rage of the Queen's Gambit, declined for a number of years now. It started out with Magnus Carlsen actually had a lot of really nice wins with it, and so he pretty much made a6 fashionable. In many in many cases, he would actually play both a6 and h6. He sort of created some of his own lines with it. So white plays. The best way to play against a6 is to liquidate the center. Now we start seeing the battle lines are drawn where white has the advantage in the center. He's got an extra center pawn, but black has absolutely no difficulties. He's got nice, easy. He's going to have nice, easy development. So bishop to g5, bishop to e7, e3, castles, and bishop to d3. And after h6. Now, sometimes you see h6, sometimes you don't in this variation. There's lots of different ways of playing this. One common way is you'll often see like like this type of configuration where the knights will say come in, and then once you play h6, you've pretty much forced white to capture. Now, whether that's good or bad, it's another story. But anyways, after h6, bishop to h4, bishop to e6. Black has just a nice solid game. The only concern I have a little bit with this is with the move h6. You're starting to see just a little. You're starting to see a little bit of weakness in the light squares where it's something that white can shoot for. But this has all been played many times, and so we got a great event there. Next, we go on to the middle school, in which Aaryav is white versus Wang, who is black. And let's see how this game started. Started out as a Caracan. Wang playing the Caracan. I know Aaryav. There's so many players at the Columbia Club that play the Caracan that I know that there's nothing that's going to take him by surprise in this. So he plays the exchange variation, very good, and actually plays the Panna-Botnik attack. I used to be a Caracan player and used to face the Panna-Botnik attack was the rage for a long time, many years ago. Now Aaron plays e6. I used to always play the g6 variation of it. A lot of times it does. Actually, I remember Patrick Wolf, I believe, would play this variation of it. I remember during the days of Chess Life, I think I studied one of his games, and I became a G6 Panov player. But E6 is plenty good. Knight F3, Bishop B4, captures. I think that's a little premature there for white. I think I think that's a move I would maybe wait on. After bishop to bishop to b4. I know queen to a5 is coming. My first instinct is to try to pin that knight. The problem is that after queen to a5, this pressure becomes a little bit annoying. So, all right. So he takes with the knight, bishop to b7, knight to c6, bishop to d3. And this is actually a very interesting piece configuration here, where the bishops are hiding behind the isolated pawn. At some point, most likely, there's going to be some type of exchange. So castles, knight to f6. Now he pins the knight, and after h6. H6 doesn't seem. I'm always hesitant on those moves. Is it really threatening anything? Are you just putting the bishop to a square it'd rather be at? I'm trying to think of the theory on this. I know part of the theory is there's a couple different ways of playing it. Yeah, a lot of times B6 ends up being played. You do have to be careful though, because you are creating some weaknesses in the position a little bit. So it plays H6, and White's thinking here. Now, it's these quiet positions that actually oftentimes have the most to learn from. Is when you see that, it's a move that you've probably seen 1,000 times. What are the strengths and weaknesses of the move? Well, obviously, we see the strength is it's obviously attacking the bishop. I start seeing some long-term potential weaknesses there. Not only do these squares get a little bit looser, but also if there's ever going to be, say a knight takes f7 sacrifice, it makes the whole structure just a little bit more sensitive. So when you see a move like h6, it's important to recognize that it is a move that could have some consequences. Maybe not on move 12, but it might on move 35. So bishop h4, and now Aaron brings the bishop back, and so in this position here as White, it's a position that's probably been played a million times. If you go look at the database, as White, you've got the isolated queen pawn, but you have a lot of active play, and this is, there's a lot of room for imagination in this position. For example, where does the queen belong? Where do the rooks belong? And so on. So in this position, there's lots of good moves. For example, where do you want your rooks? Do they belong on C1 and D1? Do they belong on C1 and E1? D1 and E1? And so on. So a lot of imagination. For example, I used to usually play rook to C1 in these type of positions, because I wanted to be able to create some type of create like this, sort of like this battery here. We've all seen that, in which I was hoping to maybe force some additional weaknesses. And then what you do see is this pawn, you really wish that you really wished you wouldn't have pushed it forward, because the whole structure becomes just a little bit, none of these moves are forced, but I'm just sort of showing you what I'm looking at anyway. So after bishop to h4, bishop to e7, rook to e1, it looks like Aaryav is going to probably be putting his rooks on the e and the d file, if I had to guess. So just a tremendous positional game going on here. Let's take a look at our take a look at our elementary school game, and let's see here. Starts out as a Dutch defense. I didn't realize Tanay played the Dutch. I had a Dutch game last night that got very interesting. The Dutch is just a fascinating defense. I'm always happy to play against it because I love the weaknesses that it creates in my opponent's position. Not that I'm always able to take advantage of it, but it gives me something to shoot for. All right, bishop to g5. I have been playing this variation of the Dutch since the 80s. I'm dating myself. I remember playing this in the 1980, I want to say the 1988 or 1989 North Dakota State Championship, in which I saw a master from Minnesota playing it, and they had a real quick win, and I just fell in love with the variation. I've been playing it ever since. I don't always play it, but it's sort of one of those variations. I absolutely love how provocative the move is. It basically forces black to make some type of concession. For example, if you play knight to f6 right away, you take the knight, and then you create. It's not like this is the end of the world for black, but I guarantee you this is not a pawn structure that black is crazy about when you look at all the weaknesses that it creates. And so the best move is g6, which was played, and then Tamaghna played e3. Good move. I probably actually in this variation. I know it. The theory isn't just super. Isn't super advanced on it. I wouldn't be afraid to play the gambit in this line. I think I played this against somebody in the South Carolina Championship about 3 or 4 years ago from Charlotte, and it ended up being just a tremendous game. But usually in this position, I tend to maybe try to not commit myself to e3 yet, because I'm not sure if e3 or e4 is going to be the move, and so I'll oftentimes play maybe knight to f3 or just e4 straight out. All right, so e3, bishop to g7, knight to f3, knight to f6, c4. So this is slowly turning into it's going to slowly turn into like almost like a Dutch London type position here. Castles, knight to f3, c3, excuse me, b6. Beautiful move by Tanay. h4. Ooh, that seems a little premature. H4 seems a little bit premature in this position. There are times when you play h4 against that kingside configuration. This feels a little bit forced. I think I would have just tended to maybe go bishop to e2 and then just castles, and then look to create some queenside counterplay. I think I would have maybe and at some point you're going to try to put some pressure on that long light diagonal. h4. So that move could prove to be premature. Now Tanay goes h6, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, and bishop to d3. All right. Well, when we look at this, fascinating position. You look at you look at white or black has moved all their kingside pawns forward. So there are definitely weaknesses there to attack. h5 is coming. So you're going to have to clamp down on f6 there. So he goes e6. Now white goes e4. Really nice move. Really nice move. I love the aggressiveness of white. e6. And here's another thing here, is when you look at this position, white's almost completely developed now, right? They just got to find a place to put their king. Black is not. So if this is the time, if white's going to attack, this is the time to do it. So it goes d6, queen to e2, bishop to e7, or g7, excuse me. If there's a time to attack, it's right now for white. And the move I think I would play, and it might involve a pawn sacrifice, I think d5 is the move to play here in this position. And why I think and maybe it's going to involve a pawn sacrifice in this position here. You can start you can start chipping away at Black's position here. I might be a little bit premature. What I'm looking at is I want to play the move d5 and h5 in order to undermine this center. I might have the move order just a little bit off. You maybe have to play this first, and maybe you got to counsel first. Maybe in this position, this is when you castle queenside, and then that's when you start making some moves like that. It's just fascinating position between these two young players. Yeah, fascinating. All right, let's go back and look at let's see how the high school game's going here. When we left off, I think I was having my ranting and raving about h6 a little bit, wasn't I? All right, bishop to e6. I think this is where we left off. Castles, knight b to d7, rook to c1, bishop to d6. All right. Low plays bishop to d6. He basically is looking for a more aggressive place to put his pieces. I think what he's looking for is he's going to play some type of I think he's looking to maybe play c6, maybe get maybe some type of he's looking to get his queen off the pin. I'm guessing he wants the queen to either go to c7, maybe b8, or b6. I'm just speculating here. So c6, queen to d3, and now he goes g5. Wow. Now that's a move. g5 is a move by Will. Wow. That is a move. Is that what he really played? Bishop, he must have played it. Well, I guess I can safely say I don't approve of that move. It seems that's the thing with pawns, is once you make them, is all of a sudden now all these squares are just going to be unrepairable the rest of the game, and especially facing the facing that battery. I wonder what Will has in mind here. I'm trying to just not quite It seems like in that position, most of the time you see g6, and then the bishop is going to come to f5, and just sort of it's, although it does create some weaknesses too. You might not actually have to move the g pawn yet, because because the knight is protecting it, and this knight is protecting that, and so you could have possibly looked at maybe playing a move like knight to f1. This whole sequence here is just g5. I'm just not I don't approve of that move. It just I'm very curious to see what he has in mind. He plays bishop to e7, knight to e5, and my first thought is he going to play king to g7 and rook to h8, where he's maybe looking at some type of kingside attack, but that seems very suspect as well, because right now white is basically threatening to at some point play potentially f5, f4, potentially f3 and e4, potentially h4. Well, f5. I mean, f4 is a big threat right now. Like if white just plays something like rook to c8, I know that's not the best move, but all of a sudden f4, you can't bypass it because you lose your bishop, and opening up the f file is a problem. So, that's a fascinating move. That's a fascinating move. Interesting. Well, so if anybody is posting in the chat room, for whatever reason my chat room isn't working, I'll try to let me see if I can pull it up on my phone. But I'm very curious to see what Will has in mind in this variation. So let's go to our next game here. Aaron Wang versus Aaryav, and where we left off was I was talking about this bishop formation, and so Aaron goes knight to f6, bishop to g5, h6. We talked about that. Bishop to h4, bishop to e7, rook to e1, and now b6. Now b6 is one of those moves that obviously is going, gets played. There's pluses and minuses to it. The big plus is the bishop is going to get to b7, where it has just a beautiful diagonal. The minuses of it are all of a sudden now the c6 square becomes unguarded, and also the a6 square is sort of becomes a problem. So the light squares, although there is a light squared bishop, oftentimes what you see is if white's going to lose this, or if black's going to lose this game, it's because they lose control over these two squares. And this bishop at some point is going to be able to come to c7 and be a little bit of a problem also. So Aaryav plays bishop takes f6. Bishop takes f6, and now white is trying to take advantage of this weak square. It comes at a price in that you've traded away a very, very powerful bishop. This bishop here is going. First of all, it's very powerful on this diagonal, but whenever it goes back to g3, it controls a lot of real critical squares. So I see the pluses of the move. One of the minuses is this pawn now it's going to come under a lot of pressure, and so I'm curious what White has planned in this position here. A second here. All right, well, let's go back and take a look at our high school game, see if anything has changed here. All right, so white goes knight to e5, and black now goes knight to e4. And alrighty. Well, what are the what do we got going on here? Knight to e4. I'm trying to think why that just doesn't lose a pawn. Why doesn't that just lose a pawn? What are the moves here for white here? First, I mean, the most natural is just to, why can't I just play knight takes e4? and I've got the same threats. It's probably f5 is probably going to be played, and so White's temporarily gotten rid of all the potential checkmates, but at the same time it comes at a tremendous cost. So otherwise, the knight's pinned, and I'm just curious about why can't you just play f3? And unless I'm missing something here, I'm pretty sure the knight has to go right back, unless Will's planning on sacrificing a piece, which might be your best. Like is he considering something like that? I mean, it can't be good, but otherwise, I think you're just forced to go back after f3. So he goes knight to e7. So he goes knight takes, queen takes, and I mean, I don't see a reason why he couldn't just take the pawn at this point. Maybe there's a reason for it. But interesting. It looks to me like Will's just decided he's going to sacrifice a pawn to try to get himself out of this position. And so, I mean, I think this is probably just your best bet. And you just sacrifice a pawn, and then this move is unfortunately just forced. And then you're basically just up a pawn with pretty much no compensation at all. After I guess there is that. No, you can't do that. There's checkmate. All right. Well, so in this move he plays f3. And after knight to f6. It's a fascinating position. Looks like e4 and e5 comes awfully close to winning the game. Actually, right now, what's your defense to bishop to e6? E5, excuse me. What am I missing here? How does that not just win? What am I missing? All right. Well, anyways, the move was e4. I think most moves are winning in this position here now. Okay. Well, Will has dug himself a little bit of a hole in this position. It'll be interesting to see if he can get out of it. All right. Let's take a look at the next game. Whoops. Aaryav versus Aaron Wang. And so where we left off is bishop d4, bishop d7, and rook to c1. So I think in this position here, it's important for it's very important for Black to get his remaining his two rooks into the game. And so I think the moves are going to be rook to c8, queen to e7, and rook to d8. Or some combination of that. And White I think at some point here too, we can't lose sight of the fact that there are still some weak squares by in Black's position. So I do think that white is going to need to once this knight ever moves away. I think it's probably not a bad idea for white to maybe create to look to create a battery along that. So, all right, let's take a look at our elementary school position. We got Tamaghna versus Tanay. Roy is white, and let's see here. This game? They aren't wasting any time with this game. Bishop to b7, d5. That was the move that I talked about. Okay, so white castled kingside here. It's what concerns me about this for white is you play h4 and then you castle on the same side. Although there are some risks to castling queenside, I think once you've played h4, I think castling queenside is what you need to do, because part of your undermining move is going to be h5, and it can still be an undermining move, but I don't think castling's right there. I think castling queenside might be your best bet. Castle's kingside, bishop b7, d5, e5, and here's the thing is now a lot of these undermining moves that aren't as effective now with the rook not on h1. Like right now, sort of the natural move is to play h5, but that move makes so much more sense when your rook is on the h file. So he plays it anyways, f4. It's just not the same now. I think everybody can see this h file would be very annoying for black if this rook was on h1. With it being castled, it just doesn't have the same effect anymore. Queen to f6, knight to b5, rook to c8. All right. a4, a6, knight to c3, knight to b7, and then b4. I love what white is doing in this position. A5 and so knight to b3, knight to b7. I think in this position here, the move that I would have looked at real close as white would have been a5. And once and because b5 isn't possible, and what it does is it just clamps down the entire position. You're not going to take there until it's absolutely beneficial to you. So typical play might be queen to g6, and now in this position you can just continue your attack on the queen side. Now here's the problem: this king is going to be a target because the g file is open. I guarantee at some point black's going to going to double or triple up on the g file, and so with the black's pawns pointed towards the king side, this means that black has the space advantage on the king side. It's going to be much easier to maneuver pieces to attack. Whereas white is also doing very good on the queen side. So let's take a look here. A5, knight to b5, very good move. And this is where we stand here. Now, the one problem I'm not crazy about black's play right here is after, say, a takes b4, queen takes b4, black has this beautiful outpost for the knight. The bishop backs up, but the knight is attacking all these squares, and at any given time it can move, it can maneuver its way back into the position as well. So knight to b5, knight to f8. Basically, I think Tanay is looking to get that knight to h4. All right, let's go back to the high school game here. All right, what did we miss here? When we last left off, it was f3, knight to f6, e4, takes, knight to e8, and now how does white win this? How does white win this? There has to be a winning combination here somewhere, and my first thought is d5 wins, because after captures, you're threatening both checkmate and you're threatening to take the bishop. The best you can do is just give up the piece. Well, this isn't check because you don't have to take, but he's only got one other move. And then after that move, after e5, and after f5, I don't know. This sure looks like it's got to be off the cliff. Oh, this is just devastating. This will win on the spot. So that's no good. Looks like d5 wins just on the spot. What else is there? e5's not quite as good, because after bishop takes f6, the queen guards the mating square. I don't see a defense to d5. The commentator's screen should show which game he's talking about. I understand. Let me see here. Paco 27, I appreciate that. Let me talk with the. Let me see what we can do about that. I do understand what you are saying, though, where I'm sort of going back and forth. The game I'm talking about right now is Will Snyder versus Samuel Paukovitz, and I think if you're looking at if you're watching the Twitch channel, you can see the individual boards with the players around that, and so I'll try. Usually, you can tell which game I'm talking about, but we'll try to. Maybe in the future, this is sort of our first time with live commentary. We'll try. I do understand, and we'll see if we can improve upon that, either in the last round or if not for the next event. But I'll try to do better, letting you know which game I'm talking about. So right now, I am talking about board 101, the high school game between Samuel and Will, and right now, what we're discussing is I don't see a way that d5 doesn't win the game. So I'm just curious if that's what Samuel Paukovitz is going to play. Are there other winning moves? We talked about potentially e5. It is being recorded, and so is your son on board one? Is that wow? That's incredible. Well, I tell you what, Samuel has played a gem of a game against Will, and Will is our defending high school champion. He's is about as good as they come, and so he is playing just a terrific game. What I'm doing is I'm going from board to board right now. I'm on the high school board. I'm going to be going to the middle school board and then the elementary school board. So we're just sort of going in order as moves are being played. So let's see here. Let's look at board 2 between Aaryav and Aaron Wang. And let's see, when we last left off, we saw rook to c8, or c1, excuse me, by Aaryav. Aaron Wang plays knight to a5. And in this position here, Aaryav plays bishop takes b7, bishop on b7. And it has some pluses and minuses. The pluses are now that some weak squares have absolutely been created that Aaryav is going to possibly be able to exploit. Specifically, the c6, c7, b5, and a6 squares. Now, the downfall is Aaryav has an isolated d pawn, and every time minor pieces are exchanged, this pawn becomes weaker and weaker and weaker. Now Black isn't necessarily in a position to take advantage of that right now, but there's just something to keep in mind. And so now Aaryav goes bishop, queen to e2, knight to b6, and in this position here, I think what Aaryav is probably looking at is he's looking at maybe queen to a6, putting some pressure on the squares on the queen side. He might be looking at knight to e5, putting pressure on that on some weak light squares, specifically that really nice c6 square. And then he also might be looking at potentially d5 is a possibility. It does involve a potential pawn sacrifice. What I'm looking at is if Black would go down this road, you can get some. I don't think it's enough, but you can get some very annoying pressure going on in the position. So of those knight to e5 is probably the most attractive move, but he goes rook e to d1, and so I think it's very similar to the line I was looking at, but he's looking to play d5, liquidating his isolated pawn, and with his rooks already on open files, he should have a small advantage. So some very hard-fought games going on right now. All right, we're going to go to our elementary school section where they've each spent about 5 minutes to get to move 23. But now this is where the game gets interesting. Here is whose attack is going to be the quickest. White is putting tremendous pressure on Black's queen side. For example, a5 is coming almost certainly the next move, unless there's some type of some other type of threat. But what Black is looking at is Black is looking to slowly start working some pieces towards the G file, and this king is going to come under an attack at some point here. It's a fascinating position here. And so, excuse me a second here. If I'm looking at this position as black, what I'm probably looking at is this king needs to get out of the way. At some point, either one or both rooks are going to need to be on the G file. And so this just might be the time to play a move like king to A7. Probably, although you got to be careful here, because if you play king to H7, even though this bishop has a lot of pieces in the way, you never know when pieces get exchanged, and you never know when there'll be some type of discovered attack. And so I might just play king to H8, and then at some point start bringing pieces to the G file. Whereas, okay, so Tanay plays rook to A5, and I'm on board 301, the elementary school board right now, and that's a very interesting move. Basically, Tanay's saying, I want to completely get rid of all the queenside counterplay. I'm willing to bury my rook in order to do so. Now, if I'm white, the first thing I'm looking at is, can I bring my knight over? Well, it's good and bad. It's good in that you can maybe force that rook away, but the problem is that you're all of a sudden now you don't have any really white doesn't have any real defenders around his king anymore, so it gets a little bit tricky. In this position right here, I think the move I'm going to be looking at if I'm white is rook to A3. Now, the reason I'm playing that is not because I'm looking to double my rooks or anything. What I'm looking at is this rook here now can swing over to the king side for either attack or defense at any given time, because most likely these knights are going to get traded at some point, and then this bishop is probably going to get redirected. So let's see, rook to A5. Okay, so he does play knight to D2. You got to be real careful. You're moving defenders away from your king, and I'm afraid that white's king is going to come under a pretty tough attack here at some point. Knight to H4, F3. I'm not crazy about that move. What you're doing is you're cutting away your defenses to your king. I know at some point the king can maybe run away, but you got to be. I don't know about that move. I would have tried to do without that move. I'm not crazy about moving the knight away. This knight was a terrific defender. You at the very least you got to trade that knight for that knight. So I think, although I think white's still fine, but if there's a point in the game where white maybe struggled a little bit here, it might be right here. All right, so let's take a look at the high school game. Oh wow, this went to an endgame all of a sudden? What did I miss? All right. So E4, bishop to G4, E5, F5. Okay, we talked about this position, didn't we? We did talk about this position. And I forget, what was our conversations revolved around this move, didn't it? Yes, this move. And basically bishop to G6 is forced. And if I'm not mistaken, did I maybe this Maybe this wasn't quite as winning as I thought, but it sure looked that way. Yeah, maybe it wasn't. All right. Well, so we got e5, and then he goes d6, bishop to d8. Now h5, bishop to h5, and now we go to an endgame, which is a completely winning endgame. Don't get me wrong. These the d6 and the e5 and d6 squares are going to are not squares, pawns are going to win. But okay. Maybe I was just looking at it. I think I might have been looking at it at a different variation, but this is easily winning as well. So knight to g4 or g7, and in this position here, how do you win this? Sure looks like, well, first of all, you could just defend if you wanted to, you could just defend the bishop if you wanted to. But probably, boy, bishop to d7 sure looks like it's winning. You know, because there's absolutely no way of stopping in d6 and d7. Perhaps bishop to c2, and then in order to bring it to that file. What black is hoping to do is create some type of blockade, and they're just not going to be able to do it. For example, let's just take bishop to c2, for example. The blockading move is going to be bishop to f7, but then if nothing else, you can go bishop to b6. You're not worried about your pawn structure at this point. All you're worried about is these two pawns, and they can create a little bit of a blockade, but you're going to be able to you're going to be able to break that. There's no question about it. And I don't even think this is the best move. Maybe you could just. I think bishop to d7 is just a killing move here, because the after bishop to f7, I just don't see any. I don't. You know, they're going to get there a little bit of a blockade in, but I think actually the best move just might be rook to f8. The pawns are going to win. You just got to make sure that you don't drop one of them. But anyways, for those just joining the event, this is the 2025 South Carolina National Qualifying Tournament. And to give you some perspective, a few weeks ago, we had nearly 200 students play for the South Carolina Scholastic. And the top 8 qualifiers for each section, the high school, the middle school, and the elementary school, qualified to play in today's tournament, in which the winner becomes the qualifier for the national tournament, such as the Danker that's going to be played in Wisconsin at the beginning of August this year. And I know last year, Will Snyder last year, everybody on the boards was a representative for South Carolina. Will Snyder was the high school representative, and this was in Norfolk, Virginia, at the end of July, I want to say. Aaron Wang was the middle school representative, and Tanay Sanghani was the elementary school representative. And so right now, all the representatives are playing. Well, they're all doing pretty good. Will's struggling a little bit in this one, but so that's what's at stake here. The winner of this tournament receives the first invite to represent South Carolina for the national championships. And I'm very familiar with all these players. They're all very talented. Some of them are regulars for the Columbia Chess Club, Aaryav and Tamaghna. Sorry, I'm just horrible with pronunciations right now, and so on. So, if you're in the chat and you have any questions, please feel free to ask, and we'll just go from there. So bishop to c2 was the move, and bishop to f7 was the move that that Will played. So it's not over, but Samuel is definitely in the driver's seat in this game right now. All right, let's move on to our middle school. We're on board 201. Aaryav versus Aaron Wang, and or black. I think this D pawn is going to become a bigger and bigger liability as we continue to trade pieces. All right, let's see here. Let's take a look at our elementary school game. We've got some fascinating games going on, by the way. And so here, I talked about F3, how I wasn't crazy about it. I think you're creating some dark squared weaknesses, especially since you don't have a dark squared bishop. You're creating some dark squared weaknesses that are just going to become unrepairable as the game goes on. Now, king to h8, that's the move that I definitely agree with. Knight to b6, rook to a8, and now white plays a5, and I'm starting to like white's game a little bit more again, although I'm not crazy about this. I'm just not crazy about that piece configuration, but white is doing very well here. And for Tanay, he's sort of running into an issue where he really wants to move this rook to the g file, but it comes at a price. He's got to sacrifice that pawn, and not so much the pawn, but then the knight can jump into e6 and just become a real disruptive piece. And so after a5, I'm trying to. Most likely, this is going to be the move, but exchanges only helped white, and yeah, honestly, white's. White's don't get me wrong. White's got an attack that they're going to have to defend, but all of a sudden, white's position is starting to come alive here. And this isn't the game, but white's position is starting to come alive a little bit here. So, all right. Well, we got 15 viewers here. Our goal is 100 for today. So if you know anybody that needs to be viewing this, by all means, share the link. I want us to get to 100 viewers today. That's my goal, anyways. So, all right. Well, let's go back to the high school games. We're just going to keep going from game to game to game here. So when we last left off, we bishop c2, bishop to f7. What we talked about is Will is trying desperately to create some type of blockade for these pawns. I don't think it's possible, but at some point too, black's going to need to create some type of counterplay, and the only advantage that Will Snyder has over Samuel is he's got 3 pawns versus 2. Now, don't get me wrong; these 3 pawns are a long ways away from creating anything even resembling a pass pawn or any type of threat. But right now, Will's number one goal is just try to create some type of blockade. Now, Samuel goes rook to d1, bishop to e6, and Samuel is more than willing to trade those bishops, because once this bishop goes, every time pieces get traded away, the blockading these pawns becomes less and less, or harder and harder and harder. And so he goes bishop to e5, a3. A3. I think that move was, Samuel's has played just a tremendous game today. I'm not real crazy about a3. I think in this position, knight to e4 might be the better move because you're threatening knight to f6, but even more importantly, you're threatening to play knight to c5, regaining control of these critical squares at some point. Because a3, rook to e8, b4, bishop to d8, and now white is thinking in this position. And this is one of the reasons why I sort of like the bishop to be on d2 or d7 versus c2 is you keep control of all those squares, so now you're starting to see a little bit of a blockade. He can't hold it, but at this point what I'm expecting is probably just the simple quite frankly, I think you could just play rook to e1 because you're not really sure where this bishop belongs right now. You could put it on bishop to d4. You could put it on bishop to g6. But right now, it's actually in a terrific spot because what it's doing is, first of all, it's completely immobilized this bishop. But you're controlling all these squares. And, quite frankly, f2 is exactly where that bishop needs to be. So I think rook to e1 is the best move. And then what you're going to be looking at is maybe playing moves like knight a4 to c4, or maybe even knight to b6. And then you're going to be looking at maybe finding a better square for this bishop at some point. Right now you don't have one, but it's early. So I tell you what, let's see here. He played knight to e6. Oh, well, after knight to e6. Okay, so he did play rook. I'm sorry, I've been sort of going all over the place here. The moves were rook to e1, knight to e6. All right. Well, in this position right here now, this is the time to, this bishop to potentially play bishop to b3, therefore putting pressure along those light squares. And I tell you what, Samuel has played just a gem of a game here, and if he just keeps it up, I think he's going to probably come through on this one. But Will is a very resourceful player, and so there's still a lot of game left. All right. Well, how's everybody doing in chat? Are we up to 100 yet? Probably not. Let's see here. Let's go to our middle school game. What have we missed there? Okay, we took queen to d6, rook to c3, and now Aaron Wang takes the rook, and this is a interesting transition in the middle game. It's gone from the isolated d pawn to now he's got hanging pawns. The strength of it is that these pawns now control more center squares, and specifically the d4 square is very has been reinforced. It sort of makes this bishop a little less effective. The downfall of it is now you've created a backward pawn on an open file. You've also isolated your a2 pawn. So Aaron Wang immediately is taking advantage of that, and I assume Aaron's next move is going to be rook to c8. I assume, and then I don't know. It's just a. I'm not sure if this is better. I actually tend personally like this a little bit better than the isolated pawn. I think it gives you a lot. It gives a lot more flexibility. You can start looking at creating some some pass pawns, but it's not. Oh, black is starting to take over this. Is starting to take over this just a little bit here. All right. All right, just adjusting my camera a little bit here. All righty. I think we're a little bit better. All right, well, so that's this game. Let's take a look at our, we've got 3 exciting games actually today, this afternoon here. Let's take a look at our board 1, or board 3, excuse me. Board 301 for the elementary school section. So where we left off is exactly right here. And White's playing this just very well. I think White's I think White has won the exchange, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see here. Black can play. Oh wait, there's some tactics in here. There are some tactics in here. Well, here's what I'm looking at, folks. Is I love everything White was doing in this position here. I almost knight to a7. I think's a mistake. I think it loses to not loses, but it. I'm trying to think why bishop takes d6 doesn't work, or d5 doesn't work. And I'm not seeing it. I think it works. Is there a sacrifice I'm missing? I'm trying to think if there's something I'm missing here. After knight to a7, I think bishop takes d6 or d5 just wins a pawn. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that that White's losing all of a sudden. But here's the line I'm looking at. Bishop takes d5, rook to queen to a4, and now this I guess it doesn't quite work. No, because the rook is hanging now all of a sudden. Not hanging, but the exchange. I was wrong on that. Okay. Well, the next move I had in mind was bishop to. Guess it's been a long day for all of us, huh? I guess the next move I was looking at is just bishop to a8, and then after queen to a4, then say queen or rook to g8, and now that attack that I was talking about on the g file, along with this rook coming, potentially coming down to the second rank, it becomes very strong. So forget about bishop to d5. Bishop to a8 looks really strong, and I'm wondering if is there a reason why that doesn't work. I'm not seeing it. Actually, the best move just might be knight to b8 or b5, rook to g8, and then knight to c6, 6, and I don't know. This attack is a problem. There's no getting around it. It's a problem. I mean, you can temporarily defend, but it is a problem. All right. Well, I would imagine Tanay is going to be spending quite a while looking at this. He probably recognizes that he's been struggling here in this game. He probably recognizes that this is his chance to maybe crash through. So, well, I hope everybody's enjoying the commentary. This has been just been an exciting tournament with the games are just all the games are just very hard fought. Let's go back to our high school game, and let's see how Samuel Paukovitz is doing against Will Snyder here. So when we last left off, b5, rook to b8, knight to e6, and knight to a4. I think I had recommended b3, but Samuel goes knight to a4, which also looks plenty good. Knight to f4. Now that looks like an intimidating move, and I assume what he's looking at is to maybe bring the bishop in and put some pressure on the G2 pawn. But I'm not sure about that. First of all, I don't think Black has the resources to be diverting any pieces away from these passed pawns at this point. They're just too strong. So after knight to f4, quite. What about just playing knight to f4 or knight to c4 right from the start? Because if you play b6, you can win a pawn, and if you play bishop to d5, worst case scenario. Oh, you can't do that. Never mind. Oh yeah, no, yeah. You can get that. You can do that. Because of this check, you can get away with that move. Okay. Well, so he does play knight to c5. Will does play bishop to d5, and I'm curious. I think bishop to e4 is the best move. I'm curious if Samuel will see it. So I want to welcome everybody to our stream. I'm National Master Mike Saylor. I'm a many-time North Dakota and several-time South Carolina champion. I've been a national master for many years. I've played in a lot of big tournaments. I play in lots of online tournaments in chess.com, and I've been asked to do commentary for the South Carolina Scholastic tournament today. It's been a pleasure. I know most of these players. They're all I've worked with most of them before, and they're all just tremendous talents. We've got some amazing matchups here today. This game, Will Snyder was our high school champion last year, and he's down a pawn. He's down. He's facing two very difficult center pass pawns, and it's just a matter if Samuel Paukovitz can put it away or not. So I'm very curious on this move. And he finds it. He found the move. Beautiful. So Will plays bishop takes e4. Will recognize right away that rook takes e4 isn't, or e5 isn't any good. And so what we're seeing here now is there was a blockade. There's still a little bit of a blockade, but as pieces get traded, all it takes for white is to be able to get in e6 without losing any material, and the game's pretty much over. There's the old saying that 2 passed pawns on the 6th rank are worth a rook, and in this case, they'd be worth at least that. But there's still going to be, here's the thing: is what's even more is this b pawn. I don't see how black can avoid losing another pawn here. And after king to f7. I think at this point, I would just take that b7 pawn and it's pretty much going to be game over after that, because there really is no way to avoid it. I just don't see. You play knight takes e7. If nothing else, you're going to be able to play knight takes bishop, and you're going to be 2 pawns up, and with just a tremendous position. Looks like we might have an upset on board 1. I mean, it's not for sure yet, but it's not looking good. All right, well, let's take a look at take a look at this game here. So where we left off was Aaron Wang played queen to a3, attacking the c, the backward c pawn and the isolated a pawn. Aaryav played queen to c2. Aaron played rook to c8, continuing to put pressure on that pawn. After rook to c8, you can see that the game is starting to swing towards Aaron, as now these pawns are fixed, and after b5, it's just a tough position. There's really no good way of preventing b4 at this point. Goes queen to d2, and there's really no rush for black here either. They can start playing. Aaron could start playing a5 and b4. What he's looking at is he's looking to continue to start attacking the pawn from the other direction, just continuing to put just tremendous pressure on the position. And then, unfortunately, there's not a lot of good ways to defend that pawn. I don't see him. I think you're going to have to. I think at this point, when you're defending a pawn that's a lost cause, at some point you just got to raise the flag and say, I've got to, since I'm going to lose that pawn, I have to try to get as much counterplay as possible. I think the counterplay in this position is going to be knight to e5, queen to f4, trying to put some pressure on the f7 pawn. It isn't enough, but it's what you got to do. And at the same time, you do have to be careful. You do have you don't have a back rank. There is back rank mate threats here. So I think knight to e5. Typical. What I'm looking at is this type of play, in which I don't know. You got to try to create some type of counterplay. That isn't a good move either. I don't know. Maybe knight to e4, d7, maybe. But then all of a sudden that's going to crash through. And yeah, I don't know. It's not easy to. It's not easy to come up. It's not easy to come. It's not easy to come up with a with a lot of moves here. I mean, you're going to have a little bit of an attack. This is you still got to watch out for your back rank. I know none of that. That's not all forced, but that's what I'm talking about when you need to create some counterplay. So I think knight to e5 has to be the move here, but I don't. It's like I said, it's not going to be enough, but. And I don't even think Aaron doesn't even really need to. Aaron doesn't even really need to compromise his position in that way either. If he doesn't want, he can just bring the queen back. There's no rush in Black's position here. All righty. So let's take a look at the. Let's look at. Lots has changed here on board 301. All right, where we last left off was after knight to a7. He does take with the pawn. What has he got in mind here? So he does take with the pawn. I thought that was just a mistake. Bishop to E, queen to D2. So he's looking to just sacrifice the exchange, which he does. Okay. Well, the thing about this is in these King's Indian type structures, the one thing we recognize is that these knights and bishops are no worse than the rooks, right? And in many cases they're better. Now the problem is that if this goes to an endgame, being down that rook for a knight or a bishop, that's when you're going to start regretting those decisions. So right now, Tanay has decided that he's going to give up the exchange for a pawn, hoping that his attack is going to crash through first. And so White is immediately going to try to activate, since he has the rook, he's going to immediately try to activate it. Rook to g8, rook to f2, bishop to f8, and yeah, in this position here, the move coming is bishop to h3 is coming. So he goes rook to c8. I'm not sure about that move. I would not have made that move. The rook is in a beautiful spot right now. Actually, if you're, a move that I would have. Here's what you're running into: is you're being attacked over on the king's side. You got, all Black's pieces are over there. This knight is completely out of play. This rook is really not doing much. I think I would have considered maybe rook to b8, because you never know when sacrificing the exchange back is going to be a needed move. So plays rook to c8. That seems very slow. I don't think White has the time for it, because I don't feel that it has the time for it. So rook takes g2. Yeah, there's that sacrifice. I wasn't even seeing that. Yeah, I guess my move wouldn't have been any good either. One of the dangers of commentating without any computer analysis. I want to give you my. I don't want to. I want you to hear from a person, not a computer. All right, so yeah, I didn't. That was actually a very nice move there. It's almost like you needed, this move was almost forced, or this actually might have been the time to just decide that maybe this is the time for me to just get that king out, get my king out of there. Or, the king is probably much safer on c2 than it is on g1. So Tanay plays rook takes g2. Okay. Well, what does the material look like if you take it? So you have two rooks for a queen, and then the two minor pieces. The problem is that you've got these two pawns are very difficult, and this king is safe and this king is not. It still might be your best bet, but I suppose you could just move the king over, but you're starting to have some problems here a little bit.
Hey, it's Roman, on the stream here, talking about these games.
Well, thank you. Can you hear me? Somebody was talking on stream here. Alrighty. I'm not sure if I'm.
Yeah.
Alright. All right. Well, let's take a look at the high school game and what's transpired since we last left off. Okay, so where we last left off, I said I think White should just take that pawn on b7, and that's what White did. And now Black has finally gotten his blockade, but it definitely comes at a price, doesn't it? And after knight to c5, knight to king to f7, and now basically he's just mopping up the position. Knight to c4, bishop to g3, king to e6, and now, quite frankly, you could just check him, and it's going to force the exchange. And now, all you have to do is just get your rook into the game, and this game's over. This was a tremendous game that Samuel played, and definitely congratulations to him. Alrighty, well, let's go to our next game here. Has anything happened here? All right. Well, this is where we left off. I think if I had to guess, Aaryav is going to spend a lot of time thinking about this position. All right. He plays rook to c2. I'm not. I know he needs to get that rook off the c1 square. Alrighty. Oh, okay. Sorry about that, but it sounds like the club lost internet for just a few minutes there. Alrighty. Well, anyways, sorry, we'd lost internet at the club here, but I think we're back now. Alrighty. Let me just make sure here. All right. Do we have a co-host here? Roman, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Greetings. How's everything going?
Good, good. It's been fun to watch these games in there.
Is it? Well, what's the atmosphere like over at the club right now? I'm just across the street. I'm gonna as soon as the commentary's done, I was gonna run over.
I feel like it's both a mix of chill and big tension. These people are cool with each other and most of them know each other, but you can sense the stakes in there.
Hmm. And very good. Any? It looks like definitely we're looking at. We'll start. I'm going to start with the high school game here, in which it looks like Will's just having a heck of a time with this game here. And what's the what have the spectators been saying about that game?
It's very interesting. I know Will Snyder's been having a rough time.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to see because, of course, he's the #1 seed from the tiebreakers in the original event. So it's interesting to see Samuel giving him a hard time.
Right. Well, both there were two players in the high school section that were over 2,000, and Yaraslau drew in round one. I think he was awfully close to losing.
Yeah,
And
a lot of time trouble there.
I haven't looked at the computer analysis after it, but I'd have to think that there were several losing spots for him in that game. And then Will Snyder, it's hard to imagine. I mean, it's not over, but it's hard to imagine he's going to be able to save this game. He's in a lot of trouble here. But I've seen worse. And so then if we go look at the high school, or I'm sorry, the middle school game, we got Aaron Wang versus Aaryav. And looks like Aaron is slowly starting to take over this game a little bit. I felt that if Aaryav needs to create some type of attack, because right now is the time where all of White's pawns, all of Black's pieces are on the queen side. If you're going to create any type of attack at all, it has to be now. Mm-hmm. But the problem is you still got that bet. You still got a weak back rank, and so during this attack, at some point you have to play an H3 or G3 type move. So he's in a tough spot here.
Yeah, I've been thinking him losing confidence as I was in there. At first, he seemed very confident, and then now, spending more time.
Yeah, it seemed. It's sort of. I mean, I thought he was maybe a little bit better there for a good chunk of the game, but that's not the case now. And then our elementary school division 301, our board 301. Tanay just played a really nice rook takes G2, and his position is slowly starting to collapse. I thought that when he played the exchange sacrifice, I thought that was maybe not quite, maybe a little bit unsound, but it's after F3, I just sort of I didn't like White's position. I felt that keeping the knight on F3 and it would have been the better course of action. And right now, Black's position's just crashing through. I don't see as of now, I don't see a way that he's going to be able to hold this. But who knows? It's not over yet. So it's definitely interesting. But nobody's in time trouble yet. So I'm going to go back to the high school game. Will just played. Yeah, in this position here, I think Will just needs, or not Will, Samuel just needs to play rook to e3 and just start pushing the pawns, and the game should be over. He could even start. You got to be a little bit careful there after bishop b6. Rook to f8 check is coming at some point here. So, this game isn't over, but he's down 2 pawns. Rook to e8 probably forces king to g6 or e6, excuse me. Yeah.
Well, I think that's gonna be it for me. I gotta get back to tutoring in there.
All right. Well, thank you for joining me, Roman.
You've been doing a really great job in there.
Hey, thank you. All right. Well, that was Roman Gardner. He's one of our players and one of our tournament directors. He actually played in the high school division. He did very well. He didn't finish in the top 8. It was his first year in the high school, so he's got 3 more cracks at it. And I have no doubt that he will be playing in one of these tournaments, before you know it. All right. Well, king to e4. At this point, Will is just decided that he's not going to try to blockade the pawns anymore. He's got to try something else. So I think there's 2 different moves here. One is to play d7, and the other is to play king to e2. And king to e2 is definitely the safer move. You can play d7 at any point during that game as well. Very good. So I think the winning technique in this game, and this is just simply to play, just start pushing the pawns forward. I'm expecting king to f5 right now, but don't know that for sure. Also, if I'm white, I might just try to, maybe start getting the 8 pawn going. For example, if king to f5, I might just play a4 here. And if he tries, blockading, then I'm going to create a third pawn. And it's not going to take much for black's position to collapse here. And king to f5 is the move. I think at this point here, a4 is the move that I would play. All righty. Well, let's look at. We went to an endgame. Yeah, I don't like this decision by Aaryav. He's down a pawn, and it's a very healthy pawn. Black has just a real simple plan of activating the king and then activating the pawns, and this game's probably over, unfortunately. Aaron is just playing just terrific chess today. Just terrific chess. All right, well, let's look at our grade school, and this looks suspicious. I don't think queen to h4. I have a hard time believing that white's going to be able to survive this, unfortunately. He played a really good game. I think he was better there for large stretches of that game. Yeah, there's just, unfortunately, queen to a5 is just, or queen to h3 is just 2 threats that are really tough to stop right now. On top of that, rook to e4. Yeah, it was a terrific try. I really think right here, if black or white on move 18. A5 is just a really good move. I think that would have been the better course of action. But all right, now let's go back to our high school game here. So he goes king to f3, h5. I still think a4 is just the move to play here. But games are starting to wind down a little bit here. Just some tremendous matchups here today. Let's go with let's see what let's take a look at this middle game here. Plays f6. Yeah, good move. You know, taking away all those squares. Basically, black has all the time in the world in order to get back into the game here. I think these games are starting to wind down here. And we got, unfortunately, we got a checkmate in 2 moves here for, or actually that is a check. I'm sorry, it's a checkmate now. That was a really good game by White. Just a tough loss. I mean, Tanay is just a very good player, very good player. All right, well, let's take a look at the high school game. Plays d7. What did we miss here? d7, rook to d8, and now I think just rook to d6 pretty much wins the game, if I'm not mistaken. And he plays it. Now the only move is g4. But after this move, e6 just wins the game. There's nothing left to try. Let's see. Does black have any other way? Yeah. First of all, you have to play that move because this is checkmate. And I just don't see any. I don't see any other move, unfortunately. I think Samuel is about 2 moves away from winning this game. Congratulations to him. He beat a very tough opponent. Very tough opponent. So this is what was played. Yeah, you could have just yeah. Quite frankly, I think Samuel's making it just way too difficult. He could have just played. I think he could have just played that too. All right, takes, and now it's not the cleanest win. Is just simply to give up a pawn and win the bishop, and the game is over, and that's what he played. And that should pretty much end this game. There's going to be you're gonna need to convert it a little bit, but otherwise, well played. What other games are left here? All right, and Samuel Paukovitz did win. Congratulations! He played a tremendous game. And I think we only got 1 game left. Yeah, we only got 1 game left. Tanay won the elementary section, and the only game that's left is Aaryav versus Wang, and Aaron is up a pawn in a bishop versus knight endgame. It's not over yet, but it's White's definitely got their work cut out for him. It's not easy to maneuver that knight around either. That bishop completely dominates the position. So. Well, let's see. How many viewers do we got here today? We got, how many viewers? Let's see our viewership. We haven't hit 100 yet, though. I expect to hit 100 by round 3. So if you know anybody that's involved in this tournament, have them tune in. But this is our final game, and see what happens here. All right, it's not over yet. It's just a pawn up in an end game. There's still a lot of chess left. Basically, what Black needs to do to win this game is it's just sort of 3 stages. The first stage is to just activate the king as much as possible. The next step is to put your bishop in its most active position, and the third step is to slowly advance the pawns. What you're going to want to do is you want to create a pass pawn over on the queen side. Now, that pass pawn most likely won't queen, but what it will do is it'll force the knight and the bishop to go over there and try to win it or stop it, and then that'll allow then Black to crash through on the king side and win a pawn. It's something that could take 20, 30 moves or more, but that's the technique on it actually isn't all that difficult. So, alrighty. Let's see if we have anybody in chat. I don't think so. But if anybody does have a question, any viewers do have a question, by all means, feel free to ask. Otherwise, that's what we're looking at here. Just our final game here. Let's see here. Let me see if I can pull up the standings. Let's see if I can pull up our standings here. All right. All right. We're going to have some great matchups in the final round. I can tell right away. I'm just looking at, I know there's still some games going on, but I'm looking at the results, and although all the middle school players are pretty much all still playing. In the high school division, yeah, they're all still playing too. Well, Lincoln lost. Looks like in the high school division, Samuel Paukovitz is the only perfect score going into the final round, and so he's probably going to be playing the winner of Yaraslau versus Thomas Sweeney on board 2. I haven't seen a result for that yet, but it's going to be very, very interesting. All right, so what do we got here? King to b3. All right, so Aaryav is trying to, he's activated his king towards the queen side, and his plan is simple. He wants to liquidate as many pawns as possible, so that his bishop or his knight can sort of sack itself for a pawn or two, and then just draw the game. One thing that you do have to keep in mind is this bishop, at some point, although the queenside pawns, the is on the right color of the bishop, but if it ever gets to be a 4 versus 3 over on the king side, you do have to keep in mind that this bishop and rook pawn are going to be on the wrong square. So that does leave some possibility of potential drawing techniques that might not have been there otherwise. I don't think it's going to get to that, but that is interesting. So now Aaron Wang plays a5, and I think his plan is simple, as he's going to back the bishop off and then play a4 and so on. Alrighty. Well, how's everybody doing today? I'm glad. Hope everybody's enjoying the stream. I've enjoyed giving it, and I'm really looking forward to the final round. I suspect that we're going to have some just tremendous matchups in the final round. So yeah, we just got one game remaining, and we'll just see what happens here. But it's a tough position for white, because it's a healthy 2 versus 1 pawn on the queen side. There's nothing white can do about it. All white can really do is just sort of wait for black to activate his pieces as much as he wants. And this knight is, there's just no blockading of any kind. The king is going to come to c6, most likely d5, and then just sort of go from there. But well, hey, congratulations to Samuel. He played a tremendous game, and I appreciate the feedback on the commentary. I will be commenting. He's the only perfect score in the high school division, regardless of what happens with the other games. He's going to be playing for the championship on board 1 in about an hour, and I'll be commenting on it. So tune in. Have the rest of the family tune in. I trying to not be too technical with the chess, just letting people know what's going on. I know not every viewer is is a big chess person. So congratulations to Samuel. He beat a very tough player in Will, and he's going to be, regardless of who he gets paired with in the winner of board 2. He's going to have a tough game. They're both very good players. Now, Aaron Wang is giving has just got tremendous endgame technique for his age, and Aaryav does too. G3 is a good move. They say that when your opponent has a bishop and you don't, you want to put your pawns on the same color as your opponent's bishop to restrict their mobility. Now, at some point here, this knight needs to be rerouted. Where is it going to go? Oh, he plays a4. Oh, that's a good move. Well, unfortunately, there's just nothing really to do. Where the knight's going to really belong is, and unfortunately, there's just nowhere that there's nowhere really to put that knight. Unfortunately, I mean, you probably want it on e4, but you can't exchange it, and so I don't know where that. I just don't know where that knight's going to go. You know, it's just he's finding himself in a harder and harder position here, unfortunately. Now black just simply needs to activate the king, and quite frankly, I just think that he's probably just um, he's probably just 5 or 6 moves away from just sort of overwhelming the position here, because now with this king being tied to the a3 pawn, there's just not a lot. There's just not a lot left. So, anyways, we're just going to finish up this game, and then we're going to have at 4 o'clock or 4:15, excuse me. That's when the final round begins. So, if anybody does have any questions, be sure to put it in the chat. I am monitoring the chat, and it's been a lot of fun. I might see if we had Roman Gardner as a sort of a co-host there for a little bit, and we might see if we can get him back for a little bit in round 3. Otherwise, we'll just wait to see what happens here. King to b2, and go from there. To recap, we have a perfect score in the elementary school and the high school divisions, and it looks like, I'm just looking at some of the standings here. It looks like they're probably going to be the only two. I take that back. Johann is going to have a perfect score going into the final round, so that'll be the championship game for the elementary school division. And in the middle school, we have well, we're still waiting on this game, but Jason Marshall won his game, so we're going to have most likely 2 perfect scores going into the finals of that round as well. And in the high school, we're going to have Samuel Paukovitz with a perfect score. He's going to be facing either Yaraslau or Thomas Sweeney. Right now, I think they're playing on board 102. I haven't seen a result for that yet, but he's going to be playing one of those, most likely one of those players. Not, I suppose there is a 1.5 on board 3 as well, so that could change. But to be 2, I think we'll just we just got to wait out this final end game here. Tough position for white. There's just really no So I wonder what Aaron's thinking about here. To me, it looks like there's only really one plan. It's just you're making about five king moves, and that should win the game. But maybe there's more to it. Not quite sure what he's looking at. No, we got a question. Lincoln, welcome. I tell you what, I spent a lot of time. Lincoln played was white in the high school game in board on game 1, and let me just tell you what, Lincoln, we're going to pull it up right now, and we're going to go through it with you. You're playing Yaraslau, and can you see the board there? Very good. Lincoln Boucher, I believe that's how you pronounce your name, was white against on board 1 against Yaraslau in the morning round. And he started out with e4, c5, knight to c3, knight to c6, and after g6, here he played knight to f3. Just I think the Grand Prix attack is just it's just a wonderful choice. Here, bishop to b5. I know the theory. The latest theory on that is you want to create a wait. Is to actually play a4. What you're looking for is a waiting move, because you want to develop the bishop, but you're not 100% sure whether it belongs on b5 or c4. So, for example, when you play bishop to b5, he should have immediately played knight to d4. What you're looking for is, after you play a4, if he plays a6, then you play bishop to c4, and you have just sort of a wonderful bishop there. If he plays d6 or something like that, then you can pin it. That's the point of it. So, anyways, he sort of lets you into the game where he takes with the b pawn. Honestly, I think this is supposed to be the way that's taken. You run into fewer troubles for black. He takes with the b pawn. You play e5, d5. Now, I know you can play this, but this is d3, knight to d2, castles, knight to a4, beautiful move. c4, and now here was the one critical point where you played bishop to e3. Well, that's a fine move. I thought you should have played b3, because what it allows you to do is, I think we went on break here. All right, sorry, we're just in the middle of a break here. I don't want to start talking. Well, I think if I'm on break, I assume you are too. All right. All right, sorry, I didn't talk during the break. So Lincoln, are you still there? It was in this position right here, where when you played bishop to e3, I thought b3 was your best move, because what it allows you to do is it allows you to take over that file one move quicker. And then if black ever plays, say, c takes d, if black ever plays c takes d4, then you're going to be able to put your rook on this open file. So when you play bishop e3, see, and now you see everything happens. It's just you're a move behind on everything. And so what it does is it allows him to play bishop to f8, like right there. Now g4, I think that move's fine. I think that's one of those moves where I think you always have it. And in this position, you have lots of, you have other moves to play. And so, I might have held back on that move, at that time, maybe improve your queen first, because you can always play that. And as you can see, there were times in that endgame where I think you wish you could have played g3 instead of having the g4 pawn there. So g4, bishop to a6, knight to d4, beautiful move. It's right here where I think you gave up your advantage. I would not trade queens. He was down to like 15 minutes or 14 minutes or something like that, and you have an attack coming, where your queen belongs over on the king side. And so it's in this position here where there were two moves that I thought were better. You could either play f5, or I thought your best move was bishop to d6. And the reason for that is it almost forces this move. Because if he doesn't play that, let's say he plays something like this, then all of a sudden this knight comes in and you're just killing him here. Absolutely killing him. And so what you basically force him to sacrifice a pawn. But now in this position, I wouldn't. I mean, you could. You know what I was looking at is playing f5, and I just feel like that. My gut tells me, you know, I don't have the analysis in front of me. My gut tells me that this wins for you. I can't prove it. You know, I'm not looking at. Well, I suppose I could look at analysis. That actually likes black a little bit. Oh, maybe. I think the problem is that there's you got to be careful about the pin on the knight. I just think long term. I think long term that I like this. I sort of like this position for you. Maybe I'm wrong, but this was my gut at the time. But anyways, you had other wins there. This was maybe even just too complicated. We're just complicating it. All right. So anyways, you go to the end game. He takes, very good. Right here, this was the critical juncture in the game, I thought. This move, absolutely, this move has to be played, doesn't it? And I'm guessing if he plays something like, you know, say bishop to b5, then what's going to happen is you're going to be able to just double your rooks, and then you can just slowly nurse your pawns forward. Now, I don't think, you know, you were still able to do it. And I don't know, you know, I thought he should have tried to take over the c file at some point, especially when your knight was undefended. Like, you know, like right here, this move is just you know, this move just has to be played, I think. All right, b6, and now I think my biggest criticism of the game is you took 9 minutes on this move. And I'm curious what you were looking at, because this is a move that I think you could have played in. You should have played in like 30 seconds. You know, it seems like, you know, and so what ended up happening, although you never really got into necessarily time trouble, but he was down to about 3 minutes and you had about 12 minutes. And so it was in this position here where I would have thought that you should have just played rook to c2 right away. You still had about 12 minutes left, and I think he had, you know, just under 3 minutes, I want to say. I think you can win this game at that point. But anyways, that's he played really good too. You know, getting you know, sort of, you know, getting himself back into the position here. You know, and actually he had some winning chances in this spot. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I never really thought much of that one. We looked at some sacrifices. Oh, you're looking to. Oh, okay, you're looking to. Oh, interesting. Well, yeah, I think you just sort of run into trouble here. Not trouble, but I think this just peters out to a draw. Well, here's the thing. Is I was looking at variations of this before, where maybe this wins. You know, I didn't completely get it. You know, I didn't completely get into it, but If you can get you have them in a checkmating net right now. But yeah, I don't know if that works or not. Anyways, I hope that helped a little bit. You played really good. I thought you deserved to win that game, and it just didn't happen. But you're playing a very good player, and that was a really good game. So congratulations on that. All right. Well, what do we got going on here? Now, let's see. Where were we at? I went looked at one of our earlier games, and where we last left off, Aaron has now created a pass pawn. The knight is redirecting itself. Aaron is getting his king back into the game, and now he's sort of dominating the position. G takes, H4, bishop to A3, captures, and so now the win is simple. Is this pawn's going to be sort of used as a decoy, so that this king can pretty much win the final two pawns. Plays G4. Alrighty. Hey, you're welcome, Lincoln, and congratulations. Have we played before, Lincoln? I'm trying to, as I'm getting older, I'm having trouble remembering who I all played. But let's see here. Yes, I think we're just we're starting to get down a little bit. Aaron's starting to it's under the 10-minute mark, so I think at this point he's just going to start pushing the pawn forward and then try to force the knight away. Anyways, I want to welcome everybody for joining us. I'm hoping that we can get 100 people to be watching us for the final round. So far, we've gotten up to in the 20s. So, but in the final round, we might have. Oh, thank you, Lincoln. In the final round, perhaps we'll have a co-host as well. All right, let's see here. Knight to G1. Okay, so that loses a pawn, but there is the potential fork on knight to F3. So bishop to, I think the winning technique here is bishop to E7, most likely knight to E5, and then you push this pawn forward. It forces the king, and now at this point you have two winning ways. You can try to, probably the cleanest way is just to get the knight, just to force the knight and just mop up these final two pawns. So that should be the winning technique. But we've all lost or drawn many games where all we needed was winning technique. So this is not an easy. It's not an easy win, but the fact that this is where you really see how powerful the bishop is towards a knight when there's pawns on both sides of the board. Because you look, the knight takes 3 moves in order to stop that pawn, and it can't both simultaneously attack and defend. Whereas this bishop, if the bishop goes back to E7, for example, it defends this pawn and it supports this pawn, which are 6 files away from each other. So plays E3 or A3 right away. Just transposes to the line that I was talking about. I don't think this game is going to last just too much longer. So that's the winning technique. Just bring the bishop back, protect your current pawns, and then just use this A pawn's just going to become a decoy. And even right now, he's got to be careful because bishop to c3 is being threatened, and so I think knight to e2 is sort of forced. And then I think you could just play I think you could just play a2 right away, sort of force, and then it's going to be something like this where this pawn's going to fall, and that's going to be the win. So white's got some trouble here, unfortunately. But let's see if I think all the other somebody should give me an update on board 2 with Yaraslau versus Thomas Sweeney. I'm not seeing a result there. I'm curious what's going on with that position. Not position. I was just curious how that game's going. All right. Well, I was just told that on board 102, Thomas Sweeney has defeated Yaraslau, and so that's going to be the final. The board 1 for the finals is going to be Samuel Paukovitz versus Thomas Sweeney, and I've been told that the first tiebreak is going to be your score from the March 22nd event, the final score from the final Scholastic. So I'll let people smarter than me figure that one out. But so we just to let everybody know, we do know what the matchup's going to be for the high school championship. 2 underdogs. I shouldn't say that either. I guess Caton also has 1.5 points. I might be misspeaking there. I'm not pairing anything, so for anything I say, just ignore in terms of pairings. But anyways, we have we've got some just tremendous competition in the high school division, to say the least. And we already in the middle school section, Jason Marshall is at 2 out of 2. And so he will be playing on board 1 in the final round against the winner of this game. Although Aaron Wang is up a pawn, anything can happen. And in the elementary school division, Tanay and Johann each have perfect scores, and so they will be facing off against each other in the final round. So everything very good. We just a tremendous tournament. The talent here is I think I just never couldn't imagine having players rated, and we have a player rated, at least one player rated over 2,000 in every section. That's just, you got to go to states like New York in order to find something like that. That's quite something else. It just shows that the future's pretty bright. I know to give people sometimes ask me. My first Scholastic was in 7th grade, and then in 8th grade I was rated about 11, or I was rated about 1,000, 1,100, and then I went up from there. But just to give people some perspective, some of these players that are experts now, at the same time I was rated 1200 maybe, 1300 maybe at the most. So, and these are memories you'll never forget. I know I only played in 5 Scholastics. I played in there's 6 Scholastics, you know, from 7th grade on, and I remembered every one of them like they were yesterday. So whether you win or lose, you're going to have some great memories from this tournament. All right, I think we're still looking at this game. It's just a tough game here. I assume that the winning as soon as White's slowly running into just sort of running out of moves here, and that's what oftentimes happens with the knight. Is with the bishop, you can retreat a bishop, and when you retreat a bishop, it still controls pretty much all the squares that it did before. Every time you move a knight, it controls completely new squares. And so if your knight is defending a pawn and you have to move the knight, well, then that becomes a problem. And so I think White's running into that just a little bit here. So in this position here, I'm not quite sure what Aaron's thinking. I know he's got to be thinking of just playing a2. But well, that doesn't quite work in this position here. Am I missing? Oh, I'm missing a few moves here. Yeah, there's no reason to play a2 now. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong position here. The winning technique is pretty simple here. Is they're just going to he's just going to it's, you know, play bishop takes pawn at some point, but probably what's going to happen is after king to a2, he's probably going to play bishop to b2 because there's no reason to just give up that pawn for nothing. So king to a2 and king to b4. Yeah, he's just slowly getting into Zugzwang here. Slowly running out of moves. All right, just a tremendous round. I think this game is probably close to finished here. And we're going to have some exciting matchups in the final round. All right. Just waiting for this final game to finish here. It's tough here. This is there's just really no good moves for White at this point here. Knight takes bishop, loses. You know, the king, you know, and just all the pawns fall. If king to b1, then you know, potentially king to b3, knight to c1, and now this pawn is also going to fall, and you don't even have to give it up right away. You can just simply play bishop b2, you know, bishop b2, and really those are your only moves. What else is there? Anything? If you move the knight, you know, just knight, you know, bishop takes pawn. Just a tough position here. Goes knight to c1, and now bishop takes d4, and just a tough position. Well, let's see if there's any more questions in the chat. Let's see here. So I've been told that Sweeney has the tie breaks if it comes to it. So that's very good. Thank you, Paul. I have to admit I don't have any tie breaks in front of me. So I've always just been of the opinion that if you win the game, you don't have to worry about tie breaks. But there is a case here where you have a couple players with 1.5 that you could have a situation where you could win in the final round and still be having to face some tie breaks. So I guess we'll just see what happens here. Hopefully it doesn't come to it. It's always heartbreaking. I know I've lost 2 or 3 state championships. Even though I had a perfect score, I lost on tie breaks. This would have been back in my North Dakota days, where we only recognized 1 state champion. So, but I know that there were times where I won it on tie break too. So it goes both ways. I think a lot of tournaments now are having some type of tie break. There was even talk at one time about even if you're playing in a Swiss tournament, trying to eliminate draws, where if 2 players did draw, then you would immediately have to play like some type of Armageddon match, that would decide. It's almost like overtime in hockey or something, but it never really came to that. I think the problem is that most players, once they're done playing, they're sort of exhausted here. All right, so let's see what's going on here. And in this position here, you definitely see the strength of the bishop. The bishop is defending a pawn that's all the way across the board. It's defending 2 pawns at the same time. Something a knight just can't do. And I think after bishop to f8, that's probably going to end the game. Or bishop c5. I thought that this move just sort of does it, but plays bishop c5, and now there's really no stopping e5, e4, e3, e2, and e1. All right. I think they're still playing. Knight to g8, takes, check, and now that should pretty much end it. Must be some time trouble here that I'm not seeing. Wonder if the clock is, let's see here. I'm looking at the tournament. It looks like, although it looks like both players have plenty of time remaining, they seem to be moving fast. So I'm not sure if I don't have the right time or not. Anyways, quite frankly, Black could just sack the bishop if they wanted to. Just play g3. Not necessary. And that should end it. There's absolutely no way the knight can't get to the bishop anymore, or can't get to to stop either of the pawns anymore. I should specifically say the G pawn. Tough loss for White. They played very, very well. But that ain't over. It's just anybody can win in the final round. We've seen upsets. And that should pretty much end it. All right. Well, as this game winds down, I want everybody. We're going to be taking about a 20-minute break here. I need to get a new soda, and then we will move on with the final round. And it's proving to be an exciting round. And so I'm gonna check off right now. Thank you for joining us. There is an official winner now, and we'll have the matchups for the final round, and we'll be starting about 4:15. So we'll be starting in about 45 minutes, I want to say. So thank you for joining me, and I'm going to sign off for about 45 minutes, but we will be back. Thank you.
After like 8:52, just like.
Yeah, so Thomas Samuel is playing either Thomas or Caton. Yeah, exactly. Unless they draw, and then I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's 2.5. And so yeah, I guess yeah, either way it's 2.5. So one of those three are going to win, but Thomas Sweeney has the virus. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, the important thing is
Oh, this. Oh, you did the modern.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to play the modern game today because like I already played it and then I was playing one of the worst Queen's Gambits you might ever have seen in my life.
No, that was the extension of my friend for you. I looked, I was like, oh, he plays the modern, I'm gonna win.
I should have played the modern. I don't know why I did.
I actually did.
It's what I play every game against everybody. I don't know why.
A few months ago, I played against your dude, because like against because you play. I've seen you play both the Jayabarath and the
Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit.
Yeah.
Like I prepped like okay, I looked at it, I was like, okay, I was putting against me like at the it was you played what? Yeah, you did. I thought you played this.
No, the reason I did this is my first time I want to play this against me. I wanted to try it out.
That is a very good caveat. I think I won my. Yeah, I mean.
But you did it.
I feel like one of your
Fair point. Hey, fair point. I'll give that one.
Yeah, no, I played
I might just leave that.
oh, that's fine.
You want to give me my Charles?
You played in Columbia?
Charles.
Okay, but that's more like an hour, isn't it?
Two.
Two? Okay. So it's close to 2 hours. What do you like?
I don't know. Okay, because like you go to like all the tournaments in the world. Well, you go to like so many tournaments.
Bro.
Comparatively.
Yeah, that's fair. Because I can play in the Charlotte one. I'm playing like
Yeah.
one three Charlotte tournaments, and that's like every.
The Charlotte,
That's like
Charlotte
three.
is
I play like 3
primary.
times a year in Charlotte. Yeah. I farmed the Charlotte kids in Rapid though. In Rapid and Blitz, I've been farming them. In Classical though, I'm getting cooked.
I mean, I play the Charlotte Open every once in a while, and I have to get. Ben Feingold was like doing game review at the Charlotte Open once, and I went into a really crappy line. He was like, "Why do you know this much theory?" This was back when I played the 2 nights against the French.
I don't think I had the chance to get the first. Like, what do you do now? Like, what?
Well, this is what happened, right? You go here, C5. This is the line that I play. And then BB6.
I don't get it. Why?
Okay, well, first of all, Bishop E7 is a trap. If they take, then you take and then you fight.
Well, I would never play Bishop E7
But you
because I'm playing a
just take.
French. I don't want to take my dark sword bishop.
But you take and then you play Queen D2. There's like 6 traps.
Huh? How are there 6 traps?
Well, take, okay, there's 2. But like takes is like obvious, the obvious one. But what happens is everybody sits here and calculates and it's like, boom. And they're like, oh, and then I just like take it.
Oh, I've seen this line.
Yeah, it takes, it's like, you looks like when you play King D2, and it's like, and then you go, I've got it.
No, it wasn't your. I remember it was like 1500 Indian kid versus some 2000, and the 2000 is getting close.
But yeah, I played. This was the line that I got, and basically it was take, and then here after E8, there's 2 knights back. Knight takes castle.
So I think.
Hey, that's a good thing to get out of your mind. But both knight E6 and knight D5 work. Those are the only 2.
95 plus.
Yeah, that's what I play. I play knight D5. E6. And then basically I won.
What's the name here?
F6.
F6. It makes sense.
And then it takes here and then here. And then 4. That's the entire point. You have to know all of this. Or wait, no, I messed with you. No, there should be another piece.
I get the idea of the line though.
It's like here. Here. And then it takes, and then it takes, here, and here, takes. And this is but you get into it like this, and it's like you're slightly better. But like it's better.
Like twice winning.
No, technically not. But
Well, it's very good to play with black because white should has far. Well, black has I don't know.
what are you gonna do about the?
Probably I don't know. Not my problem.
What is your problem?
Yeah, but like I already have so many. No.
I mean, say here. Well, I have them.
This is not one to state championships.
I love seeing the you and the picture. It's always hilarious.
I showed my friends that and they're like, no, you these to like.
They're like off in the bottom left corner, like. How do you do this?
I played way too aggressive in my first two games. 0-3 and then 3. I lost some weight. I ended up winning.
Like, half of them are national masters, half of them are like 200.
No. I was slightly above average. Or no. I think I was like, no, the number 2 seed first round.
Like, you were 27?
Yeah. And there's like 54 people. Because there's the 50 state plus 2 for the whole state plus 2 for California plus 1 for DC.
So does that make sense? But, wait, what was the topic?
It was a 9. I don't remember the number though.
Got about a minute, everybody. If you can make your way to your tables.
Probably should lock in.
Probably.
I did last game.
I don't know, I'm just like win and then.
Bro, you're not winning. Don't lie to yourself.
I'd probably get lose.
I got a 3
I'm just like.
It'll be really quick. We can get it down to like.
Well, not if I'm like win or lose it like.
All right, everyone. This is the last round of the South Carolina Scholastic Championship. After this round finishes, we will go doing trophies, warrants. So stick around. We can do trophies, get pictures done. Appreciate everyone that came out. This new format seems to be a pretty good success. So appreciate everybody and your feedback. It is 4:15 right now. Go ahead and shake hands. Your opponent is not here.
Alrighty. I want to welcome everybody to the final round of the South Carolina Scholastic Qualifying Championships. This is we have some exciting matchups here today. In the high school section, we have. Let me just pull up the pairings here so I don't get them wrong. We got in the high school section, we've got Caton Tsao versus Samuel Paukovitz. In the middle section, we got Wang versus Jason Marshal. And in the elementary section, we got Tanay Sanghani versus Johann Jayabarath. And we got some exciting storylines to talk about with all of them. First of all, on board one, we have Samuel Paukovitz, who had a tremendous win last round. He's the only undefeated. He's playing Caton Tsao. However, there is a player playing on board two, Jason Sweeney, who is playing Will Snyder. And according to what I've been told, Jason Sweeney has the actual tie breaks if it comes down to it. Now Samuel, if he wins, he's the only undefeated scorer, so he definitely controls his own destiny. But and we're going to be talking about the other games as we go along. So the first game we're looking at is Samuel versus Caton, and Caton, we've been seeing a lot of Queen's Gambits here in this tournament, which is usually surprising. Usually with Scholastic events, you oftentimes tend to get a lot more king pawn type positions. And so far it's just standard and nothing really to talk about there. In the middle school section, we have witnessed Wang play just some tremendous chess. And he is currently playing against Jason Marshal. Now, here's the kicker to this. About 2 weeks ago, when they played in the actual South Carolina championship, for the 8 qualifiers, in the final round, Jason Marshal beat Wang, which means he holds the tie breaks. So if this game turns out to be a draw, Jason will win it on tie breaks. And so right now, we're in this game, another Dutch defense. We had a Dutch defense during the last game, and it's another Dutch Leningrad type. Looks like it. B4 is a move I actually played a lot in the Dutch, and the reason I like it is the one bad thing about the Dutch is you completely ignore the queen side. It's not like a Nimzo or Queen's Indian. So it gives white the opportunity to advance these pawns without any any worries. And so now it looks like Jason is trying to set up some type of it's called sort of the triangle Dutch. This is something that has been there's a book that was written about it by Simon Williams. In a lot of cases, it can transpose into the Stonewall or a Stonewall type position. But so far, it's a very, very interesting game. Our final game is Tanay Sanghani, who's 2-0 versus Johann. Pardon my pronunciation on this, but it's Jayabarath. And here's the thing about Johann is he actually didn't qualify during the South Carolina Scholastic Championship. He was not one of the 8 qualifiers. However, he was the 9th, and one player couldn't make it today, and so he was a complete dark horse. He's basically our version of John Daly, the alternate that comes into a tournament and does very well. So keep your eyes on him. I mean, he's the fact that he's playing in the final round is quite a story. So, anyways, if we look at this game, it turns into I forget what this is called. This I think it was Rosen that who's somebody's gonna have to tell me what this is called. I forget what this was called. It's some attack, anyways. What black basically sacrifices a pawn in order to get a quick development and an attack. So, and right now, Tanay has simply grabbed his extra pawn and he's continuing his development. So excellent. So very good, very good. So we're just going to keep going from board to board right now. Just sort of a standard Queen's Gambit. White captures. E3 and castles, Queen to C2 and B6. I actually years ago I used to play this variation as white, and I used to give up the dark squared bishop and then try to defeat my opponent on the light squares. And so that's the sort of the point of it. You're also looking to perhaps put some pressure along the C file. So everything's going pretty good here. So just a second here. So I'm just checking the chat to see if anybody has any questions. Let's see if anybody's in the chat and has any questions here. Nothing so far. But anyways, our goal is to get to 100 viewers for this final round. So if you know anybody that's participating in this, please let us know. And please give a shout out. All right, so this is our high school game. Samuel Paukovitz versus Caton Tsao. Both very talented players. Samuel's just had an amazing tournament here today, and so I guess we'll see what happens. Let's go to our next game. This is our most interesting matchup. Aaron Wang versus Jason Marshall, and Jason is like we said, Jason's already defeated Aaron a couple weeks ago, so we have a rematch, and I think we're in for an exciting game. Aaron Wang has to win the game, so just something to keep in mind here. Just looking at this with the Dutch. The one thing that just sort of sticks out in my mind when I see this is one of the reasons I've played the Dutch before. I've sort of stayed away from it. I tend to stay away from some defenses where I tend to have create some potential weaknesses around my king, and in this position, so although the Dutch players that play the Dutch are very good at it, and it's a very good defense. It's just something I've generally stayed away from in my career. But all right, so Aaron's just playing good, solid moves here. Very, very much like a Catalan. When you look at it, he tends to be whoever's training him, they must really be working on the Catalan. All right, finally. We get with Tanay and Johann, and Tanay is just simply up a pawn. I I'm not 100% sure he's going to be able to keep it, but he's as of right now, he's just playing good, solid chess, and you can see that right here. We're on move 11. He's completely developed. He's castled his king, and he controls he controls the center. There's nothing more you could ever ask from the opening. So he's come out just playing this very well. All right, we'll go back to the high school game, and whoa! Now this is castling queenside in the Queen's Gambit. This was the rage back in the 90s, and I never completely understood it. It just seems like white is just really asking for trouble in this. Now, I understand Caton feels that he's a half point behind. He probably feels like he has to win the game. I'm not. What concerns me about this is Black's pieces naturally flow towards the queen side, and when you castle queen side, all of a sudden Black's moves just become supernatural. You're going to see c5, you're going to see bishop to d7 or b7 or a6, and right now, well, I first think that Black should finish developing their pieces, but for example, a move like c5 is very interesting. You do have to be a little bit careful about opening up the d file. So I think just playing bishop to b7 here is just natural move, and then knight to d7, eventually c5, and I don't know. I see the c and d files being opened, and that's not going to be to White's favor with their king on the queen side. So, and Black has played bishop to b7 here. So, not I know it's theory, so it's hard to say, but anyways, if anybody is following on chat, I want to thank you. Did he really? Oh, the Stafford Gambit. That's right. I am always hearing about that. Thanks for the update on that. That the Stafford Gambit. We'll go back to that here. The Stafford Gambit. I think that was a Rosen. We're on board 301 here with Tanay versus Johann. Johann is Black, and I remember the Stafford Gambit. I'll just go back a few moves. The Stafford Gambit is where Black sacrifices that e-pawn and is willing to sacrifice the really compromise their pawn structure. After knight to f3, I'd be willing to bet that d6 is not the right move. I think you're supposed to play. God, I don't even know the theory on it, but I think it's knight to f6 and d5. The whole point of the gambit is to get your pieces out super quick, and there's all sorts of traps in it. I don't even know all of them, but I know that it's facing. So, anyways, Tanay has played just a beautiful game here, and Johann's going to try to get some type of counterplay, most likely on the king side. I'm guessing that this knight's going to come to g6, and he's going to try to occupy it. The problem is that White's structure is just so rock solid that this is when I tell students that they need to control the center. Well, this is the reason you want to control the centers, because when you control the center, you control the entire flow of the game. And right now, it just isn't easy for Black to Black's only down a pawn. The problem is it's a center pawn. It was this e-pawn. So this is going to become a problem for black later in the game, and so just something to keep in mind there. Let's go back. I think we skipped the middle school section here. Aaron Wang versus Jason Marshall. And as I mentioned earlier, Jason had defeated Aaron in the actual South Carolina Championship. It was an upset, but means he's more than capable of beating anybody at any given time. So after castles, queen to e8 and queen to c2, the battle lines are sort of drawn here. What we're going to be seeing for black is black's going to try to take over the center and maybe turn that into a kingside attack, whereas white is going to try to break open the queen side. And when you look at the fianchettoed bishop, so I think in this position, I look at this from black's point of view. I'm not real crazy about queen to e8, simply because I think you still have 3 minor pieces to develop, and I would probably tend to want to develop those pieces first before I start moving before I start moving the queen. I'm not 100% sure on the theory on this, but that would be my gut feeling is queen to e8 feels a little bit inaccurate. If after the game, if I put it into a computer, I might see that. So I do want to say I don't use evaluation bars or the computer analysis. So everything you're hearing from me is just the instincts of a national master. So all right, queen to c2, and Aaron is playing just tremendous positional chess here. All right, well, let's go to the high school. Back to the high school game here. Where we left off was black played bishop to b7, and then after king to b1, knight to d7, castles. I'm sorry, c takes d4, e takes d4. Now, the point of playing that is first of all, you want to block in this bishop. If you do something like bishop to e2, then after pawn takes pawn, this bishop has control of the entire long diagonal. And so after c takes d4, e takes d4, this bishop is sort of hemmed in or pinned in by their own pawns. It's not the end of the world, but so this bishop is just a little bit inactive. However, when I look at this, black has an absolute natural plan of playing rook to c8 and c5, trying to open up the c file. And there's not really a good way of doing it, or a good way of blocking that. Also, what I'm expecting here is after h4. Here's what's going to happen is white is going to be looking to play g4 and g5. These 2 moves away from being able to pry open the position. This is one of the reasons why I'm always hesitant to play the move h6 so early in the game, as we saw on move 5. When you played h6, all of a sudden it doesn't look like a very weakening move at the time, but what it does do is the light squares around the king are now just a little bit weaker, and all of a sudden as we go forward into the game after h4, as we can see, white is 2 moves away from being able to open up black's position. If this pawn was back at on h7, it would take 4 or 5 moves at least in order to accomplish the same thing. On top of that, the light squares are just a little bit weak. Specifically, this f5 square at some point is going to be a launching point for perhaps the queen, followed by perhaps maybe a checkmating battery. So it's I it's a very interesting position here. I guess you could call it dynamically equal. I do think that I do think that black is going to be black is going to be able to open up this C file real quick. This is going to be a fascinating game, with two very aggressive players, and I tell you what, I think we're going to have to keep our eye on this one. This is going to be a great game here. So let me check the chat if there's any questions going on. All right. All right. Well, if there's any questions, by all means, send them. I am checking the chat periodically. All right. Well, let's go to our next game here. Let's go back to. Let's go. We'll just go in order here. This is board 201. Aaron Wang as white versus Jason Marshall as black for the middle school championship, and. Nothing's really happened. The only thing that's happened is black has started to develop some pieces here, knight to d7. So I think what's going to happen in this game is black is just isn't white is just rock solid on the king side. You look at it, it's just a nice fianchettoed king position. So any attack on the king side just on its surface probably isn't going to be all that successful. So what black's going to need to do is start advancing in the center a little bit to try to sort of loosen up the position a little bit. Once black can then control the center, then some king side attacks might work. And then with white, I think what white's going to. There's a couple different ways white could play here. One, first of all, I think they need to, first they need to develop the knight. They could try to open up the center themselves, by playing knight to d2, rook to e1, and then e4. The downfall of that is you are opening up the f file, so that might not be right. Another idea is you played e3. Okay, another idea, is I would first develop the knight, and then you can start advancing the A and the B pawns in order to create it. Now, another thing is that now that when white has played queen to E8, this C6 C7 pawn is undefended. So if white plays knight to say he played E3. But if white would have played knight to c3, it pretty much forces either a6 or c6, because you don't want to allow knight, like if you play something else, you don't want to allow knight to b5 because it sort of forces the queen to come back again. But however, once you force a move, say like c6, all of a sudden now you can open up the queen side that much quicker. And when you look at in conjunction with the fianchettoed bishop, knight to c3 might have been my preference. Now Aaron Wang has played e3, and I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to create he's trying to get a grip on the f4 square. He doesn't want to. There's always scenarios where if let's say you play knight c3, there's always scenarios where your opponent can play f4. And perhaps get some type of king side attack going, even at the expense of a pawn. So he plays e3, and now Jason plays e5, and like what I was talking about earlier, is Jason is absolutely looking to attack the king side. The problem is you can't do it right away. It's just the position is just too it's just too rock solid. However, in this position, after the move e3, what you have seen is some of the light squares are just a little bit weaker. For example, let's just take a look at this position. When the pawn's on e3 or e2, excuse me, it controls the e3 and f3 square. Everything sort of rocks off. The minute you play that, obviously the move has some strengths, but once you play that, all of a sudden now, some of those light squares just get a little bit more sensitive. Something that we're going to watch during the game. And Jason immediately plays e5. He's got a couple different ideas. One is, for example, say after knight c3, he can close the center and gain space, and then try to start perhaps a kingside attack. Now all of a sudden you've loosened up the position a little bit. You've gained some real critical squares. You've loosened up the position, and you're in a position to attack. Not that White's in danger of being checkmated or anything, but it's just something that's where the counterplay is going to be. You also have the ability to leave it, because when you have these pawns here, you control a large number of squares, where you can just keep incrementally improving your position. Maybe get your bishop on the long diagonal, maybe get your other rook into the game. These are some things to consider. Finally, finally, at some point you can always play f4 yourself, where now you've supported that advance. So Aaron plays d5. All right. Well, the battle lines are drawn now. After d5, we know where Black's attacking. Black's attacking, his pawns are pointed towards the king side. Black is going to be attacking on the king side. And we know exactly where Aaron's going to be attacking, on the queen side. So he's looking to, he's probably going to play knight to c3, followed by at some point c5, and it might require him to maneuver his knights around a little bit. Maybe his knight has to end up on b3. But so we just got a fascinating game here. Just a terrific game here. All right, let's see where we're going to next here. What did I talk about? Let's go back to our elementary school game. And where we last left off was after knight to e2. And what you're seeing here is Black has, 4 minor pieces that he doesn't have room to maneuver with. They really don't do it. They're really not doing much. He doesn't have anything to attack. Tanay's center is just so rock solid that it's just a tough position. So after a4, a5, knight to c4, it's a tough position here, because you don't want to trade off that bishop, but at the same time, if you back it off, you lose the a pawn. So after knight to g6, knight takes, pawn takes. What we have here now in this position is Tanay still has an absolute rock solid position. He's up a pawn. He might lose this pawn, he might not, but Black's pawn structure is not doing so well. And when we talk about, you probably heard the term pawn islands. That's the number of pawns that can protect, that are adjacent to each other, that can protect each other. Well, Black has 1 pawn island, 2 pawn islands, 3 pawn islands, whereas White has just the 1 pawn island. He's got all of his pawns still. What that means is that these pawns, Tanay's pawns, can protect each other. He doesn't need pieces to protect them. Whereas you look at Black, first of all, this d6 pawn is isolated. You need, it always needs a pawn to, or it always needs a piece in order to protect it. So Very good. Do we have a guest coming on?
Hey, Mike, are you there?
Oh, I am here. How's it going?
How's it going, Mike?
Well, hey, David. This
We're
is
really testing the limits of technology here to get me on.
I'm amazed I'm on I wouldn't be on if it wasn't for Brandon.
Yeah, no, he's amazing.
Yeah, so
So
well,
I've
that's
been
terrific.
following and watching. Keep commentating. I've been following and watching. Excited about what you guys are doing or having place here.
Well, for those unfamiliar with David Gramad, he's the president of the South Carolina Chess Association. He's the founder of Think Move Chess, and well, I think we went on a commercial break here.
Okay.
But so yeah, it's been an interesting interesting round. We've got some games that look like they're going to be very exciting here. And
so I want to, while they're on the commercial break, I want to say a big thank you to the Columbia Chess Club and to everything. Mike, I know you're an integral part of that, to everything you guys do over there. It's just amazing. Just continue to be amazed by the level of professionalism and how things just keep going up and up and up over there. All the details just put into place, and couldn't be happier. Being involved so many years in this tournament, and always wondering how to tackle the problem of shorter time controls when I got on board many years ago and playing a 5-round tournament on one day and having to do 30-minute games. We've come a long way from those days. One of the things we ran into as the kids got better and better over the years was at some point you just felt bad that they were playing championship games and rapid time controls, basically. And so kudos to Brandon, James, Thomas, the rest of the team there. Even you, Mike, with your involvement over there for bringing it up to a new level and working this out. I'm just couldn't be happier.
Well, I appreciate it. I think we went on a commercial break, but for those unfamiliar, David Gramad is the president of the South Carolina Chess Association. He's the founder of Think Move Chess, after school that runs after school programs in Columbia, Greenville, soon to be Charleston, Utah, and they continue to expand. So, and we've got the one thing I've noticed is what I find amazing is in every single division we have at least one player rated over 2,000. I mean, the days of having a Scholastic championship where the top player was 1,300 is apparently over. And regardless of who ends up going to the national championships, I think South Carolina is going to be well represented. Just like we every year, it seems like we do better and better, and I would see no reason why this year won't be the same. Oops.
So I want to point out that of course, the winners of each of these sections will be the representative to go to the National Invitational Tournament Series, which will be in Madison this year in August. And Mike, I think you had been to several of those, if I'm not mistaken, right? When you were in high school, weren't you one of the original Dinker players?
Yeah, the Dankers I think started 2 years, I want to say, before I represented North Dakota for I won five straight Scholastics for both junior high and high school. So I got to go to 3 Dankers. I almost always lost to the eventual winner. For example, with Jesse Cry, won it 1 year. I lost to him. I lost to Vivek Rao, who never became a grandmaster, but he would have if he went into finance. But I was always, and those are some of the best memories I had. I still, when I go to tournaments to this day, I still say hi to some of the players that I knew. Back then, players didn't just put their heads in their iPhones in between games, what we did was we would play our game first thing in the morning, and then we would be in the Skittles room playing blitz chess for about 15 straight hours until until the night game. There would be the night game for the U.S. Open, and then after that game, then we would play blitz until about 3 in the morning. It seemed, just the friends and the memories I remember were just was something else. But and so I'm looking forward to, and I hope that some of these players have some of those same memories from last year and moving forward. It's just very good. Well, let's see. What do we have here? We have in the high school game, we have Samuel Paukovitz. And we had his I believe his father on the chat earlier, who was very happy on Samuel's performance. Samuel is undefeated, and he controls his own destiny. However, we do have to remember that there is a player on the second board who does hold the tie breaks. He's playing Will right now, Will Snyder. So we don't have that on a DGT board, but if Samuel wins, then he's the winner. But right now, in Caton's a heck of a talent himself. Right now, we have looks like we're gonna have one of those games where both sides are attacking each other. What I would expect Black to do is Black's gonna eventually play C5, move his rook over to the C file, and try to put some pressure on White's queen side. And with Black, I think what's going to probably happen is maybe a move like H5 after G5. What this is going to do is this is going to set up a possible, not right now, but at some point it's going to set up some type of sacrifice. It doesn't work now, but where maybe White can pry open the position. That's obviously that's not quite right. It's not going to happen right away, but we're going to have just an exciting matchup here, or an exciting finish to the game here. If we look at the middle school section with Jason Marshall and Aaron Wang, we talked about this. Is now White is where we last left off was White played D5, and now Jason has played E5. I might have tried to wait on that move. If I was Black, you always have that move. I might have tried to wait on that move, because for example, right now I'm looking at this bishop needs to get into the game. This rook needs to get into the game. I think the move I would have considered is to play knight to E4 or E4. And what that does is, first of all, it puts extra pressure on C5. It makes it a little bit harder for Aaron to play the eventual C5 move. But also, what it does do is, after I assume a move like knight to C7, you can bring your other knight into the game, and what it does is it frees up Black's pieces a little bit, because now. I'm not sure, whatever, let's say if White plays, say, rook to C8. Now, after bishop to D7, what Black has done is Black has developed all their pieces. They have a good grip on the queen side. You never know if a move like bishop to A4 might tactically work. And now, at this point, you can start considering, moves, say, like G5, G5, H5, just trying to loosen up the king side a little bit. If everybody remembers when I was saying that Black can't do a direct attack against White because the king side is just too solid, at this point now Black would have created enough havoc in the center where now all of a sudden the king side just gets a little bit more loose, and you start seeing some of those weak squares. Now, what Jason did, and I'm not, there's nothing wrong with this, but what he's doing now is he's allowed for this beautiful this beautiful knight to be nice and centralized. Now, at the same time, black is able to also get a nice centralized knight. But I think in this position, I might have tried to. I might have tried to wait on that a little bit. All that being said, black is still doing very well in this position. So we've got just an exciting game going on here between and we're expecting this between Aaron and Jason. So let's see here. Let's see how the elementary school game is going here. The elementary school game, we got Tanay versus Johann, and Tanay is up the exchange and a couple pawns. He's starting to take this game over just a little bit here. Let me see let's see what happened here. Oh, okay, so Johann lost the rook in the corner, and after bishop b5, basically all Tanay is trying to do is he's up material. He's just trying to trade down into a winning endgame. And so after rook to d8, knight to e5, c4, and Tanay is just playing this just masterfully. Queen to c6, but still a heck of a story for Johann for being the 9th seed and you're playing in the championship game, and you're not, and it's not over yet. Yeah, there's still lots of pieces on the board. Anything can still happen, but Tanay seems to be doing pretty good here for now. Let's go back and take another quick look at that high school at the high school game here. Samuel Paukovitz versus Caton Tsao. And where we last left off was after queen to e7. I might have just I can understand queen to e7. You don't want to connect the rooks. This might be just the time to just simply play c5. Just to try to open up the position a little bit. You are giving up some squares, but oh, yeah, very good. Sorry, I'm just getting a note from the actual club. This is you are giving up some squares. Don't get me wrong. I think though in this position, yeah, maybe queen to e7 is the best. The more I look at it, I don't necessarily see the attack coming for white, and maybe I think what black is maybe looking at in this position is there's no real reason to sort of sell out on the queen side. Instead of that, occupy the center. So the moves that I'm maybe looking at is knight to f6 followed by knight to e4, and tell you what, long term, black does have the two dark squared bishop, or the two bishops, specifically the dark squared bishop. And if this game doesn't turn into a checkmating fest, the natural advantage is going to be for black. So maybe I'm misspeaking here. I was originally, a few moves ago, I was saying that c5 and rook to c8, and it sort of has to be played. Now, the more I look at it, the more I'm not so sure. Although I do think c5 has to be played at some point, specifically to try to it does nothing but I'll just make a random move. You play c5. If after d takes c5, what it does do is it does open up the bishop as well. So it's a terrific positional game going on there. Let's take another look at Jason versus Aaron. Oh my goodness! Look what just happened. We talked about this knight maneuver, and now Jason has just played knight to d3, and I think it was Kasparov that said, if you can get a knight on, in your opponent's position on, say, D3 or D6, or, if you can get one of those knights that can't be taken, he says that piece is worth at least a rook. And so when I look at this position here, that's not easy to get rid of that knight right now. The only, the knights really are a few moves away from doing it. You don't want to trade with the bishop. This knight is just a monster. And so when I talked, and let's see here, and Aaron goes bishop c3. So when I talked about black needing to take control of the center before attacking the queen side, all of a sudden, right now, you start seeing some checkmating possibilities. For example, black can now play knight to g4. And if after the natural knight, after, say, h3, you have some amazing sacrificing possibilities here. Where I don't know if these work, but for example, you never know when a move like this might work. And I know none of this is forced. I'm just wanting to show some things that black might be looking at here. It's actually sort of reminiscent of the game with Fischer versus Robert Burns in, what was it, 1956? Where 57. It's one of those years. I'd have to dig it up, where Fischer played this brilliant sacrifice on f2, where the grandmasters that were commenting at the time thought that Fischer was blundering. I'll have to. James would know that game, the walking chess encyclopedia. All right, so after bishop to c3, what does here? So if we look at this position here, it's just fascinating. There's a couple different moves that black can consider here now. The first one, I think the move that I would play is bishop to d7, simply because it develops my final piece. I connect my major pieces, and I am threatening to potentially go bishop to a4 if it tactically works. It might not, but it's developing my final piece. The other possibility I would look at is both h5 and g5. For example, if I play h5 here, you're sort of daring white to play h4. If that happens, all of a sudden that move that I talked about earlier, knight to g4, all of a sudden it's infinitely stronger now. Every sacrifice I make on e3 or e3 or f2 just becomes that much stronger. Also, you could simply play g5, threatening to play f4, and all of a sudden everybody can see that this isn't necessarily good for white. Now, obviously, tactically, this doesn't work. You'd have to prepare it a little bit more because the e pawn is undefended. But these are some ideas. So I think bishop to d7 is the move I would play. But I tell you what, there's a lot to be said about playing h5 here, and even there's something to be said about maybe playing bishop to h6, where maybe there's some additional sacrifices that might become available, or even better, maybe h5 followed by bishop to h6. We can start seeing, you're starting to see some patterns, some tactical patterns, and usually this is where the tactics begin. Okay, so we do have a move here. He plays b6. And Jason's just been playing a marvelous game up to this point. I'm not as crazy about that move. you're creating some weaknesses that you don't need to create. And are you really threatening to play? First of all, you're just making it that much easier for white to attack on the queen side. Plus, are you really threatening bishop to b7, because then the knight's just going to come into this beautiful e6 square, and just like I talked about with the knight on d3, all of a sudden the knight on e6 is even more powerful than the knight on d3. So
I think what I hear you saying is basically, with opposite castling positions, don't make it easier for the
right.
side attack, right? I mean,
Exactly. Right now, if white wants to, you look at if black would have played bishop d7. I think we're on commercial break here.
I'm going to go ahead and drop off too. You're doing a great job. So,
thank you.
It's been an interesting experiment. Brandon texted me and asked if I wanted to join, so I jumped out of the chair and said, okay, let me get it done. You're doing great, though. This is awesome.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
We're going to head on down to the club. We'll be down there in time for the awards.
Okay.
So, quick note: James McDougall won the championship in 1999, and it's got some interesting story. We're going to have to pick his brain on why he didn't go to the Dinker. So.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
No, yeah. All right, I'm going to check out. Keep up good work.
Okay, thank you.
All right, bye.
All right. So we talked about in this position here. We talked about why I like bishop to d7 more than b6, because you look at how many moves it takes for it takes 4 or 5 moves for white to be able to attack the queen side. The minute you play b6, which is played, you're 2 moves away from creating havoc. And I don't think you're ever threatening to play bishop to b7. So I'm not as crazy about that move for Jason, but we'll see. Maybe we'll see what he has in mind here. All right. So Tanay Sanghani has officially won the elementary school section. He will be the representative for South Carolina at the national tournament if he chooses to attend, which I believe he will. And so we want to congratulate our first winner for the tournament. And there were all those games weren't easy. Especially the first round against Ashton played a very good game against him. In the second round, there were some interesting moments in that game as well. So he was definitely tested, but he played very well. All right, so congratulations to Tanay. And so we got 2 games remaining. We talked about Samuel Paukovitz versus Caton Tsao, and so where we last left off is I was talking about queen to e7. After knight to e1, c6, knight to d3, and now b5. Black is looking to, basically what black is saying to white is, if you're not going to attack me, I'm going to start attacking you. So excuse me a second here. That's that's sort of what we're looking at in this position. So what black's looking to do is to start just simply, I would first want to put all my pieces in their best spot. But I think what black's looking to do now is to perhaps put the knight on c4, advance the a pawn, and it's hard to tell whose king's safer right now. It looks like white has sort of remaneuvered his knights over to the queen side. There really isn't an attack over on the king side right now, whereas black actually does have an attack going. So all of a sudden, Samuel is starting to take over this game a little bit. He's not winning by any means, but I like his plan. I like what I'm seeing with his plan. All right. Well, what do we got here? Let's see. We got 2 games left, and we talked about Aaron Wang versus Jason Marshall. We talked at length about the B6 move. Yeah, I would have tried to do without that move, I guess, is probably the bottom line. But, all right. Well, do we have any questions from the chat? We do not. How many viewers do we have going on with us right now? We want to have 100. How many do we have right now? Let's see here. We have 29. All right. Well, we're a third of the way there. So I'm going to try to get an update also with the game between where we have a, let's see, what is our, let me get the matchups here. Let me quickly go to our high school section. On board 2, we have Thomas Sweeney as white, who also has 1.5 points versus Will Snyder with 1. I'm going to try to get some updates on that game, but if there's a scenario where Thomas Sweeney ends up with 2.5 and somehow on board 1 ends up with 2.5, I've been told that the tie breaks will go to Thomas Sweeney for the high school championship. So even though we're watching, for the high school section, we're watching Samuel Paukovitz versus Caton Tsao. That doesn't necessarily mean that the winner is going to be from this board. In fact, if Samuel doesn't win, well, then all eyes are on board 2. I'll try to get an update on what's happening on that board. We only have 3 DGT boards with the club, so we weren't able to put one. We weren't able to put one on for them. But anyways, so what do we got going on in this game? We've talked about this game. It looks like after bishop to e3. Right now, if I'm black, a5 looks really good. Knight to b6 looks really good. Trying to plant the knight on c4. Yeah. Now the problem with knight to b6 is you are giving up if you go knight to b6, you are giving up the c5 square. But that's not necessarily the end of the world, because the queen is protecting the bishop. So that isn't the end of the world. It's just a matter of how good this knight is. On the surface, it looks really good, and then you just have a simple plan of just pushing your pawns forward. So I think that looks pretty good. We'll go to the middle school game, and Aaron has played a very provocative move, f3. Wow. I completely understand the move. He's trying to undermine the d3 knight. The strengths of the move are obviously he's trying to contest the e5 or the e4 square, trying to put some pressure on that pawn. The downside of it is you're moving a pawn in front of your king. You're making e3 weaker. You're making g3 weaker. You're making your entire structure a little bit weaker. I always tell students, do everything possible not to push pawns in front of your king if you're being attacked. Now, Aaron might not think he's being attacked, and maybe he isn't. That's one of those moves that I probably, if you have to play it, you have to play it. I would have tried to avoid that move. Specifically, you have some interesting moves to play. For example, knight to b5, putting some pressure on the c pawn. A4 is the first move that comes to my mind. This move just looks like it's begging to be played. So, I guess we'll. See if see about that move. That's a move I would have tried to avoid. So if I'm black here now, here's exactly what I'm playing. I'm gonna play pawn takes pawn or pawn takes pawn. After knight takes pawn, I'm gonna bring the knight back, and now I have a target on e3. Well, actually, what am I missing here? If he takes, he can't take that pawn because the e pawn's hanging. Is he going to play queen takes knight? Is this the line he's going to play into? I guess maybe. Because what I was originally thinking, I was originally thinking that that this was the move, but you can take with check. It's sort of a devastating move, actually. I wonder if Aaron just I don't use computer analysis or evaluation bars with my analysis, but that doesn't look right. I'm not gonna lie, that doesn't look right. I'm very curious. I'm very curious what Aaron has in mind in this. He must. I don't know. Okay, so maybe is it rook takes f3? But then I don't know. Knight to e5. I mean, White's not losing by any means. I think the game's probably still level, but I don't know. I think a4 has got to be the move, right? I mean, that just that looks right. Yeah, maybe f3. I don't know. f3. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Maybe everything Aaron's played today has just been brilliant. So maybe I'm the one that doesn't know what I'm talking about, right? Huh? No, it's basically it's a move I probably would have tried to avoid. It's not necessarily. I'm sure if you stick that into Stockfish or something, they probably actually like the move. So, all right, well, let's go back to our high school game here between Samuel Paukovitz and Caton Tsao. And so Samuel played rook f to d8. I'm trying to see. I know the move was probably played obviously to guard the knight so that it frees the queen up, but I'm still not quite sure. It just seems like knight to d6 or a5 are the two moves to play there. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. So they both look good. Rook f to d8. Quite frankly, Samuel's probably just saying I'm not being attacked, so there's no reason for me. I'm just going to put my pieces in their best possible position. So looks good. Actually, too, is I think I see the reason for the move. I think Samuel wanted to play queen takes h4, but the problem is that g5 is a problem, because if you take with the queen, then you take the knight. So I think what he's doing is he's probably looking at this as a free move, so that he can potentially threaten queen takes h4. So, well, anyways, I want to thank everybody for joining us. This is the final round of the South Carolina national qualifying tournament, where the top 8 players from the elementary school, the middle school, and the high school division are fighting it out to see who gets the invitation to represent South Carolina at the various national championship tournaments in Madison in, I want to say, early August. Last year the tournament was in Norfolk. Many of these players, we were represented by Wang, and we were represented by Tanay, and so just to recap, Tanay Sanghani has won his game, and he is going to be representing South Carolina again as the elementary school participant. I coached him at Norfolk last year, and he had just a tremendous tournament. He was, going into round 4, he was fighting for one of the top prizes, and so and he's trust me, I've played him since then. He's only gotten better. So let's see here. We looked at the. Let's go back and look at the Wang, who represented South Carolina last year, who again has only gotten better, and he's playing against Jason Marshall. Now Jason did defeat him at the a couple weeks ago, so. Let's see here. Do we have anybody in the chat? If I am checking the chat periodically, we're trying to get to over 100 people. So right now we're at we're in the mid 20s. So we might not make 100 today, but I do appreciate everybody for joining us. Yeah, let's see here. I guess we're just waiting on these 2 boards. I'm hoping to get some type of update on how board 102 is going, which is Thomas Sweeney versus Will Snyder. And as we did mention, Thomas Sweeney has 1.5 points and holds at the tiebreak. So. Alrighty. All right, I'm going to take just a 2-minute break here, and we'll be right back, folks. right, we're just in a quick break here. All righty, greetings everybody. So where we last left off, Aaron Wang had played f3, and Jason has just moved back to knight to e5. This could potentially involve a pawn sacrifice. For example, after f takes e4, f takes e4. Oops. After f takes e4, f takes e4, it does involve a pawn sacrifice. The problem is that this this pawn is more of a liability than anything, and it's very easy for black to attack it, and the light squares that weaknesses that are created around the black king just become more and more magnified. So after f3, knight to e5. I think that is our last position. The one thing that we are seeing is that this b6 move was probably unnecessary, because I don't see a scenario where the bishop is going to want to be on b7. So this game is very exciting so far. Actually, our two remaining games are both going very, very well. Let's see here. Well, let's take a look at Samuel Paukovitz versus Caton Tsao. Where we last left off is Samuel had played rook to d8, and after rook c2, or after rook d to g1, all of a sudden, that move that I was talking about, a5 is played, and after g5, h5, what black has done, black has is completely locked up this king side. Now he does open up his bishop, but now it's hard to see where, I assume the attack's going to probably be at some point. Obviously, you have to prepare it, but f4, f5 is going to be it. However, we see that black's attack is going to come with some force here, and so black has absolutely taken over this game. And what we're seeing here with white is he just doesn't know what to do with the knights. He's sort of moving them back and forth a little bit. He just can't find a good spot for him. And at this point here, if I'm black, I see no reason why I just wouldn't keep pushing these pawns forward. Maybe at some point bring the knight in to c4. And, black's not winning by any means, but boy, he's got a really nice position here. So we got two very exciting games that are going to go, I think are going to probably go down to the wire here. So, now in this position, white just played f takes e4, and Jason has just played a terrific move, knight to g4. All of a sudden, this pawn, it just isn't easy to defend. There's the only real way to defend it is rook a to d1, but then after bishop to h6, there's not a second way to defend it. Neither knight can defend it, the queen can't defend it, the bishop can't get to it, the king can't get to it. Wow, Jason's taken over this game. It's after knight g to f4, and I have to admit that move. Although I knew at some point some combination of knight to g4 and bishop to h6 were going to be very good, I wasn't thinking it was right away. But all of a sudden, after knight g to f4, Jason's taken over this game. I don't have the evaluation bar in front of me, but I'm all of a sudden not liking White's game all that much, and Jason has done exactly what he needed to do. He has softened up White's center, and now all of a sudden White's king is just becoming a little more sensitive, and I'm not sure what Aaron. I mean, the move has to be rook to d1 or rook a to d1, but after bishop to h6, I wonder if Aaron is planning on sacrificing the exchange potentially. For example, maybe rook to f4. It's a very provocative move. Don't get me wrong, but wow, this is a fascinating position here. Fascinating position. What does everybody think in the chat think of this position? Yeah, Paul, that bishop to h6, we know that we sort of knew that at some point that move is going to I just a fascinating position here. There's no way of defending that pawn. Well, I suppose you could also go. I suppose you could play e takes d5 and just sacrifice the exchange. Maybe this is what Aaron has in mind, actually. All of a sudden, now this doesn't look so bad for White. Let's see, takes. Maybe you don't even want to take. What do you want to do here? Huh. It's a very interesting position, anyways. Yeah, maybe you take. I know this. I know these moves aren't forced, but at the end of the day, then it's you've sacrificed the exchange for a bishop. It's the light squared bishop versus the rook. You have an extra kingside pawn, but I don't know if that's enough. Because I don't think that's good. Fascinating position. That is the position. Aaron's thinking about it. The more I look at it, the more I look at this position, it's got to be some type of sacrifice, but it's just a matter of where. My gut tells me that maybe this is the best way to sacrifice the exchange. But maybe Aaron's not even thinking of sacrificing the exchange, but he's got a difficult position all of a sudden. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I'm curious as to what he's got in mind in this position. All right, well, let's take a look at the high school section. Boy, we got two exciting games that are going down to the wire in this tournament here. So, as we talked about last time, b5, h5, knight to d1, knight to b6. This is that maneuver that I've been talking about for quite some time here. And now I'm pretty sure the best move is knight to c5. I think at some point he's thinking his b pawn's going to be moved and he's going to be able to get his other knight into the game. But also, instead of playing that, the point of playing knight to d1, it was to protect this pawn. Maybe now's the time where he's going to start advancing the f pawn. Now that comes with risk. You're basically opening up your whole position here. But that's a fascinating position. Yeah. I don't know. What are the thoughts from the chat on either of these positions here? All right. So I was just told that Will Snyder won on board 102, which means that the winner of this game is the winner of this game is going to be the there is no possible tiebreak that can force one of these two players off. So we're gonna have a the winner of the Samuel Paukovitz versus Caton Tsao game is going to represent South Carolina for the high school championship this August in Madison. So thank you for updating me on that. And so the move was F4. All right. Well, I think if I was black, the first thing I would ask is, how big of a threat is that? It's actually a pretty decent threat, because if you just play, let's say you play knight to d5, well, this move is, the problem is that the knight can be pinned. I guess there's knight to d6. I'm overlooking the move. You maybe have to prepare that move just a little bit better. Maybe if you play that, maybe you just have to prepare it, or actually, you could play knight to e5 at this point. Yeah, white's still kicking in this game. All of a sudden, I'm starting to see some after f4. I'm starting to see some life back, and it seemed like white was just sort of flailing there for about a half a dozen moves. But now all of a sudden, I'm starting to see some threats in the position. Yeah, this game, both sides are attacking pretty good here. All right, well, we're gonna have to keep an eye on this one. I want to go back and let's see. He does play rook a to e1. We talked about that move. Yeah, if there's basically Sam, and I think the question is what happens if Samuel draws? If he draws, he still wins the tournament. So I don't know if he knows that or not, but all he has to do is draw the game, and then he will be the high school champion. If Caton wins, then he would jump ahead of Samuel, and so he would win it. So I tell you what, it's going to be a very interesting game going down to the wire. All right, well, this game's going much like I suspected after bishop to h6. I'm predicting rook to f5 right now. I'm sorry, rook to f4. I think at this point, Aaron feels that he's probably going to have to sacrifice the exchange, and I think rook to f4 is probably the best way to do it. I'm not quite sure how else you do it. Maybe you take, and then you sacrifice the exchange this way. That doesn't look as good. This absolutely looks like the best way to sacrifice it, because then after bishop takes rook, you can, for example, play pawn takes rook, and now all of a sudden, yeah, you're down the exchange, but you have this beautiful pawn center. And so it's not completely forced either, but I have to think that I wonder how deep Aaron saw this when he originally played f3. If this was, I'd be very interested to know how deep he looked into this position. But the problem is if you go G5, then you can sacrifice the rook on F5 and just have just another beautiful position. So it really, black's really sort of forced to just take that rook. Interesting. What does the chat think about this? Do we think the players know what happened? You know what? I think, well, obviously they're right next to each other, so they're going to know that, and there's only 4 games in their section, and there's only 1 game that they have to worry about. So I do know that when I was in tournaments, especially in the last round, I maybe pretended like I didn't know what was going on in the other games, but trust me, I knew the result of every single game that affected me in real time. And so I guarantee Samuel knows that. So he probably knows that he can draw now. Well, I think he could have drawn. I think he probably already had draw. Well, I take that back. He did have to worry about the player that Will Snyder was playing. So, anyways, in this position, we're just sort of waiting on what Aaron Wang is going to do. Let's go back and look at the high school section, and where we left off is after knight to c4, rook to g3. It was in this position where I was wondering if maybe knight to e5 is the best move, because regardless of how it's taken, you're going to be able to have a nice pawn mass going against black. However, Caton decides he's going to play rook to g3, and now after bishop to c8, basically what Samuel's trying to do is he's trying to blockade on the f5 square. However, if I'm Caton right now, I'm playing this move without even thinking. F5, because regardless of how it's taken, say bishop takes, all of a sudden now I'm playing g6. I'm trying to open up the position. Most likely, I'm guessing black's going to try to keep it closed. But in that case, then all of a sudden we see that white's pieces come to life, and he could even take the pawn if he wanted to. Although there's he'll eventually be able to take that pawn. So I'm not super crazy about bishop to c8. I feel like there maybe should have been something different than that. But he plays it, and whoops, that's the current position right there. I can't imagine that Caton's not going to play f5 though. And all of a sudden, what was a really nice advantage for black is starting to go the other way a little bit. There's still a lot of chess left in this game, but not this last sequence of moves I'm not super crazy about. So sorry, just seeing if I'm in contact with the I'm in contact with the actual club. I'm actually in a studio that's across the street from the Columbia Chess Club, so I'm away from the players. They can't actually see any of my analysis or anything like that. So, all right, I think after bishop takes c1 or c8, it's going to be the same as after rook takes c8. I still think f5 is going to be the move. And it's not an easy move to face. So, all right. Well, we got 2 extremely interesting games going on at the same time. So, well, let's see what happens here. All right, Aaron did play rook to f4, much like I thought. Well, what a game we got here. Just a tremendous game. Yeah, what do you do as black here now? I personally I don't think I would take that. I don't think I would take the exchange right now. But what else do you do? Just just a tremendous move by Aaron. Yeah, boy, if I'm black right now, I'm waiting until the very last possible moment in order to play bishop takes f4. Here's the problem: you play bishop takes f4 after he takes f4, knight to wherever, knight to f7. All of a sudden, well, you can't. I guess you can't do that. But typical play is probably going to be h3, knight to f6, and now after knight to e4, it gets to be a very complicated position here. It gets to be a very complicated position where it's boy, this game is just it's tight, very tight. And here's the thing: is as we mentioned earlier, Jason Marshall actually has the tiebreak. So if this game ends up as a draw, Jason becomes it becomes the qualifier. So there's a lot of pressure on Aaron Wang right now. So after rook to f4, well, what do you do here? I feel that black needs to finish their development in some way. So maybe, or do you maybe you just take that? Maybe you just take it. An exchange is an exchange, and you just But what's going to happen is after that exchange, these dark squares around black's king are going to be very sensitive, and all of a sudden, the more I look at it, the more I'm not quite so crazy about black's position after taking that exchange. Wow, heck of a position. All of a sudden, I'd be very curious to know when Aaron, how many moves ago Aaron was seeing these moves. All right, well, let's go back to Caton versus Samuel for our high school championship, and we believe that Samuel we believe that Samuel will be the representative if he wins or draws, based on so actually he will be. So in this position, Caton plays knight to c5. Very good move. He's looking to play. I think he's looking to play f5, and I think he could just play it right now. Actually, I don't think there's necessarily a reason to play knight to c5. I think I would maybe just play this right away, because you're immediately threatening to play f6, and after knight takes f5, all of a sudden you can play knight to f4, and you're simultaneously attacking the f pawn and the h pawn. So I think Caton's giving Samuel a little bit of a break right now, by playing knight to c5. I think it's a move that doesn't necessarily need to be played, but regardless, f5 I think is going to be the next move. And so Samuel, I see here he plays knight to d6. Yeah, this is a little bit what I was worried about. Now all of a sudden you can't play f5. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess at this point here, you got to get your final knight into the game. So whichever route you're going to take, I think it's got to be knight to f2, knight to d3, and maybe like knight to e5. But I think white sort of gave up a pretty good opportunity there to to keep their attack going. Now this knight is going to get planted on f5, and you're never going to get rid of it. So now the downs or the positive for that white is this knight that was attacking your king now isn't attacking anymore. So black doesn't have as many attacking pieces over on the queen side anymore. So that is the plus to it. Also, this bishop isn't participating in the attack. But at the same time, both sides now are sort of don't have a lot of prospects. All right. Well, Jason is still thinking about this position of how he wants to play this. I don't know what to do here. If I'm black, you almost have to play bishop takes f4. That was sort of the whole point of your whole of what you're doing. But yeah, I'm not all of a sudden I'm not so sure about it. Let's see what the chat thinks. What does the chat think of this? Let's see here. It's actually better for white, huh? Well, I believe it was the only move, and the more I look at it, it's I see nothing but positives for white. Specifically, I don't think black can give up that. I just all of a sudden I don't think black can give up this bishop for this rook, because the dark squares are just going to be too weak. I just don't think you can do it. This bishop, the minute you play bishop takes f4, all of a sudden this bishop right here becomes the strongest piece on the board. And specifically, like white has to, black has to play something like, these knights are just going to be sort of just tripping over each other. So, you know what? I don't think black can play bishop takes rook, but then what do you play? That was the whole point of your of what that was the point of what you did. Maybe you have to just play pawn takes pawn and allow for this type of the exchange. Now, here's what's really hurting black is these two pieces right here are not developed. And if we go back to move 14, when I instead of playing b6, where I wanted to play bishop d7, if that was the case, you wouldn't have that weakness on c6, and this rook is one move away from coming into the game now. Whereas now you don't have that, and so all these it looks like black did play bishop takes c4, e takes c4. Now, what we're seeing in this position here is it's going to take an extra move in order to get this rook into the game, and in the meantime, white is chasing these knights away, and this bishop is all of a sudden the strongest piece on the board. I'll have to talk with them. I'm curious how many moves ago Aaron actually saw this position. So if he's honest like me, when people ask me how many moves ago did you see that, I'll say something like 5 or 6 moves, when in reality I probably just saw it that move. So all righty. So all right, let's take a look. Let's go back to the high school game. And knight to c5, knight to d6, and now white has played rook to h3. Alrighty. What he's doing is he's preparing for this knight to come into f5. He's overprotecting the h4 pawn with both rooks. That way he has the ability to move either of them away if he wants, and he's still protecting the h4 pawn. Basically, white's got one plan. He's got to get this knight into the game somehow. Some way he's got to get that knight into the game. There is no alternative. And maybe he's also planning on maybe getting the knight to g3. But yeah, that's where we're at in this position here. So looking at this position from Samuel's point of view, he's got. I think both players needed to be far more aggressive. It was on move 9 when white castled kingside. We're on move 25, and neither side's attacks really gotten anywhere. But if I'm Samuel, I'm definitely thinking that now's the time where I just got to start pushing these pawns, even if it doesn't necessarily amount to anything. That you got to do something. You can't just sit there and wait for white to attack you now. So I think playing a4 and b4 and b3 or something, just some combination of those moves, I think is obviously you might have to prepare them a little bit, but I think that this has to be played. So anyways, for those just joining, want to welcome you to the South Carolina National Qualifying Tournament. I'm National Master Mike Saylor. I'm a member of the Columbia Chess Club. Many of you probably know me from my North Dakota days. I was a many-time North Dakota champion. Played a lot of tournaments in the Midwest, Minneapolis, Chicago. I've been in South Carolina since 2017. I've won a handful of championships here. I represented South Carolina for their over 50 national champion tournament 2 years ago. And so I want to welcome everybody. I am checking the chat periodically, so if you do have any questions about any of the positions, please let me know, and I'll do whatever I can to answer. And we currently we're trying to get up to 100. We're trying to get up to 100 people watching, and we currently have 26. So we need more. But I do appreciate everybody for joining in. All right, well, let's take a look. I guess let's take a look at the other game. And knight to f7 is the move I thought. And now in this position, I sort of predict h3. I hate to keep making those moves in front of the king, but I think that's it basically these knights are just sort of clumsy now. I don't think you can play knight. If you play knight to f6, you maybe can play it. The problem is that it's unguarded. It's probably the best move, but I'm predicting that Aaron Wang will play h3 here, and he's sort of taken the game over here now. He is down the exchange, but I think that that's probably what we're. White's has a really nice center now, and he's threatening to at some point play e5. But most importantly, now the dark squares around Black's king are just permanently weak, especially with the bishop. So he plays knight to b5 again. Threatening this pawn. You really wish you could have had that bishop on d7. Well, and this position here, I guess there's only really knight to queen to, you're probably just looking at, you want to keep this pin. You absolutely want to keep this pin. So I'm thinking queen to e7 is the move, but maybe not. I suppose you could go queen to d8. The problem is if you go queen to d8, I guess this isn't so bad. Maybe that's the best move. Yeah, maybe queen to d8. I changed my mind. I was trying to be cute, but I think queen to d8 is probably just your best move. Just get out of this any type of tactic that might be there. But this game is definitely turned around. Jason, it's still very tight, and when Jason is up the exchange, for a pawn, so you can't ever ignore that. Regardless of how good we think Aaron Wang's game is, an exchange is the exchange, and Black's. Here's my concern with this position: is let's say queen to d8. White is 2 moves away from threatening some really nasty moves. And there's no way to really prevent that. It's 2 moves, and all of a sudden White's threatening to checkmate Black. And so I'm curious to see how Jason is going to handle that. As of right now, I'm not overly optimistic about that, but all right. Well, let's go back to the other game. It's really easy when you got 2 games. You can just flip back and forth. All right, so what's happened in this game? He goes queen to d2. He's overprotecting. He's overprotecting both h4 and e3. He needs to get this knight. He needs to get this knight into the game at any cost. You can't have a knight like that defending a backward pawn. But now I predict that Samuel is going to keep putting pressure on this pawn. And here's the thing: is you can't defend it again by playing rook to e1 because of this tactic. So, you almost have to play some clumsy move like rook to f1, rook to f3, just to get this knight out. So as much as I would like to keep pushing these pawns forward, rook to e8 is absolutely just begging to be played here. Now let's see what the chat has to say. Yeah, I have nothing to say, but I appreciate it. We got 23 people watching us now. I guess we didn't hit 100. I'm curious what our top number was. Maybe we got into the 30s. I think I saw where there was 29 once. So I think that might be a record for us. It's we're hoping to continue gain some viewership. Maybe we'll have some. We'll do some more commentary on some tournaments in some future months. So queen to d2 and a4. Much like I was talking about here, it's just time for Black to play it. I still think rook to e1 or rook to e8 might have been more precise, but I think that I'm completely fine with a4 also. So Black's basically just saying now that I've got you completely tied up, I can just start moving my pawns at leisure and try to open up your position a little bit. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Who knows? But we'll give it and the thing with Samuel is he doesn't have to rush anything. Alrighty. All right, so in this position here now, we will go back and look at Aaron's game here. He goes knight to f6 and moves queen to e7, queen to d3, knight to f6. Again, in this position here, I'm just I think what Aaron is basically threatening exactly what I said, only now he's going to play queen to d4, and there's just not a real great way to defend it, is there? Just not a great way of defending any of this. Yeah. Aaron, I think Aaron's taken over this game. No. After knight to f6, I might have first tried to just get this knight out of the game. You're out of that annoying square first. You know, maybe that would have been more precise. But anyways, knight to f6, and now, gosh, if I'm Aaron, I see no reason why I wouldn't just play queen to d3 or d4, potentially. And maybe he doesn't even see that as something he needs to do. Fascinating position. Fascinating position. Both games are getting very interesting. They're getting very tight. So these games are going to definitely go down to the wire here. See if we got anything in the chat. Well, let's go back to the high school game. So after a4, White's got a tough position here. White definitely let a few chances go by not playing f5 right away. In this position, there's after a4. I think this is just the time to. This just might be the time where you gotta, good or bad, you just gotta maybe play. Yeah, knight to f2. You just can't. You can't do it. It's a problem. Because after rook to e8, everything just falls. I don't know what you play here as white. Unfortunately, I think you got to play rook to f1, rook to f3. Unfortunately, you need to be able to defend this. You need to be able to defend this pawn without having, and you can't put the rook on e1 because of all the sacrifice, all the potential sacrifices on d4. So he does play knight to f2, but if I'm black here, can't I just play rook to e1? You do have to be a little bit careful about the potential. Yeah, let's see here. Can you get away with this? Can you get away with this? This was my concern. Is the problem is that after knight to c4, you have an in-between move, and so the tactic just doesn't work. So he does play rook to e8. Actually, I think now, yeah, it just doesn't work. You can't play knight to d3 because the knight can take the pawn. Now, if you're just sacrificing it, can you just sacrifice it and say heck with it? I got to get my knights into the game. Now that's more interesting, actually. Now that I look at this, maybe this is maybe this is what he has in mind. Just sacrifice a pawn and say, yeah, a pawn's a pawn, but I'm going to try to checkmate you. Now, the problem is that black can just move the knight back to f5, and I see absolutely no way that there's ever going to be any type of meaningful attack. All that being said, I don't see black as being, even though black's up a pawn, I don't see black as winning this position right now. But the thing is black does not need to win the position. They just need to draw it. So I don't know, interesting position here. Let's see, what if I missed any moves here? All right, so white's playing is saying if you want the pawn, take it. Wow, these positions are getting very, very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Well, if anybody has any questions in the chat, be sure to let me know. And right to F3. Yeah, this game is going to go down to the wire here. You know, Samuel has a pretty good time advantage, 25 minutes versus 10 minutes. But white's moves aren't all that hard to find. You know, where you know, time trouble. There's different types of time trouble. You know, for those that there's when you have a board full of a whole bunch of good moves or a whole bunch of bad moves that are all about the same, that's when time trouble's a problem. When you got a position like this, the moves actually aren't all that hard to find. And so being in a little bit of time trouble really isn't the end of the world. So I say that, you know, for somebody that's usually in time trouble. All right, well, let's see how, okay. So Jason versus Aaron, much like I was thinking, Aaron just played queen to d4. And now there's not a real great way to defend that. You're probably going to have to play either knight to h6, knight to d8, or something to that effect. And here's the problem: is if you play, I'm just going to play knight to d8. All of a sudden now, this smooths a problem, because if you take and you take, and now this you play the knight somewhere, wherever. All of a sudden, a move like this just absolutely paralyzes white's or black's entire position. And you know, forget the fact that I'm threatening checkmate. You know, you got to block that somehow. But white or black's position is just in shambles here. So, I wish I had better things to say. I think black's in trouble in this position. Boy, Jason had his opportunities there too. After he had some opportunities there, I think his trouble started after b6. You know, here we are on move 22, and these two pieces still haven't moved, and quite frankly, they're not going to move for a while. It's like playing a basketball game with two fewer players, and that's unfortunately what's happening here for Jason. And when we talk about the exchange, what people oftentimes forget is the rooks in the middle games. The rooks are no better than knights or bishops, and in many times they're worse pieces. And so when you lose the exchange early in the game, you just got to look at it as saying, okay, well, I'm down the exchange, but the pieces are even. And so then if you just play your game, if you can beat your opponent before you get to the end game, then you're fine. I've won many games after dropping the exchange, just because I outplayed my opponent, you know, because the pieces are the same in the middle game. So you always keep that in mind. You know, don't get frustrated if you drop the exchange. You never, you know, a bishop can still only attack a square once, just like a rook can, or a knight. So I don't know. This game isn't looking just real great for Jason right now, unfortunately. Well, let's go to the high school game. And sort of like I predicted, is White just decided he was going to sacrifice the pawn. Now, Black plays knight to c4 there. I'm not so crazy about that move. And here's the reason why. Ooh. Is in okay. Oh, I guess there's a tactic I missed here. Okay, well there's a tactic in this position. After knight takes e5, queen takes c5. I didn't look at the position close enough. I didn't think that Black would play bishop takes knight. I was originally thinking that now f5 can become a threat, but it's not. It tactically doesn't work here. And so he does play knight takes e5. Well, Jace or Samuel's starting to take over this position a little bit here now. So he's up 2 pawns. He's got a better position, and although there's still game left, Samuel looked like he's well on his way to winning this game. Although it's not over yet. So, all right. And Aaron just played the move that I was fearing for Jason. There's unfortunately just not a good way to defend against it. Your best move just might be to sacrifice a pawn back to try. You got to get this bishop into the game somehow. But again, like let's say you take with the take with the rook. Maybe you can get to an end game, but this game is definitely going the wrong way for Jason. Aaron's just playing another masterful game here. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on which side you fall on, but. Anyways, these are our games left. Okay, so he takes. I probably would have tried to not take that one. Now you're down 2 pawns in a major piece endgame where this king is now plenty safe. The only real counterplay left is to try to play e6. But if I'm Black right here, I'm immediately playing rook to e6, and then I'm never moving that rook from that square the rest of the game. And there's absolutely no way that White's going to be able to win this game. So. And that's what he played. So White's in trouble here. I guess there's no way of getting around it. I guess your final counterplay is to perhaps try to double or triple the pieces on the F file, but I don't even know if that works. Let's see what the chat has to say. Alrighty. Yeah, I think what I suspect might happen at some point is with Samuel having such an overwhelming position, he only needs a draw to win the tournament. I'm guessing at some point he might offer one to Caton, and then and Caton would really have no reason not to take it, because otherwise he's just going to lose. But at the same time, for Caton, a win or a draw or a loss is about the same result. So there's no reason not to keep playing on. I think if I was White at this point here, I would at least try to double my rooks on the F file and just see what happens. It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be anywhere near enough counterplay, but you got to try something, and that's what he's doing. So queen to c4. Yeah, you can't. Unfortunately, you can't trade queens. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I think you gotta see if you can triple on the file. Unfortunately, black, and it's not like black just has to sit around and watch himself get attacked either. Black can start trying to attack white's king as well. And quite frankly, black has really almost no risk of losing this position. So yeah, it's just a tough position for Caton. He played a really good game. I think if we go back to, what was it, somewhere around move 22, 23, 24, he had 2 or 3 moves where he could have played f5, and he just had to do it, whether it's sacked a pawn or not. I think if he plays f5, I actually think he's better. But that did not happen. Well, let's see what's happening with Jason and Aaron. Unfortunately, I don't think this is in no, what did I miss here? G5, knight to d8, that loses on the spot. No, wait. Does it lose on the spot? The rook's hanging. The rook's hanging. The rook's hanging. Now, it still might tactically win for white, but the rook's hanging. Did I just say that? All right, well, let's take a look at it. Rook takes rook, and knight to f8. Oh, that's a very sneaky move by Mr. Aaron Wang. That's a very, very, very mean move, isn't it? That's what we call it's like he's like teasing. He's like teasing you. Well, although now what black could do is take the bishop. Remember what about 10 moves ago I said that bishop on c3 is now the most powerful piece on the board? Well, guess what? I was right. And now after the queen, and say take with the pawn, I'll just do that for example. Well, here's the thing. The material actually isn't all that bad for black. The problem is every single piece is on the original rank, and so fascinating move. Did he take the rook? Oh, he took it. All right. Well, I'll go back to the I'll go back to the game now. He takes. Much like I predicted. This game ain't over yet, actually. This game ain't over yet. This is actually a very exciting game. I mean, the fact that we only got 23 people watching this is just a crime of the century, I think. I think we should have like at least 100. So, well, this is a fascinating position. How is he going to take? He's probably going to take with the queen, and now you can take with the knight. Well, let's just take, just for simplicity's sake, let's take with the knight. Okay, so you got 2 rooks versus a queen and a pawn. Now the problem is that every one of these pieces is completely out of the game. But you still got 2 rooks for a queen. That's nothing to sneeze at. I think we're seeing now the reason why b6. What was it on move 11 or 12? Why I didn't like it. Well, guess what? It's move 26, and I still don't like that move. But all right. So what did he play? Queen takes c3, c takes d6. All right. Well, we're going on a commercial break. But all right. Well, this game's still got some play left in it. That's for sure. All right. What do the people in the chat think? we're on or at least I'm on a commercial break, but fascinating position. Every piece is on the original rank. If we would have a newsletter, I know back in the day when we used to have a state newsletter, in North Dakota we had one about every 3 months or sometimes every 2 months. And what would they would do is on the front cover, whatever the most interesting position was in the tournaments that had been played since then, they would put that diagram on the front page of the newsletter. Well, I tell you what, this would definitely have to be on the front page of the newsletter. On move 26, Black's got 5 pieces on the original rank. You can't make that one up, can you? So, what do we got here? Well, and I tell you what, this is gonna end up in some time trouble. Both sides are at about 10 minutes. All right, well, let's take a look at how Mr. Samuel and Mr. Caton are doing. What happened here? All right, so where we were last at is queen to d2, rook to e8, rook to f4, queen to c5, rook to c1, queen to c7, and rook to f1. Well, now, that's an interesting position. Rook to f1. He's trying to simplify the position. I think Samuel just won this tournament because now, after, quite frankly, he can just play. Well, he could play queen takes f7, or he can just checkmate him. I think we can congratulate Mr. Samuel on an amazing tournament here. I don't see any way that White's going to I don't see any way that White's going to be able to survive this. Congratulations. I think interesting. Quite frankly, yeah, you just check them. And now, yeah, great game. It was a great game. Samuel played, and it looks like we got a forced win here. So I'm going to call it now. Samuel Anthony Paukovitz is going to be the b4's checkmate. I don't know if he's going to see it or not. The b4 is sort of ruins the day. Congratulations to Samuel Paukovitz for being the 2025 South Carolina High School qualifying champion. He will have the chance to represent South Carolina in the Denker in Madison, Wisconsin. In I think it's earlier. I think it's the first week in August. So congratulations, Samuel. Well, we got one game left, and it's actually getting a lot more interesting than I thought it was going to be. It looked like Aaron had sort of taken over that game for a while, and all of a sudden things got a little more interesting. Now, I think Aaron's still winning this, doing very well, but I tell you what, it's in terms of material, it's there's still a lot of game left here. So the problem is that Black just has nowhere to move any of his pieces. So it's sort of our final game, but both sides are under 10 minutes, and so anything can happen. So just to recap, the event, Tanay Sanghani is going to represent the elementary school tournament, and Samuel Anthony Paukovitz is going to represent South Carolina for the high school championship, if they choose to play. And the final qualifier, at least for today, is for the middle school, which is between Aaron Wang and Jason Marshall. And these players have played before, and seemed to be a pretty even match. So, well, what do we got going on in this? White's trying to desperately create a pass pawn, and Black is desperately trying to move one of his pieces off the original rank. Right now, Aaron's having a little more luck creating a pass pawn versus Jason moving any of his pieces off the original rank. But we'll see what happens here. It's not easy to find places for those pieces to go either. But we'll see what happens here. Let's see. Oops, let me go to the game here. After a6. Okay, so well, now this actually helps Black a lot, because after knight takes d6, d takes e6, bishop to d7 blockades the entire position. And now if, for example, rook to c7, all of a sudden rook to f7, and all of a sudden Black, for as miserable as his position has been here for the last however many moves, all of a sudden it's not easy for White to make any progress at all. Wow. Bishop to d7 has to be the move here. And don't get me wrong, White's still winning this, but at least it gives Black some hope here now all of a sudden. Yeah, that's a fascinating position, by the way. Whoever does our South Carolina newsletter, okay, and Bishop d7 was the move. Whoever does our South Carolina newsletter, if one is done, needs to publish that position where all those pieces were on the original rank on move 26. That's just a fascinating position. You don't see that every day. We should send that into Chess Life, or the Scholastic Chess Life, or what do they call that? Kids Chess Life. We need to send that in. That's a position you don't see every day. How's our chat doing? We have 25 people now. Still none of them talking with me. That's all right. Well, so what do we got going on here? It's not a pure blockade. Don't get me wrong, because the knight is going to be able to come in here and create some unpleasantness. But I tell you what, with the position that Black has had over the last 10 moves, all of a sudden this must look like, and sometimes that's all that happens. I've had positions where I have just been suffering for 30 moves, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I'm all of a sudden just down the exchange, or maybe down a pawn or two, but all of a sudden the position is close to equal, and that's like giving me new life. And 9 times out of 10, I'm going to win that position, just because all of a sudden, all of a sudden everything looks good. And I think that might be happening with Black here with Jason. Is all of a sudden he's probably looking at this position going, well, I might still be losing, but I don't see exactly how I'm going to lose, at least immediately. And so it just breathes new life into the position. Now, what is, I have to think. Now, Aaron played knight to d2. Alrighty. Well, in that case, I am absolutely, if Aaron is going to let me get this rook into the game, I am absolutely moving it. I don't even care if I lose that pawn. I'm going to play rook to a7. I think I'm going to play rook to a7, because I don't want this knight I don't want this queen coming into f7. Now, there's still possibilities. You got to be careful. There still are possibilities where that queen still could go there. But this, all of a sudden, in this position, I'm saying, maybe I'm playing rook to c8. I don't care. I don't really care about that pawn anymore. If you play queen to a5, I'm playing bishop to b5. Wow! All of a sudden, this position has come to life for Marshal. Nah, I don't like that move. This was a golden opportunity to get those rooks into the game. But all right, he got his knight into the game. That's fine. Yeah, he plays knight to d4. Get the rook into the game. I'd say get the rook into the game, wouldn't you? Forget about that pawn. Get this rook into the game, and you'll pin that knight. I tell you what, my hat's off to Jason Marshall in this game. He's a fighter. He's a fighter. I'll give him that. I would imagine the players are starting to get tired here too. They've been playing nonstop since 9:30 in the morning, and every one of Aaron's games was, although he won them all and he played very well in all of them, they were all positional games. And I can tell you, playing positional chess like I do takes a lot out of you. You know, it's easy to just start sacking pieces and checkmating somebody. But I tell you what, playing 50 moves of solid positional chess, that's grueling. And there's a reason why when I play in those tunnel visions, I generally take a 4th round half point bye, because I'm usually spent by then. Not always. I mean, if I have an easy game somewhere in the tournament, but I tell you what, the competition's so tough now. I don't seem to have a lot of easy games anymore. Might be partly because of me too. All right, so Jason does play rook to c8. Beautiful move, beautiful move. Queen to d4, and now he's threatening to go to knight to b8, knight to b6. Well, how do you play against that? My first thought is just play bishop to b5, but I don't know if that's right. I think, I don't know what you play here. Maybe just play rook to e8, and then if knight to b8, then you play, then start. This is actually, start checking your opponent. Start making him think about things. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe play rook to e8. Because if he plays knight to b8, you can check him. And what's he going to play? He's got to play king to f2. And now, rook to f2 check. c2, excuse me. And, because the problem is that he can't play bishop to f1 because of this annoying move. Wow. What's happening? What's going on in this game? Bishop b5. Bishop b8. You don't have to do that, though. I know he wants his pawn back. All right. I tell you what. I think if you put this into a computer, this thing's a draw. I mean, maybe not, but boy, what a comeback by Marshall in this game for Jason. Shout out to all my everybody in my chat. Are there any family members of Jason Marshall watching this stream right now? I'm just curious. As he has just a remarkable comeback in this game. Bishop to b3. Wow. I'm just I'm speechless that this game is where it's at right now. My hat's off. My hat's off. Wow, we got ourselves a ball game here. Aaron is under 4 minutes and Jason is under 5 minutes. I'm not familiar with how good of blitz player each player is. I assume Aaron's plays a lot on online. I'm not familiar with Jason at all. But I maybe didn't know about Jason Marshall before this tournament, but I guarantee I do now. So well done. I take it there's nobody in the chat for his relatives. All right, so let's see here. Rook to C1, King to F2, Rook to E8, and got to be a little bit careful too. I almost think that maybe just playing this position passively, a little bit passively, is maybe the better, because now after the problem is after Queen to D8. All of a sudden, I think maybe Jason is giving. I don't think as much as I wanted to do that check. I don't think that's the right move right now. I think the right move would have been to play, just play Rook to D8, keep the blockade, and then with your free Rook, then you can start harassing. You can start harassing your opponent. Now, in this position here, I think after Queen to D8, the problem is that there's no way to defend the knight now. There's no way to defend the knight. Well, does Rook to E2 work? Because if here, perhaps, you don't have the draw. Never mind. It's just not there. The problem is it's just not, it doesn't work. I don't know what I don't know that Queen to B6 is, and he did play it. Queen to B6 is just a tough move. Oh, you know what? There is an interesting move here. Knight to C8. Oh no, there's the check. Never mind, it doesn't work. I think alrighty. Rook D2, King D3, Rook to D2. Oh, there's a checkmate in there. I didn't even see that. That's a heck of a move. There's a possible checkmate there. I mean, I suppose I could lie and say I saw it, but I did not see that. That's a heck of a nice move there by Jason. How's my chat doing? This is an exciting game. I'm not gonna commentary much anymore. We're just gonna talk about this game. This game is going down to the final 2 minutes, and we're just gonna watch these players fight it out. It's a fascinating position. Black might be winning this thing. I'm guessing that Queen to E3 is going to be the move. I'm guessing that this is going to be the move. Now that loses though to Rook to E2. Is he just going to go for a fascinating position? Here's what's gonna happen is, well, actually, you know what? Black doesn't have to do anything. Black, if Black draws, he wins this. He's the qualifier. Black doesn't have to do. I was originally thinking that Black is, at some point Black is going to be forced to H5 and then maybe G4 gets White out of this checkmating net. But Black doesn't actually have to do anything. Black can just say, "Hey, thank you so much. I'm just going to go back." Because I was originally thinking that perhaps that this is a problem. Although this is check. Maybe Black's just winning this game all of a sudden. I don't know. I think that loses. I think Aaron lost. Oh my gosh. Did that happen? No, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. Sorry. That was my analysis. We're just gonna watch the position. And they're both players are going to be under a minute here pretty quickly. And the worst thing I can do is ruin the moment. So what a fierce game this was. What a fierce game. So he does play king to h6. And now, how does Aaron get out of the checkmating net? He's got to go king to. He's got to go king. It's not a checkmating net, but he's got to go king to e4 or e3. But then after knight to. All right, this is a tough position here. Queen to g7. Great game, by the way. Well, h6 is pretty much forced here. Yeah, fascinating position. Queen to g2. At some point too, knight to f7 might just be like a saving resource of some kind. Not in this position, but. So he plays h6, h3, and yeah, fascinating position. I almost think that knight to f7 is it might be the move here. With rook to d3. King to d2. I keep looking for some sacrifices too. I'm just not seeing it. Boy. Ugh, what a tough position. What a tough position. Well, unfortunately, actually, bishop takes D2. Bishop to D1's coming now. There's going to be another sacrifice of some kind. Bishop to D1. Oh, king to D2. Oh, I think that loses. Or does it? Oh, bishop to D1 has to be the move. Oh. What an amazing game between these two. Well, I think he's got perpetual now, if he wants it. I think he's got perpetual now. If I'm black, I'm taking the perpetual. That's as good as a win. But I think he's probably looking for more. I don't think I have access to the board anymore. I think they're moving too fast. We're just gonna have to watch on the main screen now. But
Well done. That was a very good game. That was very good. Yeah. Congratulations, Jason.
Oh my god.
did black win that? Black won. Sorry, I lost control. I stopped getting a feed from the board. But congratulations to Jason Marshall. Yeah, Jason Marshall is will be the middle school representative for South Carolina. Congratulations, that was. There's not much more I can say about that. Thank you for everyone for joining me, and I'm going to sign off. Thank you.